Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome to today's Order Paper Podcast show. We've got another marathon. I'm not sure if Stacey's jumping in person or not. I'm leaving it up for her. Yes, I've got Stacey here, so I'm not quite flying solo.
Yeah, can't let you be completely on your own. Why not?
Why not? Yes. So it's now there will be a bit of a change to what was in the original schedule. At 4 o'clock, Laura and I are swapping over because my landlords like to do a tenancy inspection on a Sunday. And
okay, sure.
Oh, I know. That's what happens with the landlords is Brad's parents.
Ah, right.
Yeah, and basically I got told it's going to be at 4, but it might not be at 4. It might be at 4:30. It might be at 5. Yeah. And however, I had warned, do not interrupt, otherwise you're going to be awkwardly introduced to my audience.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. How awkward would be on there. Now, we have worked away on the video issue for Laura. We are going to see how it works. So at 4 o'clock, you'll see the Treaty Principles Bill submissions from Monday, the 24th of February, which includes the great, was it Her Worship, Tory Whanau, Mayor of Wellington.
Ah, right.
But we will be starting where I last left off with, which is dating back, which in the sheet, I think if we look at it, it's on Friday the 7th of February. So it's about nearly a month away, but I don't know if we're going to get through all these submissions because there's just not enough hours to do marathons.
No, especially not when we suddenly have to cover urgency bills.
Yes, an urgent debate of Andrew Bayley. Yes, if you want to watch that, that's at 7 o'clock. So that's at 7 o'clock. So that was the one where we don't know if we had a minister in charge over the weekend.
Right.
Yeah, so let's kick off with our first, not our first panelist, picking up where we last left off with, I think it's Luke Fitzmaurice-Brown. Let's kick it off, Duncan.
I won't. I'll do away with any formalities because we've got you for 10 minutes. It'd be great if you could leave some time for questions at the end, and I'll hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou te kōmiti, ko Luke Fitzmaurice-Brown ahau, e uri tēnei no te Kauri, e airangi, ingarangi, kotirangi me Norway, e hua ahau no te tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora koutou, my name is Luke Fitzmaurice-Brown, I whakapapa to Te Kauri, as well as to Ireland, England, Scotland and Norway. I'm a legal academic at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University, and I oppose this bill unequivocally. For the most part today, though, I'm not going to talk to you about the law. Many of my colleagues have already spoken eloquently about the legal impacts of this bill, and others will continue to do so. I commend to the committee the statements of experts like Ane Makairi, Carwyn Jones, Natalie Coates, Tai Ahu, as well as the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal's report on this bill. Those statements and sources will tell you about how this bill erases Te Tiriti in all but name, how it undermines Tino Rangatiratanga, and how it contradicts its stated purposes of certainty, conversation, and consensus. I agree with those sentiments entirely. But I think all of you, regardless of your parties, already know those things. So instead, I would like to spend my time focusing on what this bill takes away from us all. And to do that, I would like to tell you about my family. As I said in my mihi, I am a product of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. My Te Aupari tupuna signed Te Tiriti on the 28th of April, 1840, 150 years to the day before I was born, and 120 years to the day before my mum was born. In 1863, my great-great-great-grandfather Gerald Fitzmaurice, whose last name I share, immigrated to New Zealand. Though the Crown had already failed to honour Te Tiriti by that time, his entry to this country and the life he subsequently made here was a product of that agreement 23 years earlier. I am a product of land confiscations. My Māori ancestors suffered from them, and many of my non-Māori ancestors will have benefited from them. This is the reality of this country's history, and more of us than we would like to admit are implicated in that. I am a product of the native schools era. My great-grandmother had her language beaten out of her, as did so many of her generation. I am a product of the Great Urban Drift. My nana was the last of us to live up north before her family moved to Auckland when she was a teenager. I am the product of so-called integration. My great-grandfather was the Minister of Education who received the Hun Report in 1960, when the government acknowledged that Māori were not in fact a dying race and finally stopped trying to smooth the pillow, but instead turned its efforts to trying to keep us silent. That policy failed too, because I am the product of the Māori Renaissance. My family are not obvious candidates for that label. We grew up knowing we were Māori. We called it part Māori back then, but we never knew our whakapapa. But the ripple effects of the renormalisation of things Māori were felt in our family decades later, as we, alongside thousands of others, learnt by osmosis that we had nothing to be ashamed of. My mother is the product of the treaty settlement era. She encouraged us to embrace our whakapapa, despite knowing little of what that meant. She took tentative steps herself, despite the pain that sometimes involved. As Te Tiriti re-entered public consciousness, it also re-entered our personal consciousness, like a slow but inevitable glacier. My son is a product of Kohanga Reo. He is the first in our family to speak Te Reo Māori for 4 generations. It gives me hope that things can change because he is proof that they already have. He knew about Te Tiriti before he could read. We are all the product of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Māori and non-Māori, and that is nothing to be afraid of. I'm proud of the resurgence of Te Tiriti in our country, even though it has been imperfect. In part, it is because my work has taught me about the positive impacts of that resurgence, law and policy, but it is also about the impact that it has had on me personally and on the people I care about. So many of my friends and family now have conversations about Te Tiriti o Waitangi that many of us wouldn't have imagined even 10 years ago. When the hikoi reached Wellington last year, my Pākehā dad was right there beside us. Te Tiriti for me remains a source of hope. These are the things that this bill, despite its assurances to the contrary, seeks to remove. Those assurances are a lie, and I think everyone on this committee knows that. The rest of us know that too. So while conversations about the impacts of this bill on law and policy are important because those impacts are numerous and devastating, in my view it is also worth highlighting what is at stake for each of us personally. In diminishing Te Tiriti o Waitangi, this bill diminishes us all. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your time. Toitu Te Tiriti. I'm happy to take questions.
Good, thank you for that submission, Luke. I see we've got a question from Joseph Mooney first, and then Steve Abel.
Oh, thank you, Luke, for that submission. Look, you raised some really interesting points there, and you point to the diverse whakapapa that you personally have, as do many in this country, and certainly something that's been expressed to me from various people is a uncertainty about their position in New Zealand, depending on which heritage they have. I think everyone's feeling uncertain at the moment, from Māori, non-Māori, and those who are share Māori and European ancestry. So just interested in any reflections you have on that, in terms of from that perspective you have with that whakapapa that you've referred to.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great shames and one of the great harms of the way this conversation is currently playing out, and that it's a deliberate, in my view, stoking of fear about the role that Te Tiriti has in excluding people, when, in my view, that's a myth, and Te Tiriti can be this inclusive invitation which invites all of us to be here, Māori and non-Māori, on the simple condition that Te Rangatiratanga is upheld. And that being the case, that's nothing to be afraid of. And in fact, Te Tiriti is not something that was designed to keep people out. It was designed to set the conditions mutually and by consensus on which people can come in. And I think that is part of why I say it's kind of a source of hope. And I think that's a real loss in the way this conversation is currently happening in public.
Just a very brief supplementary, Mr. Chair, just on that
No,
Te Rangatiratanga point.
sorry, Joseph. We've got other questioners. Steve Abel.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke, thanks for your excellent submission. It's great to lay out your own whakapapa like that. Do you think that what we're experiencing now is sort of a blip, another blip in history that will be overwhelmed by this wave of kotahitanga, if you like, of those of us who want to see a nation that honours that founding agreement and is genuinely inspired to march in the streets and stand up for te tiriti?
Yeah, I think so. I think there is this inevitable growing of momentum of people who support te tiriti and don't feel threatened by it. And in part, that is rangatahi. You just heard from one on the committee this morning, you'll hear from others later. I teach te tiriti to some of those. Kai is one of my students who appeared just earlier. And it's students like him and others that give me hope that that wave of momentum is inevitable, but I don't think it's just rangatahi. I spoke briefly about my dad, and I think it's people like his generation that I have seen change as well, and that I have seen that widespread tanga te tiriti embrace of that label and of te tiriti generally. That does give me a sense of inevitability that we are slowly heading towards something better, and at the current moment is just a setback.
Thanks for that. And Takata, final question.
Tēnā koe e ruka I o mahi huhua hei hāpai te tiriti o Waitangi. Now, Luke, you're an educator on matters of te tiriti o Waitangi and naturally the history that came with it. I think my personal view is that what's on display is a clear and open demonstration of the lack of understanding, not only of the nation, but of the people elected to be decision makers. Now, do you think that if MPs were required to have a basic level understanding, and I'm sure you could describe what that would look like, but if MPs were required to have a basic level of understanding that this kind of proposition from one party and the subsequent national corridor that's going on would persist? And do you think if they were required to have a basic understanding that that would be a positive thing for tiriti understanding going forward?
I do think that would be a positive thing. And that I think that's something that would be good for all of us, and of course for our MPs. I actually think there's when you get right into the detail, it's hard to force people to do this because you then run into a few kind of democratic issues. But I think it's also something we should push for the other way. That's a grassroots thing, and that we should demand that of our representatives, regardless of our political parties. Because I think there's a point at which once you grow that understanding, you can't. That reduces the fear of te tiriti. That this climate of fear is the product of a climate of uncertainty, where because this is unknown to people, and we all grew up with treaty myths. I grew up with treaty myths, and that's part of our shared history that we all now need to kind of work together to overcome. But so the short answer to your question is yes, but I think that's also something that we should demand from our representatives of all parties.
Good. Thank you for that, Luke. That brings us to the end of our time. Thank you.
An interesting submission.
Yeah. I feel like we could go a step further than that and not just our elected representatives, but every person in the country, whether you are Māori, whether you are not, whether you are born here, whether you immigrated, everybody should have a foundational, basic understanding of te tiriti so that things like this can't happen. There has been so much fear-mongering.
Yeah, I would say maybe the first people that should go on that course of MPs in Parliament should be the Taxpayers Union.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that would particularly go down well with the Taxpayers Union, but that's something. And actually, the interesting thing is that it is about the generational shift.
Yeah.
There is a generational shift from, say, your parents' era, from, say, our grandparents' era, to our era, to what would be, in our case, yes, we don't have children, but what would be our children's era, if we had any. Your nieces and nephews, I mean, you actually have that. I yet to have that being the oldest. Well, actually, no, I could say that I've got step nephews if we count Louis' kids.
Close enough.
Yeah. Grandma's got 2 great grandchildren, but then at the same time they grew up in Australia, so they don't know a damn single thing about Treaty of Waitangi, even that they have 2 Kiwi parents. Because they were also in that era that really didn't have it taught that well. So, I mean, yeah, it would be one of weird, how to sit there and do that. I mean, we already know people get up in arms of Māori Language Week when the town names are in Te Reo Māori instead of English.
Because it's so hard to look at the signs that you've always looked at.
Oh, I know. Or the one of the, was it Martai Smith?
Or at least the common name.
Yeah. Or you had Martai Smith's show 9 Lives, and he said there are going to be 2 groups of viewers. those who are going to sit down there and yell and scream at the TV with the correct answer, and there's going to be that other group of people who are going to yell and scream because of Te Reo Māori.
Yeah.
And and I know when I got my grandma to watch it, and she said, "Hey, at least I was the one yelling out the right answer, not the one yelling out about the Te Reo." Like grandma said, and I told her about the interview, and she's like going like, "I'm going to make sure I'm the one yelling the right answer and not complaining about the Te Reo." And she says she found so much out about New Zealand from that TV show that otherwise may have not been on there. But I mean, grandma likes her quiz TV shows and game show type of things.
I don't blame her.
It depends on
the actual TV. I am addicted to quiz shows.
Yeah, but it's the type of quiz show. It's like The Chase.
Yeah.
Like if it was just some boring one that doesn't have questions or that sort of thing, like she's not really that much of a fan. Like I don't think she watches Wheel of Fortune or that sort of thing. She's more The Chase. I don't think Jeopardy is on TV over here, but she probably would watch Jeopardy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, considering that's about questions, that's about expanding knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like she watches Tipping Point, but she watches Tipping Point because they actually have decent questions on there.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, let's get to our next submitter, Tasha. Was it Huahaya? I don't know. I probably said it wrong, but apologies in advance.
For that submission. Look, I see we've got some other members joining us. I know we've given leave for the Labour Party to have an additional member, but I hope we can give leave other members to ask questions from other parties. Of course, I'll stick to the equity across various parties. If there's no objection to that I'll take that leave as granted. Kia ora, thank you. We now have Tasha Bohaya. Tasha's here, I think. I saw her pop up.
Tēnā koe.
Oh, you're sideways on the screen.
Okay. That better?
That's a little better. Thank you for that. That looks much better. Tasha, we've got 10 minutes for you to submit on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. So I'll hand straight over to you so we don't take up any more of your time. Kia ora.
Right, tēnā koe te tiamana, just a tankanwe, po te rā, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Ko ngā tirua mahue, ko ngā tikura, ko ngā tikauau, ngā hapu, ko ngā puhi nui tonu te iwi, tēnā rā tātou katoa. As daughter of this nation, both Māori and Pākehā, it's a privilege to speak with you on this important kaupapa today. Today I'm going to outline a summary of my submission, taking it as read and highlighting some key points to allow some time for questions. And so I will do that now. So I began my submission with the Māori Women's Welfare League Creed, which I think is a powerful statement. My first love is my family, but I know my tribe. I know my tribe, but I am proud of my race. I am proud of my race, but I am not racist. Therefore, I belong to my race, but I will serve my nation. And serve my nation I will do. So the key points of my submission are 1, strengthen foundations of this nation. 2, peace and justice. 3, disinformation and misinterpretation of the treaty principles. 4, inappropriate differentiation of the Te Reo Waitangi rights for iwi with settlement agreements, significantly impacting ngā puhi, hapu and whānau. And 5, economic constraints regarding a referendum. So to point 1, just to highlight, there are a number of people that have already spoken to that, but just stating there are huge examples of the hard work of hapu and iwi working with the Crown over decades. And so my expectation is that we would build on those positive examples and not tear down, and consider how we can move forward together. So moving to peace and justice. So we are a nation that is committed to a number of global instruments, and we are committed to peace and justice. And so some of those core instruments include international human treaties of the United Nations, and we've also been ranked as one of the most peaceful countries in the world. I think that's something we should all be proud of. But, recently in December 2024, I attended a global forum where there were a number of sector leaders across the world gathered. And rather than acknowledging some of the innovative work that's being done here in regional and at a national scale, the talk of the town at a global scale in a United Nations forum was, oh, how your country has regressed. And I want to speak to the shame and embarrassment that this proposed bill is bringing us as a nation. And my expectation is that we all consider some of those international core instruments that we have signed up to that actually commit to Te Reo Waitangi, the treaty principles, and helping define what that looks like, and the voices of hapu and iwi Māori. So disinformation, moving to this point 3, the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet referenced the role of the government in strengthening resilience to disinformation with this definition, and it's a matter of national security, where individuals or groups communicate to share public perception in ways that can be manipulative, deceptive, or misleading. This can be referred to as disinformation. So while I appreciate that while freedom of expression is provided for and required amongst political parties, it would be prudent for this committee to consider what is the role and how do we ensure that we continue to abide by our own strategies in advancing resilience to disinformation. And this is really important, and there will be many layers, but this proposed bill is just one example of how disinformation needs to be considered in the political arena. And I'll move to point 4, so inappropriate differentiation for iwi with settlement agreements. So we in the North, so ngā puhi nui tonu, kaitiaki of our constitutional documents, he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi. So we were the ones who ushered them in, and we will continue an ongoing role to ensure the integrity of these documents is upheld. And we've seen what an expression of pain looks like. You know, we've seen hikoi over the number of years. We've seen honeheke, we've seen hongihika travelling the country, and we've seen what happens at Waitangi commemorations. And so my focus for our here in our region, and it's a number of people's focus, is actually to restore us and return us to that place of economic prosperity so that we can power the economy of our nation together. We were once the most powerful economy, right? And so to differentiate us based on a settlement agreement, actually that's not appropriate. Te tiriti o Waitangi, as well as he whakaputanga, were signed, they were signed, and that needs to be upheld. And so there is no option to differentiate. Actually, these rights only apply where there is a settlement agreement, and they don't apply here to this people of the North. It's going to be really divisive and inappropriate to do that. And so I just urge this committee to consider the huge discrepancy that will cause if we differentiate between iwi with settlement agreements and those without. And then just touching on economic restraints. We expect everyone to work to their strengths, and there is an expectation that this time would be spent to recover our economy. And I mean, the last referendum that was held cost us about 42 million alone, without even considering the education components. And so we haven't even held an education component for our nation around this proposed bill. Now is not the time to be thinking about a proposed bill like the Treaty Principles Bill. Now is the time to recover our economy and ensure that we are all able to prosper. And so yeah, I want to leave a bit of time for questions, but I do also want to touch on my concluding comments that were written in my submission by one of our young stars, who is actually now globally renowned, Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark, and she emphasised the words ka ora tonu mātou, ake ake ake. And that was with the intention that the word whawhai or fighting would be replaced. And I do urge this committee to consider, you know, now is a time to govern with peace and prosperity. Globally, we're seeing a lot of insecurity. Regionally, nationally, there are huge other pieces of work that need to be focused on. And so could we consider working together with well-being of our people in mind, so that we can actually uphold our constitutional documents and build on what we've got rather than tearing down. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Tasha, thanks for that. Members, does anyone have a question? Just Hana?
Tēnā koe, tēnā rā koe te komiti whakahari e Duncan, o tira tēnā koe e te maraikura e Tasha, ka nui, aku mihi kia koe. I just wanted to also, something that really stood out for me in your submission was your line of, I am proud of my race, however, that doesn't make me a racist. I think I might say that. However, I did want to touch on you saying on your fourth point of economic restraints. So you said that there was the last referendum that we've had as a country, it cost us nearly $42 million. And for a government that wants to get our economy back on track, how do you think that will, if we ever do consider a referendum, how that will be so detrimental to our economy and our country?
Oh, e mihi ana for that pātai, tēnā koe. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's an expectation that every government will work to their strengths, and I'm not sure that this current government's strength is constitutional reform. And so, yeah, I mean, GDP is not where it should be. There are docs that have outlined and referenced that productivity is 40% lower than where it should be. Let this government focus on that. Let us actually just have that educational component over time, because there hasn't been the resource factored into that, and we should not be having a referendum without the required educational components that will lead to a wholesome conversation on such a critical core issue of national identity, who we are, and what makes us Aotearoa New Zealand.
Yeah, thank you, Tasha. That's really helpful submission. Steve, unfortunately, we haven't got time for your question. Members, if you use that little yellow hand, it helps me put those questions.
I love the point about, now, this is nearly a month ago, but one of the bills we're actually covering later on tonight is the referendum framework bill. And from 2020, I believed that there was, in the referendum on the cannabis and the referendum on euthanasia, there wasn't the knowledge that one was a bill that passed its third reading that would be enacted as a result of a 50% plus one vote majority. Whereas the cannabis referendum, the bill hadn't even gone to first reading. Now, I think the questioning they did for the cannabis one was poor, because it muddied the pro-decriminalisation with the pro-legalisation separate, and so you had a lot of no voters because they support criminalisation, but they didn't support multinational companies taking over, say, Philip Morris, the marijuana supplier, sort of thing. So, and I believe that is where things went wrong with the cannabis referendum.
Yeah.
But it's actually interesting. We need to educate people to know what we're actually voting for. I wouldn't be surprised at this local body elections, the number of people who are going to vote no on Māori wards and expect on election day, congratulations, you won your Māori seat. But the referendum says you're not going to be there, so your position has disappeared into thin air. And people who I will suspect people will sit there and do it, considering there's a group on the Kapiti Coast who's about transparency. I have sat there and called them out on it because they've been anything but transparent. They're spreading that misinformation. And when you get 6 sitting councillors all liking your comment, including the mayor, I think that is saying something. But, because I explained exactly what's going to happen at the referendum. KCDC will still have a Māori will have a councillor. And then if the people vote no, they're going to lose it in 2028. So you're still going to have a Māori ward for 3 years.
Yeah. They can't just instantly wipe it out because they've had people campaigning and running for this seat.
Yeah, it's like sitting there and saying to Nico, oh, I'm sorry, you don't have a job. Bye-bye. Poof.
Exactly.
You can't do, imagine if you sat there and did that to, like, the electoral review and say they decide to remove Epson and David Seymour suddenly gets booted out from the seat there. David Seymour will be screaming up in arms, considering his electorate has been considered that way for representational review, that Epson is the one that's, at the moment, looks the most likely to disappear.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and he is going to find it tooth and nail to sit there and stop it. But imagine that, like, whereas the convention goes, if you have a situation where your constituency is disestablished, it's disestablished at the election. It's not disestablished, literally from a result from a referendum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually love Charlene's question here. I absolutely love it. I will be honest. If it wasn't for watching these submissions, I wouldn't have known how divided we were. But also watching the comments coming in has actually that shows up on there. These aren't the people who are watching us live. These are the people who sit there and find our videos on there. The one I love was where there was a particular guy where Duncan wanted questions to be asked, and they said, "Naughty Duncan Webb, you shouldn't be sitting there interrupting to get questions. You should learn to shut your mouth." Even that. The process behind that is the people in there want to ask questions of why you've come to that view.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting just watching, this whole divide, but it's also how the divide is based on facts versus fiction. Shall we move on to the next submitter, which is, was it Nanoko Ediwata?
Ediwata.
Yeah, let's kick it off.
In order, so that's all good. But thank you for that submission. Our next submitter is Naniko Ediwata. G'day, Naniko. Good to see you. We've got you here for 10 minutes on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. I won't hold up anymore. I'll hand straight over to you so we can get right into it. So kia ora.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou te komiti whiriwhiri te ture, I ngā take ture me ki, he mihi tēnei ki koutou te komiti I tono mai he wāna, kia tuku taku tāpaitanga ki koutou tira ki tātou, katoa wā Aotearoa. Tēnei au he mokopuna no roto I ngā mahi raupatu whenua te kāwana, ki rungi I oku nei mātua tūpuna. Tēnei hoki ahau he reo kāranga no roto I ngā mahi raupatu, ki taku reo Māori, o tira ki taku mita o taranaki, nā te kāwana I pērā I ki rungi I oku nei kuia. Tēnei au hoki he tamawahine no roto ngā mahi o parihaka, o kai pakopako, o puketapu, I tēnei wai e tūana I runga I tēnei āhuatanga. Ko taku tāpaitanga I te rānei, kia tū hei māngai mōku tamariki o ku mokopuna, ka whaiheke mai. E whakahērawatia nei taku katoa, ki tēnei pire, mō ngā mātāpono o te tiriti o Waitangi. He pire e raupatu tēnei, he pire ki te hanga, ki te ngangara, e ngau ana ki te kiri o te tangata. Karo katoa tēnei pire, kia whakakiki I tōna ke puku. Ko wai mātau, ki te whakahe ngā mātua tupuna, ngā ariki, ngā rangatira I haere te tiriti o Waitangi. Hoi anō ko tēnei pire, ko tāku aronga ki tēnei pire, he momo ngāngara, hoi anō ko tāku nei tono me ki kia whakamukua tēnei pire, kia tahuna ki te ahi, no reire te komiti whiriwhiri, koenei taku pātai me pēhia te whakangū i te oro o te mano tāngata i tai atu ki pōneke i ngā kaupeka kua hori, rā te tāpaitanga tūpono ki te tangata, koira taku nei pono me ki he tāpaitanga motuhake tērā i tai ngā iwi katoa o Aotearoa, i tai tiriti, tangata tiriti atu e tehi, i tai iwi take e tehi, i runga i te pono me tai amata me ki o a kanohi ki te kanohi, whatu ki te whatu, kia whakahua, kia pōwhitiwhiti kōrero i rangi, te kāia ki te kite i tētahi o ngā rangatira o roto i te kāwanatanga, atu i ngā kanohi o ētehi, koira tāku i tēnei wā, me pēhea te whakangū i te mano tāngata i tai atu kanohi ki pōneke. Hoi anō i runga i tērā, mahanga momo whatinga o te tiriti o Waitangi, ko te hiro whenua, ko te reo Māori, i pēhi nei ki roto i ngā kura, i pēhi te reo Māori ki ngā whānau huri noa i te motu, noho pērā tonu ana i te honga kaumātua, kāre he reo e rangi mārama pūmau me whakarau ora i te reo Māori ki roto i ngā hapu, ngā whānau me iwi. He momo āhuatanga i whatia no te tiriti o nā te kāwana i whati i runga i te tiriti o Waitangi ko te tāhai tamariki, ko te mauhere tāngata, te nuinga he Māori, ko i tahia no ngā mahi whati i runga whati te tiriti o Waitangi, ko te whati te ingoa tūturu o ngā maunga, o ngā whenua, ngā tāngata, ngā tamariki. E rangi tēnei wā tonu, ko tētahi tino whatinga o te tiriti o Waitangi, ko te urunga atu o tērā pire, hei pire. No reira, hei kōwhiti i roto i te reo Pākehā, i roto i te reo Pihikete, e rangi hei whakakapi i roto i te reo Māori. Ko tēnei me mukua ka tika i tēnei pire, i mua i tonu mai i tōna pānuitanga tuarua. I'm just going to go into English. My name is Nganiko. I am from Te Atiawa, Puketapu Hapu, Otarawa Hapu, Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāpuhi, from Ngāti Rehia. So I stand with all my hapu, my iwi that have put their submissions in. I'm totally against this bill going ahead. But as a descendant of Mururaupatu, which is my whare here, this whare of mine raised many families, including some of us that are actually watching or here in this Zoom. In Mururaupatu specifically, was a name that Te Reti o Rongomai gave many my ancestor Tamati Wanganui to return home after being held and imprisoned in Otako, to return home to name our whare Mururaupatu. As a reminder, a heavy reminder for us that things have been confiscated, things have been taken, but one thing that won't be taken is our journey to reclaim and revive what was taken, such as our reo, such as our whānau's disconnection to their papakainga. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a partnership between Māori and the Crown, where both parties respect each other, but it seems as if like it's just one-sided, and I'm sure that this that Te Tiriti o Waitangi wasn't supposed to benefit one side. But I'm going to leave it like as is, my kōrero as is, and yeah, kia tere ngā tāpaitanga o i te hiatu. Ka koe rā nei kōrero, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, thank you, Nganiko. We do have a couple of questions. I'll go straight to Steve Abel and then Hannah.
Kia ora, thank you so much for your submission. It's poignant that you have that that name behind you, that Aupatu, referencing the confiscations. Can you help the committee to understand, and tangata tiriti watching, the feeling that you have when there's a presumption that this bill is correcting some sort of advantage or privilege or special right that Māori have, where in the context of what you've just explained is that you as an iwi are in an effort to reassert your and reclaim the impacts of raupatu, the winds of colonisation that are still impacting Māori across the country, and yet we have this presumption that somehow there's an unfair advantage being held by Māori and somehow non-Māori the disadvantaged ones.
Can you ask me the question again? More short and specific.
Quickly.
Answer.
Yeah, just really quickly. You know, is it an insult to the principle of upholding te tiriti that somehow it's regarded that non-Māori have a privilege, that non-Māori are the ones that need to have privilege afforded them rather than Māori?
I think the insult is actually the question itself to be even existing, because we as Māori have had a long duration of trying to reclaim basics, just basics. And things such as having a right to speak te reo Māori, let it be known that it was a legislation that actually made that happen, to be quite clear. And if it wasn't a legislation to ensure that there were schools to remove te reo Māori, or even such things as making it illegal to grow food within our takiwa, which is the case of why my ancestors were arrested and removed. So for me, like it's a constant for our people to remain humble while we're actually suffering through legislations. And this year, this bill will actually cause not just for Māori, but it will be a catastrophe for tangata tiriti as well. Because at the current state of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, we are equal partners. And if that's changed, well, actually, this bill shouldn't actually, in my perspective, shouldn't have actually been introduced into Parliament. That there is also
I'm going to interrupt you. I think you've given an answer. We haven't got much time. And Hana Rafiti Mapi has a question.
Aroha mai, tēnā rā koe te whanaunga a te tuawahine, hei nei te mihi kia koe, me taku moho kai muri a koe ko tō mātou nei, marae o muri raupatu, ka nui takutangi ki tēnā. Really quick, because I know we don't have a lot of time on our hands, but can you just explain maybe in 3 words, if you can, the PTSD that we get from having legislation like this, knowing that we've been through Parihaka Pā and the invasion in 1881, 144 years ago, and in 2025, we're still having legislation like this on our hands, knowing that we've only just had the settlement of the return of our maunga taranaki only last week. Can you give 3-word comparisons in the extreme opposite emotions that we could be feeling?
It's like having real bad whiplash, but we're still standing. So that's more than 3. But like our people, it's not just me, myself, yourself. There's thousands of us, like Liana Potu. We're all trying our absolute best, and we'll still remain. Look after our people.
Thank you, Nico. We're out of time, but thank you for.
That was an interesting one of bringing up. It's like they're trying to create a grievance that doesn't exist.
I had a total ADHD moment and distracted myself because when she was speaking in Te Reo, I heard her say pukitapu, which is actually a hapu that my whānau is related to through marriage. One of my distant ancestors divorced someone and they went and married a pukitapu. And according to whānau stories, like, those 2 sides don't get on. So I was looking at my Geno page trying to track that link and just not having any success. So I gave up.
I do know Te Awatearoa is where I grew up, being Kapiti Coast. And that was like the random link to me. It's like, it's just where I grew up.
Right. Yeah, well, Te Awatearoa is originally Taranaki and we migrated down to Wellington. The same as Ngāti Toa. We started in Waikato and migrated down to Wellington and then into Te Waiponamu.
Yes.
And yeah, which is why we have so many pa and so many marae all over like that third of the country. It's ridiculous.
But that's how it goes.
It is.
I know there are 2 maraes really close to each other in rural Levin, but it dated back to when the Manawatu River used to be there, and they were on opposite sides of the river.
Oh, okay.
Or something, like, because it's close to where a historic riverbed used to run down.
Right. I'll have to look into that at some point.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, well, it is known locally as Clay Road Marae, but that's its local Pākehā name. It's not the official name of the and the 2 maraes have different names, but I mean they're intertwined. But it's quite interesting how the 2 have. It dates back to something to do with the old Manawatu riverbed.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure the whole ins and outs of it, but yeah, the Manawatu River did used to go and flow out near Otaki, not near Foxton.
Right.
Until an earthquake in the 1800s shifted the water path.
Ah, right. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why you find from Shannon you find all these random little lakes with no water sources.
Yeah.
And it's based on that they were the deeper point of the rivers through there, including when I was living in Hokia Sands Road, I literally lived on what would have been the western bank of the Manawatu River.
Oh wow!
And that section that's in the middle, known as Arafata Road, is the land in there is a lot more muddier than the land nearby. So
Right.
it's interesting where it is, and the same with Mohanoa West Road. You've got the section that you go up over a hill, you drop down, you sit down, and you go for like 500 meters, and then back up a hill again, and that's another further point down the river that doesn't exist now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we move on quickly, Charlene's question, is ACT Party requesting to remove themselves from these proceedings? I personally have no knowledge of this, so I was wondering if you did, Sam. Are you able to?
No, I don't think so as such, because Todd Stevenson has been very loyal, but I don't know if other MPs are keeping away. The weird thing that goes with subcommittees is the fact on the Full Justice Committee under the Proportionality Act only has one seat, along with Te Pāti Māori, along with the Greens, along with New Zealand First. You might also notice I've not seen any New Zealand First questions have come up during these hearings, and this is on both. This is with both this committees. I've not seen Jamie Arbuckle or an equivalent New Zealand First MP do the same thing.
Right.
It might be the fact that ACT didn't have enough MPs to sit. Who knows? It's a weird one. I mean, maybe they're a bit still salty because when there was a request to put Laura McCure as chair, got objected by as acting chair, got objected by the opposition, and I don't know, and they might be doing that back at Duncan. But I've not heard officially anything along those lines. But that could be. But also, this is Subcommittee B, which is the one that Duncan's been chairing. It's the one that Duncan was critical when there was no ACT people. And I think this might have been a no ACT day.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might have been a no ACT day. But I'll be honest with you, Todd Stevenson, when he has been on the committee, has actually asked some damn good questions. And he's at least been trying to broaden his knowledge and make it better in a, how would I describe it? An awkward bill, because I don't picture he wants to be seen as the awkward face of ACT, because he actually asked some very damn good questions.
Right.
But, anyone knows me, it's like, when I see a good MP, I'll sit there and say it, but when I say a bad MP, yeah. I will equally say that, and if you are of that stripes of that party, some people sit there and have a go at me over it. Yeah. Okay, let's head back for our next submitter.
For your submission,
It's
Kia
a big cat.
Our next submitter is James Waitangi Maxwell. Kia ora, James. Welcome to the Justice Subcommittee on the Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. We've set aside 10 minutes for your submissions. I'll hand straight over to you. It'd be good if you could leave some time for questions. Kia ora.
Tapu wai o nuku tapu wai ari ki tapu wai o tai. Ko ngā whetu ki te rangi, ko ngā kirikiri ki te one taitapa, ko ngā mana whakaheke o ngā kaihaina tiriti. A kia hiwara, kia hiwara. I am a member of the Tiriti o Waitangi signatories, Ngai Tai ki Tāmaki, and Te Whakatohia, and a descendant of the representative Hapu Rangatia, Purutiki, Rangi Huatake, and Tapu of Ngā Tiriti Whenua.
Just hold on a moment. I'm going to turn that up because that's gone very quiet.
E ngā pōtaki, te aporotanga, and rangi mātānuku o Ngāti Rua, and tauatoru o Ngāti Ngāhere, and also those of Te Wharetu Oi and Ngāti Te Rau, of Ngai Tai ki Tāmaki. I am the face of my ancestors and their collective experiences. See me, Lord. I am the hope of my descendants. Watch me stand vigil. He moko puna taku uti. He oi, I tupuna taku rahi. I am James Waitangi Maxwell. Ko te reo o te pire ko te tāmitanga, ko te reo o te tāmitanga ko te reo Pākehā. Kia whakatina nā te reo noa aui aha. I take this time in deference to the Crown and to the House through this subcommittee to change the intent and therefore application of the Treaty of Waitangi, to dismiss Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and to font power and parliamentary sovereignty exclusively, and notwithstanding treaty settlements, through the Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill, without the free and informed consent of any other signatory, including Ngai Tai ki Tāmaki, or Te Whakatohia. I oppose this bill. I oppose this bill and Principle 1's representation of Crown mana. The aforementioned signatories have not ceded sovereignty to the Crown, but rather gave standing to the Crown to govern Pākehā through the maintenance of good law within the rohe of these signatories. The Crown standing does not limit or override that of the referred to signatories within their own rohe, but offers an additional pathway to justice when needed. This is the continued understanding of the signatories and the whānau within those hapu who are signatories. My opposition therefore is concerned with the limitation of hapu rangatiratanga and the manu motuhake of signatories with a sole vacuum of power coalescing in the Crown through parliamentary sovereignty and manipulated through majoritarian democracy. Nowhere in the treaty did it state, and nowhere have signatories stated, that they wanted democracy and majoritarian democracy. My further opposition is vilified in Principle 2, attempting to restrict my rights to settlements. Settlements address grievances but cannot exhaustively define ngaitai ki tāmaki, or whakatohea rights. And in Principle 3, we find issues in equality without equity as a form of genocide. It will kill my people because on the assent of this proposed bill, equity will be applied immediately without first addressing and completing remedy of colonisation and adverse impact to my people by the Crown. My opposition extends to the rhetoric created by this bill and the notion of kotahitanga equating homogeneity. Oneness comes in many forms. Kotahitanga can be one whole. Kotahitanga can also be 4 distinct quarters totaling a whole. Take a pie, for example, and split it into 4 pieces. One piece is the shade sky blue, one is the shade navy, one is the shade periwinkle, and one is the shade cyan. They are all one color, blue, but they are also distinct and unique at the same time. This bill attempts to strip me and my peoples of our inherent uniqueness and our worldview that informs the morals and ethics on which we hold to. A set of morals and ethics that underpin and root the ideals our law is founded upon. Tikanga, kawa, ritenga, āheitanga, āhuatanga. Mana tapu. Now this then speaks to the fact that the set of morals of my society are not mutually intelligible to those of the bill proponent. Now it is not for this forum to comment on the morals of the bill proponent, or lack thereof in the case of sexual abuse, but it is for this committee to approach the understanding of this problem this bill proposes to solve. It is for this committee to question the morals this bill is based on. There has been no considered approach to the understanding of this problem that this bill apparents to solve. The RAS is not in-depth and has not asked the intent of this bill, its influence on interacting law, and its impact upon our society. So we must now do that work. I must ask myself of the impact of misrepresented mana, of restricting signatory rights to settlements, and of equity without equality. Now, when I internally measure whether I'm taking on board the lessons of my tūpuna to inform whether I'm being a good tūpuna for the next generations, I have to ask myself, what is the world my whānau must exist in based on this bill then? In an aging population and poor pensions, how will my parents, after years of service, interact with a healthcare system devoid of care? Will health equality without healthcare inequity see them dead in 5 or 10 years' time? What would be the experiences of my ira mutsu tame Edmund tūmata kōkiri li paku be under principles purported in this bill, which seeks to extinguish his uniqueness, informed by his haputanga, his iwitanga, his indigenous nationhoods, which affords him his connection to a set of morals, ethics, and behaviours repugnant to the homogeneity and Pākehā assimilation this bill desires? The question before me, and what I now lay down for you, is really quite simple. Is this bill mana enhancing or mana munching? Is this bill proponent and the morals upon which they have created this bill a mana enhancer, or is he a mana muncher? Do these principles provide for the 3 M's? And you will see in my submission the 3 M statement. The 3 M statement says that colonisation consists of the 3 M's: the missionaries, the military, and the masses. The missionaries to pacify the signatories, the military and police to keep the signatories pacified, and then the masses to overpopulate and assimilate signatories to majoritarian democracy. What Te Tiriti offers, and what the treaty does not offer, is kia whakapu mai te mana motuhake o ngā hapu kai haina tiriti. The marae, the mauri, and the mana. The marae, the hearts of the signatories. The mauri, the life essence of the signatories and their relationships to each other and the taiao. And the mana, the power and authority of the signatories to exist as them.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Members, we've got a little bit of time for questions if anyone has one. No? Okay, Hana, go for it.
Tēnā rā koe, James Woto, kōrero I te rangi nei, ka nui taku ora ki a koe. Just wanted to talk on if you could describe any of the 3 M's that you could currently see in today's context in the 21st century and some similarities maybe that you've touched on.
Sure. So we can see, I guess, the idea of the masses overpopulating, which is the first M, which is the 3rd M in the first set of M's. And I guess the masses is a way for minorities to slip through the cracks when they will be subjected to majority opinion and then voting based on size. We can see that this has already happened in some other areas, but we have also seen where that has been restricted to some places as well. But I think the other area that I want to touch on quickly is the area of mauri and the area of mana, which we can see just by the kanohi that are turning up and submitting through this process. We can see that that is still alive in some limited way here. And whilst their mana and the mauri within their kōrero are not extinguished, this bill has the potential to violate that. So it is seen but not heard in some places.
Kia ora, James. Thank you for that. That brings us to the end of the submission. Thank you very much for submitting to the
Okay, that's... I don't know how to take that submission.
Well, I did miss the probably first half of it because cats are demanding.
Oh yes, we do know that. Yeah.
And so are bodily functions. So yeah, I had to run away for the first few minutes of that. But like he was saying about the 3 M's, and like he's right. We really need to change the way that we look at it. Like we need to replace them with things that are relevant to our country and our time, like the time that we live in now.
Yeah.
Like we can't keep going back to these things from the 18 and the 1900 and the early 1900s and going, this is how we have to live our life, because like we have new technologies, we have new ways to communicate, we have new ways to stand together, and we need to realize that it's not the 1800s anymore, it's not the early 1900s, like it's like our generation got to see not only the start of a new year, but a new decade, a new century, a new millennium.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to move with the times and keep things relevant to now.
Yeah.
Not to what happened and how things were done 150 plus years ago. Because it doesn't work anymore, and it's being proved right now with these submissions.
Yeah, no, that is definitely the case. Okay, let's get for the next submission. I think this will be our last for this hour under this format.
Rania, yes! Oh, brilliant woman.
Our next submitter members is Rihanna Tinahue.
Tēnā koe, Duncan.
Tēnā koe, Rihanna. Lovely to have you here. We've got you for 10 minutes, so I won't take up any more time. I'll hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Kia ora, I take my submission as read because I'm going to be freestyling from it anyway. I made a couple of TikToks last year explaining the actual treaty principles and where they came from, and those TikToks gained a lot of interest. I had Southern Waikato farmers thanking me for the explanation, emails requesting to show them on a big screen at the Whakatane Saturday markets, a law firm in New Plymouth showing them to all staff, and most importantly to me, my dad getting calls from his old boys rugby mates saying that for the first time ever, they understood what the arguments were about. This shows clearly that the majority of New Zealanders don't know what the treaty does, and that the ACT Party is relying on that. I haven't seen them put any effort into actually educating New Zealand on where the principles come from, other than railroading people to their website, which people can tell is sneakily worded. And that's because if all New Zealanders actually understood the history of the Treaty of Waitangi and what the principles do, the only people who would be left on his side are Hobson's pledge. Because New Zealand culture is about looking after people, stopping on the side of the road to help with a tyre, being fair and doing what you say you're going to do, and honouring the treaty fits perfectly in that category. On this basis, I want to talk about a couple of the points David made in his oral submission and his interviews afterwards. David says that New Zealanders have been excluded from the conversation and everyone wants to be involved in deciding what the treaty principles are. On that basis, David and Hobson's pledge have to be disappointed by 300,000 submissions. There's over 3.5 million registered voters and not even 10% cared enough to put a submission in. And the reason behind that is because most New Zealanders don't care. Pākehā New Zealanders don't feel oppressed by the Treaty of Waitangi, and Māori don't feel advantaged. It's genuinely delusional and disrespectful to say that Māori are advantaged. I wish someone could go back and tell my dad that he could just use his Māori privilege while he was cold calling people out of the white pages, asking if they need an arborist. To say that Māori are advantaged is an insult to all hard-working Māori. For anyone who might be wondering why David is so upset by the Treaty of Waitangi when most people don't think about it at all, it's because it's an inconvenience to people who want to thrash the environment. Mining the seafloor, drilling for oil, forestry. If you watch all of David's interviews about this issue, he goes on and on about the Resource Management Act and the fact that iwi have had the right to be consulted when someone tries to do these environmental projects. So the only people who are really oppressed by the Treaty of Waitangi are overseas companies and big developers who are trying to get their grubby mitts on New Zealand's environment. Because I guarantee you that normal New Zealanders are not lying awake at night, staring at the roof, thinking about the treaty provisions in the Resource Management Act. In his submission, David mentions that freedom under the law doesn't guarantee wealth or material equality, which translates to not everyone can be rich. He says it creates the best opportunities for prosperity. In other words, you can get ahead. And I don't disagree with this point he's made, but it comes down to whether you think that's the goal or not, where a handful of people can get ahead and get super rich, but it relies on everyone else being left behind. There's no reason we can't have the opportunities to get rich if you work hard, but if you're not lucky in a lot of the ways that you need to be, that doesn't mean you're screwed. I want to directly quote David here. He said every country in the world is in the business of trying to help people, and that non-Māori are also disadvantaged. First of all, helping people is not a business. Secondly, of course, non-Māori are also disadvantaged, because the way things are set up right now is for some people to get ahead, which relies on everyone else being left behind. That's why we have 2-income households working full-time, still struggling to pay bills, but that's not the Treaty of Waitangi's fault. The point that David has conveniently forgotten is that when Māori get left behind, they get left further back. Māori die nearly 7 years earlier on average. Nearly 70% of kids in Oranga Tamariki are Māori. Māori suicide rates are nearly twice as high. I'm not rehashing all the statistics because at the end of the day, I know that David already knows, but his answer just seems to boil down to someone's got to be in poverty. The main thing David Seymour has been successful in is drumming up a strange victim complex among a really small group of Pākehā. He's told them that they're missing out on tino rangatiratanga and now they feel ripped off. But most people still don't know what tino rangatiratanga is. Tino rangatiratanga looks like Pohanga Reo and Kura Kaupapa, which are Māori language immersion schools that teach Māori values, who have achieved better statistics on passing NCEA and merit and excellence endorsements than mainstream schools. Tino rangatiratanga looks like actually letting iwi help Oranga Tamariki look after kids. If New Zealanders had any idea how badly the government has been fumbling Māori kids in Oranga Tamariki's care and how long iwi have been striking for the right to look after these kids, people would understand why the treaty is necessary. He says, where in the world has dividing people by race worked? Firstly, that's so dramatic. The treaty doesn't say Māori can go to Pack and Save, but Pākehā must go to Countdown. It's just upholding treaty rights. That's a contract. If New Zealand can't stop breaching the very first contract it entered into, then that must make New Zealand a terrible place to do business in. Secondly, Canada. Canada has their treaty rights actually written into their constitution, and they're not going down in a burning pile of poverty and civil war. The last point I'd like to make is that David says the bill is all about equality, and that he only wants to start a national conversation. If it's all about equality, I wonder if he knows that the main argument for a capital gains tax is equality. Basically, that it's not very equal that rich people get to skip paying tax because they don't make their money through wages. But strangely, we haven't seen David upset about unequalness when it comes to tax. So I would just like to plant the seed or start a national conversation that any future referendum about equality, whether it's in 10 or 20 years' time, should focus on a capital gains tax just for, economic efficiency. The government needs to wake up. New Zealand's statistics for homelessness, prisoner reoffending and child poverty are so embarrassing on an international scale. It's clear that what we have right now doesn't work. So it's time for the government to actually embrace tino rangatiratanga and the traditional Kiwi number 8 wai mentality and start being real world leaders in Indigenous relations. E mihi nei ki ngā toki o te whawhai mo te tiriti I roto I ngātou, nā rātou te huarahi I para, hei whai mā te mai te tiko tiko nei. Koia tāku, that's all I have to say. Tēnei o ka mihi.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Rihanna. Love your work on social media. Let's go to Steve Abel first.
Can I defer to Hannah first? I'll jump up to that this time.
Okay, Hannah.
Thank you, Steve. O tira, tēnā rā koe te tua wahine. E koe ngā mihi e mutu ki a koe me o mahi kua whakatairanga e koe ki runga I ngā pai atu e whakamata wera mo ngā kānui taku nei. I just wanted, my one question is, could you just talk about maybe some of the stereotype misconceptions that you said to say Māori are a disadvantage to hardworking Māoris. So what are some of the misconceptions that we have some type of advantage in our country? Do you think you could touch on some?
I think one of the misconceptions is that Māori are lazy and all on the dole. Every Māori I know is incredibly hardworking. If you try to tell me that my uncles and my dad are lazy, there's no way. They're the hardest working people I know. And I think that people forget that that's the majority of Māori. They're not necessarily marching in the streets. They're out there working and contributing to the economy. And some people have no idea how the Treaty of Waitangi affects them, and that's not their fault, but it's just a responsibility of the New Zealand government to educate everyone.
Steve.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you for your excellent submission. You touched on a really important point, I think, that the author of this bill is cynically using a principle of equality to justify nullifying Māori tino rangatiratanga, because really the motive is that it's a barrier to corporate free exploitation of our oceans, our coastlines and so forth. That's what you alluded to. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it in my oral submission as well, that the Treaty of Waitangi and the partnership principle in particular has given iwi the right to be consulted on a number of things like resource consent applications. One example would be the seabed mining off the shore of Taranaki. And most people aren't bothered by that because they're not trying to do seabed mining. So the people who are really upset by it are the overseas companies trying to get into seabed mining here.
Yeah, well articulated. I completely agree.
Thanks.
Okay, hey, look, thank you for that. Really good submission, and thanks for your contribution to the debate. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora.
That's the one I want there.
Yeah, that one.
That is a good submission.
Rihanna is absolutely amazing. I've been following her on TikTok for ages. I took a couple of notes. One of them was the tyre, stopping to help someone with a flat tyre on the side of the road. There was There was an American guy a year or two back who has moved to New Zealand, and he put up a TikTok saying that he was at a local rugby match and having a great time, and then had to go and do something else, and it was either his battery was flat or his tyre was flat. And he was saying in the States, nobody would care. Nobody would stop and help you with that. But he had an entire community of people come up to him and go, hey, what can we do to help?
Yeah.
And absolutely blown away by it. And yeah, that's just the Kiwi mentality.
Yeah, I remember actually that another one was tourists, and went to jumpstart a vehicle, and one set of jumper leads wasn't quite far enough. And so 3 different sets of jumper leads were wired all together to jumpstart their vehicle. And they're like, what the hell? It's like, oh, we haven't got enough lead. I've got another set of jumper leads! and then the parking water person comes along there, it's like, oh, God, that's awkward being stuck in there, because she just wrote a ticket to them for overstaying 2 rounds back. And she felt really bad about the ticket, because if she knew it was the flat battery, she wouldn't have written the ticket. But they were just shocked. Like, everyone knew how to jumpstart a car in Levin.
Wow.
But the same thing. It's just like, one person has a flat battery and 10 people, at some places 10 people will sit there and offer their battery to jumpstart you.
Yeah. I'm really confused that they decided to daisy chain the jumper cables rather than just move the working car closer.
Well, yes, but there were parked cars all over the place.
Okay. Yes,
in the metered parking in the middle of Levin on Oxford Street.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way to make it work in the situation.
Yeah. See, Kiwi ingenuity. We'll figure it out.
Okay. We will switch over, and Laura's taking over.
All right. See you later, Sam.
See you later.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, The Order Paper Podcast. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, The Order Paper Podcast. Paper Podcast.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this hour, this segment of the show. I am Laura, and I'm joined by Stacey. How are you doing, Stacey?
Hi, Laura. Yeah, not too bad. Still stupidly sore.
Stupidly sore.
Yes.
Yep. We've got a club here.
Yeah, we really do. Yeah, from like about here down, my entire right arm still hurts from when I pinched the nerve.
Yep.
And in addition to that, my right hip and my right leg are deciding to play up today. So just the entire right half of my body.
Yep. How's chat liking my hat? I got a new hat because so many people, right, when they watch the show, they comment about me being woke. They comment about me being on the white Māori gravy train. I don't know what that is. I've never seen a gravy train. I like gravy and I like trains. I want to get on that train. So I got this hat for you guys. I hope you like the hat. It's a good hat. I've even got the shirt to go with the hat.
Hey, nice.
Yep. So that shout out to all my haters out there that leave comments that boost this channel in the algorithm. I love you guys. I did this for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Views are still views. They still count.
Hey, views are views. I mean, hey, I give the viewers what they want.
Exactly.
Alrighty. Okay, so I've got control of. I've got all these panel screens now next to me, and hopefully my computer will not die because hopefully it won't encounter too much cringe. So yes. Just open this.
Subcommittee, Justice Subcommittee A's second day of hearings this week. We are hearing submissions on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, and our first submission this morning comes online from Ngāti Ngaunga, and with us will be Hone Nuku Tarawhiti. just a word to members in the room. Parliament's printing system went a bit haywire yesterday, so most of us are running digital agendas just in case people wondering. We're all on our laptops.
What day are you on?
I'm on the day that Sam has given me. Is this not the correct video?
That's not where we were.
Okay, I'm going to take it. We're going to do a time jump, guys. We're jumping into the future or the past. I don't know, but we're going to sit down and watch this video.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Hone, thank you for joining us this morning. If you've got the ability to turn your camera on, that would be helpful for the committee.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Thank you all for being with us this morning. We really appreciate you taking the time. We've got you for 10 minutes before the committee. So what I'll do is I'll hand over straight to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you. Kia ora. Te mihi tuatahi, ka tira ake kia koutou kia tātou. Tuatahi ake korore ake te atu arungarawa. Tuarua ki nama te huhua nei o te wā. Haere rā koutou, moi mai, moi mai. Moi mai kia mātou e mahu e tia mai, te hei Māori ora. Ke honore ki te ariki nui, a kuini nā wai hono i te pō, tai noi te whare tapu a pōtatau. Rire rire hau, pai marire. Koutou, te mana whenua, ki pōneke te ati awa, nā te toa, nā te raukawa, koutou, i roto i te whare parimata, karanga mai. Mai te maunga, o tau piri, haere tonu atu ai ki whakapau nākau, ki pōho turoa, nei ngā waka e rua nei a tai nui, roto ai a te arawa, e konei o mātou ngā marae e toru, ko te marae a tau piri, o Ngāti Ngaungau, ko te marae, ara o te Pākira, Ngāti Wāhiao tūhaurangi, me te marae o te mātai kōtare, o Ngāti Rangi Te Aorere, e tuati nei, tēnā koutou, kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Hone Tarawhiti, and joining me today are my colleagues, my brethren in Whanaunga, Laurie Paul from Te Mātai Kōtare, Ngāti Rangi Te Aorere, and also Sharon Porter, also of Ngāti Wāhiao Tūhaurangi of Whakarewarewa, and Rangi Wade, who is also here. I take it that you have received my submissions, and I take it that it has been taken as read. As I said in my mihi, I'm here on behalf of the three hapu and the marae that I represent today for these submissions, and I first would like to say we oppose the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. This bill should no longer proceed. And secondly, the Crown should adopt the recommendations that were set out in the Ngā Mātā Pono report written by the Waitangi Tribunal. Thirdly, it takes two parties to make an agreement, but it only takes one to break it. In the principle one, the Government of New Zealand, with the full agreement of Parliament across all parties, should have the authority to govern and make laws in partnership and in genuine spirit of our country's founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, upholding the original version in Māori with consultation with tangata whenua, in order to ensure the rights of Māori are firmly embedded to allow a balanced rule of law and transparency of our democratic rights are upheld. Nā te kawana o Aotearoa, tai atu te whakataitanga. Oversimplification of treaty principles, hei whakahāwea ngā tikanga o te tiriti. This bill reduces the complexity of the treaty into a vague, one-size-fits-all tikanga. The treaty is an agreement that was entered between the Māori and the Crown. In any agreement, it takes two parties to make that agreement, but it takes only one party to break the agreement. This bill allows the Crown to change the relationship between themselves and kia tātou te Māori and us the Māori. They have done this by themselves, and therefore, without our consent, we submit that any issues as significant as this, the Crown should have to obtain consent from Māori, such as our tribes, for our people before any policy has been developed. In our principle two, our case, our submissions is that the Crown first acknowledged the sovereign right of tangata whenua that reflects the views of hapu and iwi, whom are the lawful signatories of the Tiriti o Waitangi. The Crown recognises these rights monumental to Aotearoa. These rights are memorised or memorialised within all aspects of our communities, not just treaty settlements. This fails the principles of the Treaty of the Waitangi Bill, fails to acknowledge the unique context and evolving needs of our Māori communities. I would like to quote for an example of a person that I know that has lived all his life on a pā in Taupiri. His father was challenged by his elders to build a marae for his people. This man was illiterate, couldn't read, could not write, didn't even know how to speak Māori because he came through that gap of those generations where their parents were beaten for speaking our language, our reo. However, this man continued on and he finished building a mega and beautiful state-of-the-art marae. At the same time, he also created, revived, and also promoted the use of riparian planting. So good was this that he was recognized in Europe, in Sweden, and in Denmark, where he received international awards for somebody who couldn't write. My point here is that this bill will make people like this gentleman more vulnerable. It's not just his inability and his deficiency, it's the potential within our people. And the only way we can harbour that is to make consultation. Just like Ngāti Wāhiao here in Te Arawa, we celebrate the return of our lands of arbitration reserve, but we had to fight for that. Just like Rangi Te Aorere, they got their lands returned of the church, the Te Ngai Mission Farm. So these are just some examples. The Crown is attempting to redefine the principles of the treaty by themselves. The relationship between the Crown and Māori has always been defined with communication. Kōrero, tētahi ki tētahi, between parties going both ways. By not consulting with Hapu and attempting to draft this bill without Māori input, the Crown has breached its duties as a treaty partner kia tātou te Māori, to Māori. We submit the Crown must consult Māori on legislation. On principle 3, the high part I'd like to highlight is that the Treaty of Waitangi is the governing law that protects the rights of Māori and Pākehā defined by our laws. Equality does not suggest for other cultures or other nationalities to determine the law. There must be a law that is segregated, that does not erode our sacred, cultural, traditional, and spiritual values of our marae and our iwi, of the treaty signatories before the wider public of New Zealand. The gap of post-treaty breaches to cultural practices and traditions affected our people beyond recognition. Our marae is proud. Our marae are proud. Here, Te Pākira, our marae of Te Mātai Kōtare and Taupiri are proud that the relationships forged between our treaty partnerships, taking that away would take away our voice. The Crown's involvement interpreting the treaty principles. The impact on our maraes. The impact on our marae life is deeply rooted into tikanga, which varies across different Māori communities. The imposition of the Crown-led principles could challenge the ability of marae to conduct ceremonies, governance, community events in accordance to our specific cultural customs, our kawa. This would dilute the authenticity of marae practices, as they may be forced to align with the state's interpretation of Māori culture. No credibility because of no understanding of te reo. In promoting this bill, Mr. Seymour has attempted to change a culture that he has no understanding of. Mr. Seymour cannot speak te reo Māori and does not know of the customs that drive the Māori people. How can Mr. Seymour interpret what he has been said, or what has been said in te reo, when he has no knowledge of our language, ladies and gentlemen? This bill has no credibility because the person who is the driving force behind the bill has no credibility to comment on any agreement drafted in our language in te reo. As stated in my submissions, I speak on behalf of 3 marae which are here present today. Te Pākira Ngāti Wāhiao, Te Mātai Kōtare, Ngāti Rangi Te Aorere, and Ngāti Ngaungau of Taupiri Marae. The recommendations is that I would like to make a recommendation on the points that we have promote workshops on the status of the principles of the treaty on specific days of significance, such as Waitangi Day, even Matariki, that we uphold this. So, in conclusion, before I run out of time, we say, as a tribe, there is no credibility, there is no consultation, there has been no consent, and there has been no involvement to enhance te reo. Koe rā i taku kōrero e raku rangatira mā I tēnei rā kia mātou I tēnei ata. No reira, koe rā te whakaro o tātou, hei kotahi tātou I raro I te kaupapa I tēnei rā, tēnei tuku te mihi atu kia koutou, I tukuna tēnei wahanga kia mātou tai tawhiti, I roto I tēnei rā, no reira e aku rangatira, kia pau aku kōrero, tēnā koutou, kia rā ki tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Honi, thank you for your submission. Well timed, bang on 10 minutes. So we'll just, on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us this morning. First up, 8 o'clock. It's always a tough spot to fill, but we appreciate you being with us this evening.
Alrighty, okay, so go back to panel screen 2. Yep, sweet. Okay, what did we think of that submission? Any thoughts on that?
That's a really good point. Like,
yep.
David Seymour has said that he doesn't speak te reo. Therefore, how can he know what is in the te reo version of Te Tiriti?
Well, he won't. I doubt David Seymour has the ability to just read the plain text. He has to go through interpretation.
Exactly.
But you know, there is a really good translation by Sir Hugh Kāwharo, who is an anthropologist. But his writings are part of the cabinet manual. His translation. So David Seymour has access to a very accurate translation. He just doesn't like that translation. He prefers the interpretation by let me just get my notes, by Sir Apirana Ngata, which, you know,
saying that Māori ceded sovereignty, even though it has been proven over and over again that, unfortunately, Sir Apirata didn't actually know what he was talking about.
I mean, yeah, I read through his little booklet. It's clear that he could read Te Reo Māori and speak it. That much is clear. I'm not going to take that away from him. But there are issues with the way how he's translated it.
Yes.
Like, for example, he uses the word mana and rangatiratanga synonymously, when those two words are not, they don't mean the same thing.
No.
They have different contexts. But also, when we're looking at the Māori language of the text, right? Rangatira gave the crown kawanatanga, or government, not rangatiratanga, which is chieftainship. So these two things are very different. And by giving kawanatanga, rangatira agreed to the governor having authority to control British subjects in New Zealand, and therefore keep the peace and protect Māori interests. Rangatira consented to the treaty on the basis that they and the governor would be equals. So yes, they gave the English the ability to set up a government here and to set up laws that made sense to Pākehā, right?
Yeah.
So basically, that's where the 3 Ps come into play, and you've got the concept of partnership, right? So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to make a joke here. Ngāti no to this bill. No, that is not the iwi. That's not the tapu that he's from. But I just thought it was. I just wanted to do it funny.
Yeah.
But yeah,
No,
I mean,
well
I
done.
say Ngāti no to this bill.
Well done.
All right. Should we pop on to the next one?
All right.
To subcommittee, Justice Subcommittee A's second day of hearings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa! Hold on a minute.
Which recognised iwi Māori sovereignty in 1835.
Right. Let's
is that I would like to make a recommendation on the points that we have promote workshops on the status of the principles of the treaty on specific days of significance, such as Waitangi Day, even Matariki, that we uphold this. So, in conclusion, before I run out of time, we say, as a tribe, there is no credibility. Is that I would like to make a recommendation on the points that we have promote workshops on the status of the principles of the treaty on specific days of significance, such as Waitangi Day, even Matariki, that we uphold this. So, in conclusion, before I run out of time, we say, as a tribe, there is no credibility, there is no consultation, there has been no consent, and there has been no involvement to enhance the reo. Koe rā I taku kōrero e raku rangatira mā I tēnei rā kia mātou I tēnei ata. No reira, koe rā te whakaro o tātou, hei kotahi tātou I raro I te kaupapa I tēnei rā, tēnei tuku te mihi atu kia koutou, I tukuna tēnei wahanga kia mātou tai tawhiti, I roto I tēnei rā, no reira e aku rangatira, kia pau aku kōrero, tēnā koutou kia rā o ki tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Honi, thank you for your submission. Well timed, bang on 10 minutes. So we'll just, on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us this morning. First up, 8 o'clock, it's always a tough spot to fill, but we appreciate you being with us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora.
So we're going to now move on to our next submission, which is on the page. This is from Pirirako Tribal Authority, and we should have Jason Ake with us. Jason, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning. I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora hiwi, uti rā tēnā rā koutou katoa. Tūtahi ake rā, me mihi ka tika ki tō tātou nei kuini I ngā wai hono I te pō. Me te whare kahuri ariki, dire hau pai marire kia rātou. I'm going to be very quick in my submission. Tomorrow morning, the Ngāti Rangi Nui Kapahaka group will open up Te Matatini o Te Kāhui Maunga with their performance. Ngāti Rangi Nui is our iwi. However, we have connections across the Kaimai Ranges, the Ngāti Haua and Waikato. We were classed, James, as unsurrendered rebels by colonial forces, and rather than wear that tag like slaves, we wear it with absolute pride. Conducting ourselves in many theatres of war across Waikato, across the Bay of Plenty, and even wider. We have resisted and continue to resist the imposition of colonial-driven influences on our tribal estates. It will never change, James, because resistance runs through the veins of our people. The Pirirako Tribal Authority, incorporated representing Pirirako Hapu and Tauranga Moana, resolutely opposes the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. This bill threatens the foundational legal frameworks established by He Whakaputanga, which recognised iwi Māori sovereignty in 1835 and was further affirmed by Te Wherowhero, the first Māori king in 1839. Te Tiriti o Waitangi in 1840 guaranteed iwi Māori rangatiratanga. Now, our written submission highlights the bill's breaches and various acts and conventions. It seeks to dismantle developments, in our view, since 1840, despite historical injustices faced by iwi Māori and subsequent hollow Crown apologies. The bill contravenes the Treaty of Waitangi Act 1975, the Resource Management Act 1991, the Conservation Act 1987, and a large range of others. It ignores Ngā Mātāpono, the Treaty Principles Waitangi Tribunal Report of 2024, and it also disregards the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, and the New Zealand Bill of Rights. So that's it at a macro level. From a micro perspective, and if we were to contemporise some of those issues back in Tauranga Moana, as a contemporary example, our New Zealand NZTA experience has been fraught with incompetence, absolute incompetence. We want to be helpful in the highway upgrade, which runs straight through the middle of our tribal areas. However, our experience working with yet another government organisation is less than one would expect of a mana-enhancing relationship. James and committee, transactional relationships don't work. I'll say that again. Transactional relationships don't work. They never have. Our comprehensive treaty settlement has been waiting in purgatory for a decade, and that's simply unacceptable. The bill talks about preserving treaty settlement rights, but it's embarking on a subterranean trajectory from our perspective with little or no detail around how that will be managed. The government's agenda is looking to expel treaty references from 28 pieces of legislation. Now have a think about that. That's exactly what I talked about earlier. It's going to happen by hook or by crook, it appears from our perspective. We oppose and submitted to Parliament. This is the fourth appearance that I've made in front of a select committee in 3 weeks. So we opposed and submitted on the parliamentary bill and the agreements breaching Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which are destructive to the environmental impacts on our people, fast-track approvals, resource management decisions, along with regulatory standards, all seeking individual minister decisions, which cannot be legally enacted without iwi, without iwi o Māori intervention. The repeal of Section 7AA of the Oranga Tamariki Act, 1989, intended to recognise Te Tiriti principles. It's followed by a further amendment bill seeking third-party physical force against vulnerable tamariki and rangatahi Māori in state care. Once again, unacceptable. And as we have seen in Parliament, with a number of parties raising it, it has not worked, and it will never ever work putting our children in prisons, because effectively that's what they are. It's clear to us that this government prioritises wealth at the cost of its people. Only iwi and Māori can heal and protect our people from decades of harm. Parliament, in our view, is taking a wide and destructive pathway to further entrenching inequity in justice, education, health, income and housing disparities faced by iwi Māori. This bill will do nothing, absolutely nothing to change that. In fact, in our view and our position is that it will make things absolutely worse. Let's be clear, Te Tiriti o Waitangi never ceded sovereignty, we did not. And our commitment to rangatiratanga remains steadfast. Pirirako remains unsurrendered to the Crown. I'll say that once again, Pirirako remains unsurrendered to the Crown, and certainly it's a tag that we wear with absolute pride. Asserting equality, equity and partnerships, we maintain rangatiratanga over our tribal area. I'm going to skip to our recommendations. We're very clear that we want to engage in a genuine partnership, iwi, Māori and Crown, by following the Waitangi Tribunal's recommendations, ensuring membership does not undermine these efforts, but rather strengthens Te Tiriti principles in existing laws and respecting judicial precedents. We, the Pirirako Tribal Authority, urges the Justice Committee to reject the bill and protect iwi Māori rights. We know Prime Minister has said that, and the New Zealand First leader has also committed to that. But the fact that we're here even discussing this issue is, I would say, if we would say rather, is a blight on our historical footprint on the planet. Incorporating Te Tiriti o Waitangi into legislation is a profound commitment to the partnership between iwi, Māori and the Crown. Look, I just want to finish with this from the late, great South African leader, Nelson Mandela. What he said when he was locked up in that prison on Robben Island was he would quite often quote an African whakatauki, tongikura, and that goes like this. And it's to do with until lions have their own historians, tales of the hunt will forever be glorified by the hunter. We need to make sure on which side of history we put ourselves in. And I can tell you, Pirirako are lions on their own tribal estate. Any questions?
Kia ora, Jason. Thank you. We've got some time for some questions, maybe one or two. First from Todd Stevenson, then Huhana Linden.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned a number of, obviously, what we're talking about here is we've got the principles of the treaty, and you mentioned a number of pieces of legislation which reference that, and that would be disrupted. What's your view, though, because in essence, whether you agree with it or not, what this bill actually is doing is codifying the articles of the treaty. Do you have a view on whether we should be trying to do that in some form?
Well, codifying the articles of the treaty, why it's not broken. So we need to make sure that when, for example, treaty settlements that come off the back of this, if it was to be enacted, would create, quite frankly, an unfair advantage to those who have settled before. And that absolutely cannot be allowed to happen, because it'll create another inequity inside the system. And codification cannot occur in the absence of discussions with two people, the two signatories.
Kia ora, Jason. Thank you. That's probably about time we've got for questions today. We are running out. So I just want to acknowledge your submission this morning and thank you.
Whoa, I think we lost Stacey. Stacey, where did you go?
Hi, Stacey's trying to remove the bee from her office.
Oh, you got a bee in your room.
Yes.
Did I get stung by a bee?
I don't know where it came. Right, I've never been stung. I don't even know if I'm allergic.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll try to keep you alive through this stream. Right.
That's right. I've opened the window for him. So sorry, I've made it stupidly bright behind me, but the bee needs.
No, you're glowing. You're glowing. You're glowing. You're glowing like Jason over here. So what did you think of Jason's submission?
Throw us back on this one. I want people to take note of something that he said. Transactional agreements do not work. Okay, look at what has just recently happened in America's Oval Office.
Yep.
Okay, the trade wars. Okay, Canada and Mexico have gotten together with a lot of other countries from around the world and blocked America out of their trade agreements. Okay, the the absolute mess that was the Zelensky meeting in the Oval Office. So many other countries have gotten together and gone, no, screw America, we will help you. We will do everything in our power to help you because we also want a peaceful resolution to this. Because, once again, TikTok, I saw a video last night from a Ukrainian woman. The full-scale Russian invasion has been happening for 3 years, yes, but the war itself has been going on for 11, ever since the annexation of Crimea, right? The way that these things are being handled by the United States is absolutely foolish, and it does not work, and it will not work.
Yeah, it's transactional.
Exactly. And Trump trying to say to Zelensky, thank you, that he will only continue to support Ukraine if, one, he apologizes for his actions in the Oval Office when none of that is his fault, and two, if he signs over their mineral rights to America. That is a transactional agreement. What are they going to ask for next?
Oh, and that's a lot of that is all done without the guarantee of security.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Transactional agreements don't work.
I wanted to highlight another point that he made because he was talking about the New Zealand Settlements Act of 1863, which basically states that any land of any tribe that was engaged in rebellion against the government could be confiscated. As a result of that act, 1.3 million hectares were confiscated by the Crown. And here's a real kicker. The land confiscated was disproportionately of high economic value. So 41% of confiscated land was suited for arable use compared to just the 28% for the whole of the North Island. So, yeah, they were going for prime agricultural land.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even worse, the New Zealand Settlements Act didn't even clearly define what a rebel was. So land was confiscated from both royal and rebel iwi. So you had iwi that were like, yep, we're going to do what the Crown says, and they still had their land taken from them because it just happened to be prime agricultural land, and they just happened to be in the area, wrong place, wrong time, I guess. But and even worse, what happened there? Iwi land that had been confiscated under that act, right? Māori were not entitled to any compensation, and that's why you see so many Māori protesting to get their land back because of what happened in the 1800s. And that was just one of the things that happened in the 1800s. There was a whole bunch of horrible things that happened in the 1800s. And I'm going to actually post this paper in the link in the chat. Post this link in the chat. Yes.
That one. Yeah. We'll post the chat in the link. It's fine.
Post the chat in the link. Yep. It's called Land Loss and Intergenerational Transmission of Wellbeing: The Experience of Iwi in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Please read this. It's a real eye-opener about the economic impacts of a lot of these acts that were passed in the 1800s. So, hopefully we've got our timestamps.
Subcommittee, Justice Subcommittee A's
No idea.
This week.
It's restarting itself every single time. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Hi, James. I mean, Jason. Sorry, I got your name wrong. Let's just get to the right timestamp. Hi, Todd. Can we fast forward just a little bit more? Mokon. Okay. Rewind just a little bit. Okay, let's try from here.
He tuku atu taku tāpaitanga e mautohetia I te pire o ngā mātāpono o te tiriti o Waitangi mō te taumata o Ngāti Whakaue Iho Ake Trust. O tira, mō te iwi o Ngāti Whakaue. So this submission is made on behalf of the taumata o Ngāti Whakaue Iho Ake Trust in opposition to the proposed Treaty Principles Bill currently before Parliament. In 2005, the taumata o Ngāti Whakaue Iho Ake Charitable Trust was established in answer to aspirations from our people for the advancement of our mātauranga and the revitalisation of Ngāti Whakaue reo mō ona tika. The trust is driven by its tino rangatiratanga and guided by ngā kōrero tuku iho
from our kaumātua and kuia who have since passed. The philosophy of by the people, for the people has guided the advancement of our educational growth and cultural capacity of Ngāti Whakauē. The Trust is an exemplar of by the people, for the people, and adopting a holistic approach to delivering its services and programs to the iwi. So, and a bit of just a historical narrative here. In 1840, Te Arawa declined to sign the Tiriti o Waitangi, opting to retain their own mana motu hake over their lands in Taonga. In 1858, Te Arawa also declined the offer to become the first Māori king. Te Arawa did not see the relevance of living under two sovereigns. Te Arawa retained its own mana motu hake instead, preferring to form its relationship with the Crown. In 1881, Ngāti Whakauē entered into a formal relationship with the Crown to establish a township. The Rotorua Township Fenton Agreement of 1880 was signed on a leaseholder basis. Ngāti Whakauē becoming the landlords, and the Crown became the custodial managers, ensuring leases were procured and honoured. In time, the leases failed due to external influences and a total lack of Crown enforcement for failed payments by the leases. The result of the Crown actions forced Ngāti Whakauē into poverty and destitution. Without its economic base to sustain itself and under political and economic pressure, Ngāti Whakauē were forced to sell to the Crown, becoming almost landless. Following the Rotorua Township Agreement, the Geothermal Springs and Districts Act of 1882 was introduced as part of a wide sweeping legislation to proclaim, without consultation, ownership of all government resources, ownership of all geothermal resources covering some 660,000 acres. Ngāti Whakauē lost the mana over its land and its mana over the ngāwha and geothermal resources in its rohe. So considerable arguments have ensued regarding the interpretation of Article 2, mainly from mainstream society, particularly non-Māori politicians. There is nothing ambiguous about Article 2. It clearly states, ko te kuini o ingarangi, whakarite, ka whakaai, ki ngā rangatira, ki ngā hapu, ki ngā tangata katoa o New Tūreni, te tino rangatiratanga o rātou whenua, o rātou kāinga, o rātou taonga katoa. The Queen of England agrees to protect the chiefs, the tribes, sub-tribes, and all the hapu, all the people of New Zealand in the unqualified exercise of the chieftainship over their lands and villages and treasures. So I now turn to international law and the law of contra proferentum, which is a legal doctrine and contract law that states explicitly where ambiguities appear in a contract or are interpreted in several ways, and the interpretation must be interpreted in the way that disfavours the party that drafted the contract and its clauses. The rule of contra proferentum places fault on the party who drafts the contract and or agreement, a safeguard against the possible misuse of contract language by one party over another. The government's refusal to accept this international rule of law amounts to a form of constitutional negligence. So in 1987, in the infamous Lands case, the New Zealand Māori Council, under Cook P, President Cook, defined the treaty principles amidst Crown interferences with the treaty. As such, kawanatanga and tino rangatira, partnership and the obligations to act in good faith, redress for past injustices, equality, and active protection. Those were laid down in law in 1987. So, to fulfill our obligations, Ngāti Whakauē, our cultural, education, and social obligations, Te Taumata o Ngāti Whakauē supports the strategy of constitutional transformation, as expressed in the report Mātike Mai. Constitutional transformation based on a conciliatory and consensual democracy model. The 6 models highlighted in Mātike Mai are based on tikanga and the independence of each hapu and iwi, as expressed in the Article 2 of the Te Tiriti. So in 1861, a further example of failed government diplomacy, the Kohimarama Covenant, was in fact an attempt by the Crown to garner support against the growing influence and support amongst Māori for the Kingitanga movement. A united Māoridom posed a serious threat to the government's plans to assume total control of the country. Therefore, Te Taumata o Ngāti Whakauē stands alongside other submitters against the Treaty Principles Bill. Our concerns are outlined as follows. The immediate and unqualified abandonment of the Treaty of Principles Bill because it contravenes total local and international laws on Māori and Indigenous rights. The bill is fundamentally racist and in the distorted reasoning of its interpretation, in particular Article 2 of Te Tiriti. The government should refer the concerns of Māori to the Governor-General as a representative of the other treaty partner, the Crown. The recommendations from the Waitangi Tribunal, August 2024, should be adopted in full and referred to representatives of both these signatories at the time. Aotearoa New Zealand to establish a working party for constitutional change based on the recommendations outlined in the Mātike Mai report. Any constitutional change should honour previous national and international agreements, United Nations Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, e whakaputanga o te rangatira o New Tireni, and to collaborate with other Indigenous nations to form a collective of like-minded people in which Indigenous rights are foremost. So, e whakalapopoto taku kōrero. So, Te Taumata o Ngāti Whakauē is firmly focused on the future of the organisation and the people it serves. And at this time, our thoughts go out to the kapahaka groups that are formed that are gathered at Matatini to e whakanuia ki a tātou ahurea, ki putano ki te motu. So on Thursday, the kapahaka o Ngāti Whakauē open the day, and this is our pride and joy of Ngāti Whakauē to the motu, putano ki te ao. So I'd just like to reiterate on the words of going back many centuries, to the wise words of Solomon. Kau e whakaneke he atu te rohe tawhito, e whakatakotorea e o mātua, ai. E whakatauki 22:28. Do not move an ancient boundary stone set up by your ancestors. And that was set up, and that's in a biblical term by Solomon. In other words, do not change what your ancestors or predecessors have put in place. Koina taku kōrero, mihi atu ki a koutou, ki te whakarongo ki taku kāpaitanga ki a koutou katoa. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou, he pātai mai, hei a koutou.
Tēnā koe, Kingi, probably time for one very quick question from Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe te matua Kingi, e potira mihi atu ana ki a Ngāti Whakaue. I really appreciate your positive and future-focused submission today, particularly around the pathway to constitutional transformation and reiterating that proposals have been put forward that were evidence-based. Now, thinking about that mahi, is it your recommendation to the Select Committee that we should be promoting the fact that a national conversation is required and a commitment to our pathway to create our own constitution that is uniquely Aotearoa?
Katika, e tautoko ana tō kōrero. Exactly. That's exactly how it should go. And as treaty partners, we should all come together and talk our way through it. Because there's only two societies here, two sovereign nations, and it's up to us to move forward together. And part of constitutional transformation, I think, is well overdue.
Kia ora, Kingi. Thank you for your time this morning and for being before the committee. We appreciate you providing a presentation.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there, and I'm not going to bring up the other panel screen because we might lose this timestamp. I don't want to lose the timestamp.
Yeah, we'll leave it like this.
Yeah, we'll leave it like this. We'll leave this beautiful matua on our screen. Everyone is beautiful. Okay. So I do want to talk a bit about kawanatanga because it is really interesting. Especially when you look back over at He Whakaputanga, which was the 1835 Declaration of Independence. Sovereign power and authority was translated as ko te kingitanga, ko te mana, I te whenua. Sorry, really bad reading of that, but there you go. I hope everyone can understand that. Whereas kawanatanga was used for any functions of government, implying administrative authority, not a supreme unconditional power. And I bring up the language used in He Whakaputanga because He Whakaputanga was drafted by James Busby. This is the same guy who also redrafted the Treaty of Waitangi to include that Māori should retain possession of their lands, forests, fisheries, and other property. So I go back to the earlier point that I made before, that in signing Te Tiriti, Rangatira gave the Crown kawanatanga, which is governance, not Rangatiratanga, which is chieftainship. So essentially, it's in the treaty itself that you have two sovereignties, right? You have one that's controlling the assets of their own kind of like iwi shared assets, right? Because Māori tend to own things collectively. And then you have the Crown, who has basically set up shop to establish law for Pākehā. So it's really important to understand the language that's being used there. And when you look at the history behind the use of things like kawanatanga, it's really fascinating stuff. Stacey.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to add to that. Actually, you covered that pretty well.
Really good reading on this subject too is the cabinet manual. I'm going to put that in the chat so everyone can check it out. But it actually gives a really good breakdown on how the treaty should be interpreted when it comes to legislation, when it comes to writing policy. So it's like, yeah, do read that. It is quite insightful. I'm also going to link Ngā Mataporo, which is the principles, in the chat, so people can also read this. Please read this. I know it's a big document, but it's really important, and there's a lot of really good arguments in there. So yes, please do check out this this document. That's like a must read if you want to have an understanding of why, 300,000 people have come out to protest against this. You will learn why. All right. Next clip.
Yep, you continue. I will be back in a moment.
Now go to our presentation from Wiremu Puke, and Wiremu's with us now. Tēnā koe, Wiremu, thank you for joining the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I will hand over straight to you to start your presentation.
E ono le he gloria he maunga roa ki te whenua he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. E mihi kawana ki tō tātou kuini, te ariki nui, ngā waihono i te pō, ki runga te ahure o tapu o ngā mātua tipula, rire, hau, hai mā. Tēnā koutou e te, o te kimoti whakahaere. the treaty principles bill. Kia koe, Jamie, thank you for your time for allowing me to present my submission. I was actually quite surprised that I would actually be railroaded to before the committee to speak to what my submission is about. I would assume that the committee has read my submission, but I want to also focus on give you some background in terms of my late father, Hari Puke. My dad, Hari, was the chairman of the Tainui Māori Trust Board at the time they settled with the Crown, and in 1995. So in terms of the background of achieving that treaty settlement, my dad was quite involved in articulating alongside his very close friend and Sir Robert Mahuta. So being a witness, first-hand witness to some of the background engineering work that went behind our Raupati settlement, gave me quite an insight in eventually stepping up to deal with local government. So behind me, you'll see a shot of the Pātaka, which was part of one of the positive treaty relationships that we fostered with the Hamilton City Council. The Te Parapara Garden was one of many initiatives that when a positive treaty relationship does work, the mana of both parties is actually honoured. In doing so, it didn't come easy. The RMA, we did it through the auspices of the Resource Management Act, and also it was in the first 2 or 3 years quite a torrid affair to actually get some footing into the RMA space. But eventually, we won over the trust and respect of many of the developers who came to engage with us, and the city of Hamilton, or Kirikiriroa, has actually benefited immensely from what those engagements are about. In terms of honouring Article 2, in particular, the Treaty of Waitangi. So we gave a presentation to the then Governor General at Hukanui Marae, Sir Satyanam, and about how a positive treaty relationship can actually foster good outcomes for the whole community. So in terms of breaking down into the mechanics of what does a treaty relationship look like, it all depends on the kind of people you have in the room, and the credibility of, in many aspects. We're fortunate to have the likes of Professor J.P. and the backing of Waikato University, and some of the mentors that we had and advisors really brought credibility to the wider community that we had that caliber of academic tangata tiriti relationships. We also undertook within the trust at the time, which was the Ngā Mana Tōpua Kirikiriroa Trust, the ability for our kaumātua to look at the history of the whenua and to document it. I had some good documentation of the history of many of the urupa and past sites of Kirikiriroa that were labelled the direct descendants of those tipuna who had land confiscated, the last actual tipuna who had land confiscated under Raupatu, to give them a chance to have a say and to reconnect with their land. And also, we turned around many of these applications in a business-like fashion and within a time frame that gave comfort to applicants applying for resource consent. So we didn't hold up the process. So those particular things can actually work pretty well. I've been out of the RMA game for a little while now, focusing with my work at the University of Waikato with Professor Bruce Clarkson on ecological restoration. But what I want to say to the committee, in terms of my submission, even though many others have already commented on the Treaty Principles Bill, I am opposed to the Treaty Principles Bill. I've highlighted what those points are, but also I wanted to balance out my submission in terms of what are the examples of good relationships needs to be highlighted as well. And then I don't feel we really need a Treaty Principles Bill to highlight what a good relationship could be. I think it's a matter of just being able to have a vision in place that says, well, we can all buy into this. And in terms of, for me being a member of Ngāti Waitere, we're very much about restoring our whenua, bringing back more kaikatea forest in the city setting, tupuna place names for new reserves and parks, and being able to give employment opportunities for our rangatahi as well. So that's me. I'm now going to open up the questions to the committee, and pātauma.
Well, Tāko Wiremu, thank you. We've got a couple of questions. The first one from Hana Rāpiti, Mikey Clark, and then Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā rā koe te matua kānui taku hari pai tiki tēnā tū koe te ata nei. I guess I quickly just wanted to refer back to the points that you've made around Papa Hari Puke and all his mahi, and Waikato Tainui being the first iwi to settle 30 years ago to this year, and the many different relationships that we've created across all entities, partners, whether it be in a Māori space or a tangata tiriti space, whatever have you, to recent and through councils as well, and recently even with name changes of street names like Putikitiki. So how will that be, how do you think that would change if this bill was to go through, or how do you think those relationships would affect our relationships here in Waikato Tainui?
I think it will have a negative effect because you'll have people just sliding in without, I think going for this, the majority rules has often been a detriment to us. With the rechange of the renaming of Von Tepsky Street back to Putikitiki, that was a great example of the property owners agreeing to this. And I'd like to acknowledge Ian McMichael, the pharmacist who had his property on Von Tepsky Street, and the efforts of your grandfather, Tumi, to articulate those matters through. Yeah, so I think the bill itself, the proposed treaty bill, just basically, I think the positive thing that's come out of recent is that people are now talking about the treaty more and more. Yeah, and particularly amongst Tākehā who never gave much of a thought of a day. I think I have a lot of hope in our rangatahi generation that if the bill does come through, I'm hoping that they'll change it or get rid of it when they come into power.
So we'll go to the question from Todd Stevenson to wrap up.
Thank you for presenting. Sounds like you had a lot of issues with the RMA, which we could probably talk about all day, but my question's about something else, which is, and you kind of just touched on it then. Again, I think you said it would be great if we could have people buy into a vision, I think you said, and basically trying to get people to come together. And do you have some idea about how we could build this consensus? Obviously, you don't think this bill is the right way, but do you think it is important to try and get some consensus around these issues?
I think it's important that people need to understand the history. Yeah, and that's a pivotal part of why things are done successfully in Kirikiriroa was the rich history, the pre-Raupatu history, the pre-Kingitanga history. And I think getting people to understand the significance of place names, why burial grounds were desecrated, why a lot of our sites are on private land. The last thing we want to do is scare people off, and to get them to engage in understanding what that history is about for us, not in the way of punishing them, but also is to give them an opportunity to understand.
Good. Well, thank you for your time this morning. That's all we've got time for. And just want to acknowledge your submission and thank you for responding to our questions too. We do appreciate it as a committee.
Alrighty. Okay. So I'm gonna go on. Sorry. I'm kind of gonna go on a monologue here, if my dyslexia will allow me to. So, right, Article 2. Wiremu brings up Article 2, and I'm going to quote the Waitangi Tribunal here. So, the Waitangi Tribunal stated that Māori were guaranteed te tino rangatira-tanga o rātou wenua o rātou kāinga me o rātou taonga katoa, which has been explained as conveying full authority over their lands, homes, and all things important to them, and as the highest chieftainship or their sovereignty over their lands. So, again, when you contrast that, what was guaranteed to Māori in Te Tiriti, and when I say Māori, I'm talking about rangatira here, I'm talking about hapu and iwi. I'm not talking about average Joe Blog on the street, okay? Because average Joe Blog on the street wasn't the one that signed Te Tiriti, it was rangatira that signed it. So, on behalf of all the Joe Blogs. So, when you compare what was written in Te Tiriti to the New Zealand Settlements Act, and how much land was taken for Raupatu, 1.3 million hectares, and a lot of that was really, economically valuable land. So, good quality prime land, right? And the fact that the Acts did not clearly define what a rebel was or anything like that, I don't know if the hapu that Wiremu belongs to was an enemy or loyal to the crown, but it didn't matter to the crown. They didn't care. It's like, oh, whoopsies, we did a whoopsies. Sorry, no, we're not going to give you back seas. We take seas and we don't give it back seas. So, yeah. But I did find this amazing statistic, and people go, oh, well, look at the Maori gravy train, toot toot. Well, as of January 2023, 86 settlements have been passed into law, and the total value of all of these finalized settlements is 2.6 billion. Now, that seems like a lot of money, huge. That's more money than what I've got in the bank. But I just want people to understand that in the next 12 months, the government will spend about 19 billion on national superannuation alone. So the entire value of treaty settlements over the past quarter of a century would cover superannuation payments for 2 months. That is fucking depressing.
Yeah.
Someone's telling me that Todd is here. Who is Todd?
Sam is telling us that Todd is here, and I also have no idea who Todd is. Sorry.
Are you talking Todd Stevenson? Who is this Todd? Please, Sam, please tell me, who is Todd?
Right. Remember, we have a slight delay on all the streams, so Sam will answer us when he actually hears.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Todd Stevenson if you're watching. I think you are a very strange man. I'll be honest with you. I think you asked some really interesting questions. I don't know why you're in the ACT party. I'll be real with you, bro. You come across more as like a National Party guy or as a Labour guy even. Yeah, it's just you're a weird dude, and I'm saying that as an ex supporter. So hi. Have you got anything to say, Stacey? Welcome to the woke stream, Stephen. Stevenson, if you're watching. Todd, hi. Yes, welcome to the wokeness.
Right? No, I got distracted trying to figure out who Todd is. Smooth brain. Gone.
Gone. No thoughts. Just Todd.
Yeah, apparently so. Shot Sam.
Todd, if you're in the chat and you're watching this, can you please explain what you mean by asking the question, buy into a vision? Like, I hope you're not referring to like, oh, we'll just get a bunch of corporations to invest stuff in here and we'll make sure that we pass legislation in favor of corporate investments. Like, I really hope that's not what you're asking. Hey, is this a great idea? Because that's not what Māori are asking for, my guy. Māori believe in collective ownership. That's kind of like the opposite of capitalism. That's more along the lines of socialism. You know, I'm woke for a reason. Anyway, hi Todd.
On to one more while we've still got time.
Yeah, okay. Todd, if you're here, stick around. We'll watch some more.
We'll go to submission now from Kate Muriohoho. And do we have Kate with us? Is Kate online? Kate's joining online. Kate Morena, good morning. Thank you for being with us this morning. We've got you scheduled in for a 5-minute session this morning, so I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko tainui me te aroa ngā waka, he uri ahau no raukawa ki wharepunga, tūwhareto, maniapoto, waikato, no para wera ahau, ko Kate Muriohoho ahau. I am strongly opposed to the bill, the Treaty Principles Bill. I take my submission as read. In summary, you've probably heard a lot of the similar points. For some background, I'm a postdoc research fellow at Auckland University. I'm a geoscientist, so specialize in using chemistry to understand magma systems. My summary of my opposition is that I feel that there's unnecessary tampering with constitutional arrangements, a false interpretation of te tiriti. I am also opposed to the unfavourable interpretation of legislation. I feel it creates social division, and it's very hard to have a mature conversation about something like this when there is a lack of knowledge in conversation participants about the treaty itself and its principles. I fear that there will be an erosion of partnerships and Māori Crown relations that are already been established. I currently sit as a mana whenua trustee on Maunga Tautiri, which is in the northern part of Raukawa-Rohe. And we have a co-governance framework there, which for me, I really feel like on our board, because of that co-governance framework, there is a diversity of thought, there is diversity which leads to diversity of thought. And it was Aristotle, an ancient Greek philosopher, who said that multiple lines of evidence lead us closer to the truth. And when you have a co-governance framework like that, it works in our favor for us to problem solve. I also feel the Treaty Principles Bill is misleading. It has ambiguous intent and problematic wording. The principles in this form in that bill, they continue to privilege the majority and not the minority for whom it is supposed to advocate for. I also feel, I believe te tiriti guarantees the autonomy of Māori to live in a Māori way, whilst allowing other people to settle as long as they are aware of those conditions. And I would like the government to follow UNDRIP and to use the Indigenous language version first and be an example to other former colonies globally. The only time I think equality has occurred in Aotearoa is pre-European contact, because the societal structure then was based on a Te Ao Māori framework for Māori by Māori. And I guess I would like to finish. I'm representing my whānau here in this submission on behalf of Joseph Muriohoho and Josephine Muriohoho, Gillian Muriohoho, and Te Umu Makarini, Te Umu Whakatane Makarini Muriohoho. And there's an example in my whakapapa where my great-grandparents and the hapu of Parawera Marae, they hosted Queen Elizabeth and her husband for an Orako memorial. And then they were invited to have dinner with Queen Elizabeth and her husband, and they were turned away from the restaurant because they were Māori. And I thought about this a lot, and it's upsetting because right there you had a person with the power to change things right then, Queen Elizabeth, and she didn't. And I feel like this is an exact repeat. The government has the power to change things, and they're not. They're sitting on it. So I appreciate and I hope that they do change things with these submissions and hearing everybody's dialogue. Thanks for everybody's time here on this committee, and yeah, thanks for listening to my submission.
Sure. Thank you for your submission. I know 5 minutes goes really quickly, and that's the end of the time, but we just want to acknowledge you for being with us and to thank you once again for taking the time to present.
Kia ora.
We are now going to move to a submission from
Okay, so someone has just informed me in the chat that there's a 1 minute delay. I hope I'm not lagging hardcore.
Okay, no, I was just trying to reply to them actually. It's actually only about 10 to 15 seconds. I've noticed, like, because I have the stream running on my second monitor as well, if I switch tabs, it sometimes delays itself. And because I've got the YouTube stream muted so that it's not feeding back over the microphone again, I don't notice until I'm like, oh, hold on, we're not even on that submission anymore. That's like 10 minutes ago. So yeah, sometimes it just happens. Yep. It is not a you thing, Laura. It's fine.
Sweet. Okay, because I want to know if the Todd that is here is Todd Stevenson, because Todd, I've got a sincere question for you. Can you ask on my behalf, because God knows I can't reach David Seymour and he'd probably get allergic to my hat. You probably think it's very cringe and woke. Can you please ask him why he didn't consult with Iwi and Hapu when he wrote this bill? Because that's one of the dumbest things that you could do. I'm being real with you. That was really, really dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you gotta admit that was stupid. And at some point, I would love to talk to you about what special rights are, because I noticed that in previous submissions, you've asked the question, do you think Māori have special rights? Now, as someone who looks at statistics and sees Māori overrepresented in prison stats, I don't think we have the special rights that you think we have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This Māori gravy train is, giving us higher, as Rihanna was pointing out in her submission earlier today.
That was a good submission, Todd. I recommend you go over that.
Yes.
It was Todd. Oh my God, it was Todd. Oh, shout out to Todd. Yes. Yes. I don't know what I did to summon you, but I don't know what I did, bro.
No idea. But hey, we did it. Good shit.
We did it. We finally did it.
Yeah, but as Rihanna was saying in her submission that we saw earlier today, Māori die 7 years earlier than Pākehā. We have double the incarceration rate. We have a much higher suicide rate. It is such an awesome gravy train that we're on that we are dying earlier than we need to.
I just want to know how Iwi and Hapu have access to this gravy train when they've lost huge amounts of land. Do they even have the money to get on the train?
Right? Where are these tracks if we have no land for this train to go?
We have we got no land, bro. We've only, Māori collectively, we only own 5% of the land that's left in New Zealand. Like, I'm sorry, but the Crown took the rest. I'm sorry, bro. The Crown took the rest. So I don't know what special rights and privileges we have here. We clearly didn't have any in the 1800s. I don't know about any in the 1900s. That you might be referring to the rights that Rangatira agreed to in Article 2 under Te Tiriti, the Māori version. I recommend you read that. But that's just that's in line with what was guaranteed to Māori under Article 1 in Te Tiriti, which is what my direct ancestor Iwiko actually signed. He signed Te Tiriti at Akaroa. He was the first guy in the South Island to sign Te Tiriti. So that's my ancestor. And you can read my submission. You can look up Laura, last name redacted for privacy reasons.
Yes.
But I write about Iwiko and I write about how he interpreted the treaty. And I really do hope that you read it if you have time to read it. I know you're a busy man, Todd. But, I'm surprised that you're here. And, you seem, even though I think you're an odd guy, I do think that you would be great to have a beer with. I'll be honest with you, man. I would totally have a beer with you and we could totally talk about this, and I would be more than happy to talk about history, and I would actually talk to you about why I left the ACT Party as well. So, yeah, one of these days.
One day.
Okay, so we're actually at the end of this hour, and I got derailed by talking about Todd. And yep, shout out to Todd. I'm saying a lot of Todds in the stream. I do hope you stick around, Todd, because we're going to talk about more about this stuff. But yes, thank you everyone for joining into this hour, and we're going to be doing the countdown, and we're going to be starting off the next hour. So catch you guys. Oh wait, we've got 2 minutes left. We've got 2 minutes left. Oh shit! Can we do an extra submission? No, we can't. We can't.
Well,
we can't. We got to call it here.
It does have a 2-minute timer, so I guess we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all right. We've streamed now officially for 2 hours, so yeah, we got to call it here. All right, guys. See you in the next hour.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. 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 Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
It decided not to change the screen for
It
us.
decided not to change the screen. Okay. And we're back. And I think have we swapped sides? I think we have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be continuing to look at the treaty principles bill submissions. And my mouth is deciding to be stupid again. That is a common occurrence with me. My mouth is always stupid.
That's my job.
Hey, we can't have two idiots. I can only be the wokest idiot in the room. And I am joined here with my cat. Hello, cat. Hello. You want to say hi to the
Oh, hail the biggie.
Oh, hail the biggie. Yes. Hello.
Pet.
And he wants to jump all over my keyboard, and I can't let him do that because he would break the stream. Okay. Right. Okay. So.
From must be someone famous because the media's all come in the room.
Come up. Video. Whoa. Hello. Okay. Yes, James is ready to talk. So, are we ready to let James talk, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, I guess so.
Fantastic. Let's let him talk.
Let's go.
Morning, Tori. Thank you for being with us in the committee. I hope you enjoyed the hospitality across the hallway before. I think they're showing matatini across the hall, so that's pretty cool. Thank you for being before the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora. Is this already on?
Fabulous.
You're away.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Pakakoe te iwi huri tēnei no taranaki katoa whānau tōku ingoa, ko te koromatua o Pōneke. I'm here with our co-iwi Liz Kelly from Wellington City Council, and we're here to completely oppose the Treaty Principles Bill, and we hold significant concern for what it means, which is to diminish the legal, political and cultural fabric of Aotearoa. As Mayor of Wellington, my job is to service the city and its people and advocate for their concerns and their wishes. And as the first Māori Mayor, I have an obligation to use my position to stand up for tangata whenua and stand alongside our mana whenua and iwi partners in expressing our absolute disbelief and disappointment that this bill has even gotten this far. When the hikoe mō te tiriti descended on Waitangi Park and onto the steps of Parliament on November 18th, 2024, a message was sent to central government that our city and our people do not stand for this bill. I'm here to reiterate this message. This bill diminishes our mana. It is unhelpful, unproductive, and is attempting to provide a solution to a problem that does not exist. The bill is hypocritical. It is a piece of legislation which allegedly seeks to promote equality before the law, yet only recognises the specific rights of iwi and hapu, but excluding individual Māori or those disconnected from the iwi due to generations of colonisation. Picking and choosing who gets recognised in this bill is not equality, and it is not effective. In fact, this bill represents the very thing this government is supposedly against, an unnecessary and costly ideology pandering vanity project that does not deliver tangible outcomes or public good. At the moment, the Te Tiriti o Waitangi already provides a set of established principles, which have already been developed by legal experts to reflect the agreement originally signed in 1840. Partnership, protection and participation. During my time as Mayor, I've had the pleasure of witnessing and experiencing Te Tiriti in action with these already established principles, creating an effective framework which helps local government deliver for its people and collaborate with Māori. An example of this at Wellington City Council is our Tākaihere Agreement. It's a partnership that enables our council to work with iwi and deliver on social, environmental and economic outcomes for the city. Te Tiriti is also embedded into the Local Government Act, meaning that Māori have fair representation and the opportunity to have their say on local government issues, just like everybody else. Not only do these examples demonstrate that Te Tiriti is already an effective document in national and local governance, but it also shows the confusion that could occur should the bill go through. Speaking in the local government context, making significant changes to pre-existing legislation will place even more pressure on council. When we're already navigating a tough climate, we're struggling. This pressure, paired with the uncertainty of what this bill will do, will have negative consequences on local government, impacting our ability to deliver to our constituents. If the purpose of the local government is to deliver for local communities and deal with our unique and specific needs, then achieving this mission requires local knowledge. There is no knowledge more local than that is held by Indigenous people. Te Tiriti's framework for partnership, protection and participation allows us to engage with this knowledge, working with Māori and mana whenua to deliver outcomes that we need. Honouring Te Tiriti and the original manaaki or caretakers of this land is localism at its finest. Te Tiriti serves as the basis for community building, unity and partnership, which in my view is the basis of local government. Much of the rhetoric that surrounds this bill is based on the fact that somehow the original principles of Te Tiriti are unfit, unfair and unjust, placing one group above the other. But this isn't the case. Te Tiriti is an enduring agreement, a partnership between two groups. And despite this bill and its author's best efforts, it's time for us to make it clear that partnership does not threaten the individual, that protection is not synonymous with overreach, and that participation does not mean exclusion, and that equal representation is not undemocratic. If the equal show us anything, it's that Aotearoa stands for Te Tiriti. If my time in local government has shown me anything, it's that working with Te Tiriti creates the best outcomes for our local communities. Te Tiriti is an agreement that established our past, and I know all across the motu, we want to make sure Te Tiriti creates our future. I am urging that this bill not go any further. I'd like to hand over to our po-iwi Liz. If you'd like to share any words, put you on the spot.
There's a microphone there.
Oh, kia ora for that. Kia ora me whānau for that. I guess all I would like to say is that Māori never ceded sovereignty.
Thank you. We'll go to questions now. Todd, Stacey, first question.
Thank you for appearing. It seems to me, based on your submission, you're saying there are different rights for Māori because of the treaty. Are you comfortable that there are actually different sets of rights based on ancestry in New Zealand?
I mean, I think perhaps the way you interpret these rights is different to how I would, but yes, we are tangata whenua. We signed with the Crown on that agreement that, and trying to rewrite it now is completely pointless.
I have a follow-up question too, Mr. Chair, if there is time.
Yes, Todd.
You also said that the current principles of the treaty which we have reflect what was signed in 1840. We've actually had evidence during this process that those principles were actually a political fix in a sense. They were really to try and reconcile the differences between the English version and the Maori version because, they are different, right? I think everyone accepts that. You've got any reflections on that?
That the current ones work.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to a question from Huhana Linden.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor whānau and Wellington Council for coming in to share your kōrero. I wanted to ask about, do you think that this is actually, like the Treaty Principles Bill process that we're currently undertaking, a good use or a legitimate use of parliamentary resource and process, knowing that, well, we've heard from parties of the coalition government that they don't intend to support the bill beyond the select committee. So do you think it's a bit Momo timer that we're even doing this?
Oh, I completely agree. You know, for a government that says that we should go back to basics and nice to haves, this is complete waste of resource for Parliament as well as councils. I'd add to that the referendum for the Māori ward is a waste of resource, and there's just no mandate for this sort of work. So it's quite surprising that this government has put this much effort into this.
Supplementary question as I have time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Huhana Linden.
Yeah, wondering about that in terms of, cost to the taxpayer in running this select committee process, knowing we had over 300,000 submissions. Do you think that's a bit of a Momo timer and a Momo poocher?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. In the same vein as the Māori ward is going to cost ratepayers $150,000 to run a poll that's already been overwhelmingly supported by over 96% of submitters. So I feel for the ratepayer and the taxpayer paying for something that essentially has no mandate.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Huhana. Todd, another question.
So then is it your submission that you actually can put a price on democracy?
It's his words. It's his words. It's your words. I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
Okay, thank you. And another question from Huhana Linden.
While we have time, are you able to share with us your relationships with mana whenua and the way that you have developed this process and providing voice to mana whenua in local government as a meaningful example of how working together does support good decision making in local government?
I actually had our iwi Leaders Forum on Friday, and our relationship with Te Atiawa and Ngāti Toa is excellent. It's and it's something that can't really be quantified, or it's all about relationship building, sharing the same values, and ensuring that always we put our people at the basis of our decision making. It is a true partnership. I'm really proud of Wellington City Council for prioritising this, and I see it as a great model for other councils to use as well.
Thank you, Huhana. Thank you, Tori and Liz, for being with us this morning. We appreciate your time for the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll go.
Okay, okie dokie. So press on democracy, yeah? Todd, I got a question for you, if you're still in the chat. How much would have it cost the Crown to consult iwi and hapu? Because that would have been the democratic thing to do. And David Seymour didn't do that. So I'm just putting it out there, man. I'm just putting it out there. David Seymour didn't do that. He didn't consult with us. So, I don't consider that to be very democratic, considering that Rangatira signed Te Tiriti, and you had representative of the Crown sign Te Tiriti, and they signed off on that. It would make sense to consult the other person in that agreement, right? It's like, hey, we're going to have a bill where we're going to reinterpret or potentially reinterpret some of the stuff, some of the obligations from the Crown to Māori, but particularly iwi and hapu. Shall we talk about this? Nah, let's just go ahead and do it. And it's like, come on, man, come on.
Right, basic contract law. Like, I'm no lawyer, but even I know that you cannot change the terms of a contract without the other party agreeing.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah. I mean, I mean, to be fair to Todd, I don't know if surely he must have known by now, because everyone's been bringing it up that David Seymour did not consult us. You got iwi representatives and hapu representatives coming on saying, hey, we weren't asked. So, exactly. And, we've spent how much on taxpayers' dollars on this so far? Over 3 million? I think it's over 3 million. I'd have to check the news, but yeah, I think it's looking at over 3 million now. So it's like, yeah, I'm man.
That's ridiculous. And this is a really good point. It's just a base rattling project and using it as a sounding board.
I mean, hey, put it this way, fair play. Todd, if the goal of David Seymour was to get some free advertising, to get some taxpayer-funded advertising, good job, you did it. I see you.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, that might not have been your intent, but that's what it looks like to us.
Yeah. Like saying, any submitter saying that this is a waste of time and money doesn't necessarily mean that they have a number for a dollar of democracy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
what democracy is worth.
Look, democracy is priceless. It's like a Visa card, right? It's like, oh, this moment is priceless, right? You can't put a price on that. I agree. Democracy is worth its weight in gold. If I don't know what elements is rarer than gold, but it's worth the rarest elements in the damn universe. But that's not the point here. The point is that you could have done a bit more democracy if you just talk to us. We're not hard to reach. Sometimes we bite if we're angry, but we're not hard to reach.
Exactly.
No. Most of the people that run Hapu and Iwi are nice people. They will not bite you.
They really are.
Yeah. Like Helmut. Helmut's not going to bite you. You could have asked him, you know?
Right, considering that he is a local kaumatua to the parliamentary area.
Yeah, he's just down the road from you guys.
Exactly. It's what, a 20-minute drive?
Anyway, all right. I got to stop ripping on Todd.
Yeah, probably.
I'm sorry. It's all good. All right. I promise I won't bring up any more Todd. That's MasterCard. That's MasterCard, according to
It is. It is.
I don't know how the tune goes, but yes, it's MasterCard. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's MasterCard our way through this.
Anglican Church in Aotearoa, New Zealand and Polynesia. And with us is Archbishop Sir David Moxon and Archbishop Justin Duckworth. Justin's online and Sir David is here in the room. So I will hand over to, I think, Sir David in the room, and then if you need to tag team in and out, I'll leave that with you. But
E te papa o te hahi katolika, Papa Francesco no reira haere, I runga te rangi Māori o te ariki. E ngā mea mo te komiti. Tēnā koutou, ka nui tamihi atu e ngā rangatira mati atu o koutou, e manaaki. I'm speaking on behalf of Archbishop Don Tamihere and Archbishop Justin Duckworth, who's on Zoom. As described in their written submission, the Anglican Church in Aotearoa, New Zealand and Polynesia, Te Hahi Mehenari ki Aotearoa, ki Nuti Reni, ki ngā Moutere o te Moananui a Kiwa, is the oldest institution established in Aotearoa since the arrival of people from Europe. Founded in 1814, coinciding with the first Pākehā permanent settlement, our establishment predates that of Parliament, and recognition of the principles of Māori Pākehā partnership has been continuous throughout our history. Our church became deeply interwoven with the creation of Te Tiriti, serving as an instrument of engagement between the British Empire and ngā rangatira me ngā hapu of these islands. The Anglican Church Clapham 6 theological emphasis on liberation, initially for enslaved peoples globally and subsequently for indigenous populations, informed the best of our faith at that time. In other words, each person is made in the image of God and is to be accorded that humanity and dignity, not to be subjugated. William Wilberforce, the leading and Anglican British MP, who finally facilitated the banishment of slavery from the British Empire, was one of the role models and thought leaders behind Anglican Sir James Stevens, a permanent Undersecretary of the Colonial Office, who was instrumental in incorporating the concept of true chiefly rule, tino rangatiratanga, into the English drafted treaty preparation documents. To describe Stevens' influence and his Anglican background, I quote and précis from the relatively new book, The English Text of the Treaty of Waitangi by Ned Fletcher. The survey undertaken here suggests that the implications of the English text were understood in the same sense as the division between Kāwanatonga and Rangatiratanga in the Māori text. On this basis, Ned argues, it is quite conceivable that Busby and the New Zealand Gazette were not alone in understanding the effect of the treaty as akin to the federal arrangement prefigured by the Declaration of Independence, Te Whakaputunga. Accordingly, Rangatiratanga refers to independence in internal affairs, leaving Kāwanatonga, or sovereignty, defined and limited by reference to its objects, as applying to foreign relations, justice, peace, good order, and trade. Justice, peace, and good order were also to be understood in the context of continuing tribal self-management. Intertribal disputes were to be mediated by the Kāwanatonga, and warfare was contrary to the creation of Kāwanatonga and Māori respect for the government of the Queen. Te Kāwanatonga obtained full authority over Europeans, and British justice was to regulate interracial conflict, both criminal and civil, although Russell envisaged that legislation would permit Māori custom to be taken into account. At least in British settlements, or where a tribe relinquished authority over a malefactor, serious crimes not involving Europeans could also be prosecuted under colonial law. And so we see the emergence of a simple form of mutual interdependence being implied. In 1840, there was a body of opinion that this kind of sovereignty could be limited by the terms of this kind of treaty. Seen in this light, the Māori and English texts of the treaty reconcile, Ned argues. The view taken here is that sovereignty in the English text is to be understood according to the principal purpose of establishing government over British subjects for the protection of ngā iwi Māori. The effect of the treaty in English was to set up an arrangement similar to a federation in which sovereign power did not supplant tribal government. Agreed national structural provisions for both partners are described, overarched by one agreement about the common good. Although the treaty was not without precedent, the treaty marked a relatively new method of attempting to protect an indigenous people from the inrush of a new and essentially different culture. It was conceived, written and affirmed in good faith. Parallel to our own church's current treaty-based internal arrangements, which are so creative and life-giving for us, one of the best practiced treaty in action models today, which expresses this original and mutually beneficial intention both ways, is the shared management of the Waikato River Authority. Te Awa Waikato, the Waikato River as an ecosystem, and Te Waiora, Te Iatuku o Te Iwi, the artery of the people, is well overseen by a treaty-based combination of iwi and Crown appointments. The many hundreds of years of experience of Waikato Tainui, of living beside the river as a source of life and vitality, is partnered with other forms of expertise and representation by the Crown. This is a win-win that greatly enhances the care of the river. Everybody benefits. What's good in treaty terms was and is good for everybody. For us, as in 1814, the Anglican Church from our earliest days at Rangihaua to the dissemination of the faith through kaifakaako, Māori evangelists, our bridge practice was rooted in the concept of Māori and Pākehā sharing a common faith while maintaining their distinct spheres of influence. By the 1850s and with the establishment of the church, this practice was further solidified, with hapu and rangatira leading, building and resourcing their own faith communities as Pākehā did theirs. When they partnered, they were called to enhance each other's mana. This exemplified Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principle of partnership, a practice maintained continuously to the present day. Māori parishes and pastorates have consistently demonstrated Māori self-determination while always acknowledging their place within the united church. Over 30 years ago, our revised constitution, Te Pouhere, formally acknowledged Te Tiriti o Waitangi as central to our identity in Aotearoa New Zealand. This also involved the formal adoptions of the principles of partnership and bicultural development. One house with several large rooms where mana and identity are respected and enhanced, but there are no locked doors. Te Rongopai-a-Ruka, the Māori language Gospel of Luke, was first printed in December 1835 by a Mihenare Anglican mission. The publication included the words, before the treaty, rangatiratanga and kawana, which subsequently became seminal terms in the Anglican translation of the Treaty of Waitangi in February 1840, as translated by Anglican Henry and Edward Williams, after consultation with Ngā Rangatira Māori at Waitangi. Within the Gospel of Luke, rangatiratanga refers to the kingdom of God, paralleling the English treaty wording which, quote, guarantees to the chiefs and tribes of New Zealand and to the respective families and individuals thereof the full exclusive and undisturbed possession of their lands and estates, forests and fisheries, and other properties which they may collectively or individually possess. This represents a specific form of self-determination, reinforcing the concept of kingitanga present in the 1835 Declaration of Independence, upon which the treaty's moral authority rests. He Whakaputunga was also translated by the Reverend Henry Williams, with the same Lucan words in mind. Kawanatanga represents a form of limited governorship, interacting with another partner, and in Luke's Gospel is between Governor Pilate and King Herod. Māori Gospel readers would have immediately recognised the power and texture of these words, rangatiratanga and kawana, from the first document ever written in Māori prior to 1840. Anglican missions often hosted treaty signings and emphasised the moral high ground being sought. This was expressed as covenant in the biblical sense by Māori mission participants, as Claudia Orens has so clearly shown, especially Honeheke at Waitangi, as well as mission-based Pākehā. Without this sense of a covenantal good faith, literally implied in the wording of the treaty and thoroughly discussed by everybody on February 4 and 5, it would have never been signed. We need to respect the spirit as well as the letter of the law in upholding the principles of the treaty. The Māori wording of Te Tiriti, parallel to the English version, clearly describes a balance between kawanatanga and rangatiratanga, embodying shared partnership, active participation, equity, options and tribal self-determination. It is impossible to imagine rangatira at Waitangi giving away the basic realities of their way of life. These are the very principles threatened by the new bill. Remove or dilute them and a promise is broken at the very heart of our nation's well-being. In conclusion, the Treaty Principles Bill, in the view of the Archbishops, effectively blurs this vision, clearly denying the very moral foundations that undermine and underpin our unique form of democracy. The health and well-being of our country is at stake. Toi tu te tiriti, te kawana tata.
Thank you, Sir David. That's all the time we have for you this morning, so just want to...
That was a really interesting submission. I really liked the part where I think he's a bishop, right? I think I got that right. I'm not an Anglican, folks. My parents are. But either way, I found it really interesting how he brought up the historical context between the two words, kawanatanga and rangatiratanga, because the Bible was being translated before the treaty came into effect. And yes, they would have used words like kawanatanga and rangatiratanga to denote different political relations that occurred within the Bible. And I've got to read their submission now because I do know that there were Anglicans and Presbyterians and stuff down in Akaroa, down that way. And, they would have had these conversations prior to signing the treaty. What's the legal context of this? And that was probably how they understood it. That's probably, the relations between and the differences between rangatiratanga and kawanatanga. So it's like, oh, okay, that is really interesting to know, and I am going to read their submission.
Yeah,
I swear to God, I haven't copied their submission, even though I said some of the words that he said earlier on.
Yeah.
But he provides a lot more context.
Yeah. And like I haven't been a church-going person for a very long time. But I really like that he reiterates how they use te tiriti in like within their church and within their like foundations for how they operate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Anglicans are pretty dope. I mean, I'm not an Anglican myself, but you know, yeah, from all the interactions I've had with local Anglicans, yeah, they're pretty dope.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, how did we get there? Okay,
I don't know what button I pressed, but I must have pressed the button. Okay, I think Sam did some magical stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. We live here now. Sweet. Yeah, like if even such deeply traditional churches can take te tiriti and affect it into how they operate, why can't the ACT Party?
I mean, maybe it comes from the standpoint, you know, with them having more or less centrist or, you know, centrist-leaning right-wing libertarian values, unlike the other libertarians, you know, the more Christian conservative type libertarians that you find in America. I think ACT is pretty committed to the idea of separation of church and state, which is an idea I also support, being a left-wing libertarian. But yeah, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore the historical context of things, and ignore the way how the church did interact with Indigenous people in the past in the language that was used, because we have, whether we like it or not, missionaries were sent out, right? They translated the Bible, and it's important that when we look at something like te tiriti and we're trying to understand how our ancestors would have viewed the document, we have to go back further than te tiriti itself and look at other documents like the Bible, like the Māori translation of the Bible. Yeah, how did they understand that? And I think that's what's really missing from this conversation here is, how did our tupuna understand te tiriti, and did they understand what they were signing? And I know in my own submission I said, yes, he understood exactly what he was signing. He understood that as a rangatira he had control over his assets. And I've got historical documents to back that up. But yeah, I mean, I just did a deep dive into my own ancestor. I don't know about other submitters, but that is something that I would like to see done. You know, kind of like a anthropologic investigation to how our ancestors saw it. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, next submission.
Your submission on behalf of the committee and for the team who's joined us online as well. So thank you. Thank you. We are now scheduled for a short break. The committee will reconvene at 10:45. There's a slight change to the schedule for members. So if you've got your agenda, the meeting will reconvene at 10:45 with clear charters, and then we'll go on to Justin Connolly after that. So we'll see everyone back here in 12 minutes.
1 point, aroha mai taku te he.
We're at 10:45. We will end the meeting. Welcome back, everyone. We are resuming our hearings into the Treaty Principles Bill, or Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. Our first submitter for the second session this morning is going to be Claire Charters. Claire is with us in person. So good morning, Claire. Thank you for being with us. We've got you before the committee for 5 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Morena, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Ngāti Whakaue Ngāpuhi Tainui me tu wharatua o ku iwi. I'm a professor of law with a doctorate from Cambridge University in comparative constitutional law and international law on Indigenous people's rights, with over 100 publications in the area. I'm co-director of the New Zealand Centre for Indigenous Peoples and Law, and I presented and taught in this area for decades at many universities, including Oxford, Harvard, Toronto, and Columbia. I'm the former rongo takitaki at the New Zealand Human Rights Commission, and I've held many positions at the United Nations, including most recently as advisor to the President of the General Assembly. There's been considerable and dangerous misinformation shared and woeful ignorance expressed about New Zealand's global standing in the protection of Indigenous people's rights. Equally, Māori rights have been portrayed as undemocratic and creating inequality for non-Māori, when international consensus within Western liberal democratic states and international law, the exact opposite is true. This bill would be constitutionally invalid in both the United States and Canada, and is in breach of New Zealand's obligations under international law. Here, Te Tiriti o Waitangi is not enforceable, except in the limited cases where Parliament has included its principles in legislation. Any subsequent legislation contrary to Te Tiriti principles takes precedence over earlier legislation. In the US, treaties between Indigenous peoples and the United States are explicitly protected under the US Constitution. They are legally enforceable. They have the same status as federal legislation. This means, for example, that they override state laws. The US Supreme Court has consistently upheld American Indian treaty rights, including, for example, the right to 50% of the fishing take in areas in Washington state covered by treaty, and very recently by a relatively conservative court, to lawmaking power over large areas of Oklahoma, including Tulsa, a city of over 1 million people. That's how seriously they take their treaty obligations. American Indians' tino rangatiratanga is expressed as inherent sovereignty under law in the US and is protected in hundreds of years of constitutional law. Almost 600 American Indians peoples govern themselves with their own governments and courts. The argument that American Indian rights violate non-Indians' right to freedom from racial discrimination, in other words, are a privilege to American Indians, has been resoundingly rejected by the US Supreme Court. The court has held that American Indians are not a racial group. Instead, they are sovereign peoples. The federal government owes, under law, American Indians trust obligations. The Canadian Constitution entrenches First Nations treaty and Aboriginal rights, including Aboriginal title, as higher law. This means they override inconsistent federal and provincial legislation. They take precedence over individuals' rights, also as expressly stated in the Constitution, including over the right to non-discrimination on the grounds of race. Indigenous peoples' collective rights trump. In case law, the Canadian Supreme Court has stated that this provision is consonant with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canada has enacted progressive federal law to give effect to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including the right to self-determination. Their settlement processes centre on expanding Indigenous peoples' territory and lawmaking power, independent of the state, over those areas. I mentioned also Sami parliaments in Scandinavia and efforts in Latin America to recognise Indigenous peoples' self-determination. This bill, and indeed New Zealand's basic constitutional structure and approach, is in breach of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and particularly under Article 37 of the Declaration, which states of the obligation to honour and respect these treaties and declarations. The United Nations pinnacle human rights body, the Human Rights Council, has effectively reprimanded New Zealand for failing to do that and made comments that there needs to be appropriate constitutional processes to recognise Te Tiriti Waitangi. New Zealand has also been criticised by the UN Committee on Racial Discrimination for its approach to special rights. Global experts then on racial discrimination do not believe Indigenous people's rights are discriminatory. In conclusion, contrary to the outright misinformation expressed by politicians driving this bill, New Zealand is already woefully behind internationally in respect for Indigenous people's rights and to the enforcement of our treaties. This bill seriously aggravates this embarrassing situation and must be abandoned.
Thank you, Claire. That's the 5 minutes. We do have a bit of time to run over. We've got some shuffling around in the program. So if anyone has any questions for Claire, particularly given her background and expertise in the subject, Adrian.
Kia ora. I just wanted to ask, if not this bill, then what could New Zealand do to actually implement rights under Te Tiriti properly?
I think one of the first steps would be to, like Canada just recently, to enact law to implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a way to realise our rights under Te Tiriti Waitangi.
Thank you, Adrian. Huhana Linden.
Yeah, it's similar vein to Tamato Adrian, but really wanting to explore your thoughts around what is the solution to what we're currently facing with the Treaty Principles Bill conversation in New Zealand now, while not undermining any further our rights as tangata whenua through Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
I think substantive and substantial constitutional transformation is required to realise our rights and to come even close to similar standards set by the United States and Canada as 2 examples. So I think that we need, as mentioned, to implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We should do something akin to, we have to have our own answers, the entrenchment of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi in our legal system as higher law. That would be the kind of thing that I think that we need to do, drawing on experiences elsewhere. But there, we need as a nation to think about that. But we certainly need to make sure to measure up to our Western liberal democratic partners to do something pretty, substantive.
Thanks. Okay, we'll go to a final question from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you for your submission. I just want to make sure I understood you properly. Are you saying that our current governance arrangements with the New Zealand Parliament is kind of illegitimate or inappropriate? Is that what you were saying?
I mean, I think that's not what the point that I've made, but I would agree with that point. I think people have made that point elsewhere. I'm saying that it's embarrassing that New Zealand is so woefully behind in its protection of Indigenous people's rights, particularly when we compare ourselves to our neighbours, our Western liberal democratic states. I think absurd and embarrassing.
Thanks. Thank you, members, for the questions. Thank you, Claire, for your time this morning and for being with us. We do appreciate that submission.
Thank you. Yeah.
We'll go to our submission now.
Okay. I will admit I'm not too familiar with how legislation is set up in America or Canada when it comes to Indigenous peoples. I'm sorry, that's not the scope of my knowledge. When it comes to, I mean, it's very interesting, his submission. I would have loved more specific examples of how we are behind Canada and America. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm as a woke person. I'm even surprised the Supreme Court in America even knows what Native Americans are. By the way, how their country is operating. And then we look at instances like Standing Rock. It's like, oh, they exist. Yeah. So it is interesting that Native Americans in the United States are viewed as sovereign. Yeah, it's really interesting when you look at their history and you look at the way how they've kind of been, pushed to the side by previous governments in America, by Congress. Like they're not really given much in terms of support. Definitely not in the area of public health. I know that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really have much commentary about this because I'm not awfully familiar with how Indigenous people are treated in Canada, and I just know that Indigenous people in America are treated like shit. But apart from that, I can't point to like any specific legislation.
Yeah, no, neither. I do remember seeing a video from a fantastic Indigenous American woman. I can't remember her name right now. It'll come to me. But she was talking about how they were all pushed into reserves and given that little plot of land, and now the common myth around them is that they are so rich and so well off because of their casinos, and they're actually not.
I don't see much wealth. I mean, all I see there with Native Americans is a prime example of capitalism. I don't see much in terms of wealth trickling into the reserves. I mean, I see reserves that are just people are really poor.
Yeah,
that's what I see.
The
When I see pictures of a reserve.
There are some Indigenous American tribes that have done well for themselves because of their casinos, but the majority of them aren't.
And that's going to vary from. That's also going to vary from state to state about what the casino laws are, and there might be an area where people don't want to go to a casino. I don't know. It's like I don't know what the economics of running a casino in America is. All I know is that Trump went bankrupt a couple of times trying to run casinos.
Yes, but yeah, there's a lot of tribes that are in America that are worse off than our iwi and our hapu.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that the people that are running the casinos, the Native Americans, maybe they would be better off in charge of the American economy right now than the failed casino owner being Trump. I'm just going to be real there. If they're still operating and going and Trump's like, no. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear which guys we should put in charge.
Yeah. Absolutely. The ones that actually care about the land and the environment and the people that it holds.
Yeah.
Just maybe.
Alrighty, next submission before I say anything that's like misleading.
From
about
Justin
Native American
Connolly. Justin is joining us online. Justin, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We've got you for a 5-minute presentation this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin.
Kia ora tātou, thank you. Look, I wanted to just take my submission as read, highlight the main points, of course, that I opposed the bill, recommend its withdrawal, and acknowledge that you've heard all the legal reasons why and against the bill, so let's not recap, but I have touched on them. I just wanted to expand a little on my submission and reflect on my personal journey with Te Tiriti and the treaty as what I think is perhaps fairly typical of somebody who grew up in New Zealand. I'm late 40s, grew up in the rural Waikato, and there's just quite a gulf between the reality of what we know about our constitutional arrangements and the perception of what we think we know about our constitutional arrangements, which is really at the heart of some of the frustrations and challenges that we're experiencing in this debate. We don't have a strong culture of understanding our constitutional arrangements, and so we're not in this educated position to actually be having a constructive conversation in the way that we are, and hence a referendum, I think, is a terrible way of doing it. I wanted to just acknowledge, I think it was Andrew Judd who was submitting the other day, and sort of just resonate with his personal journey, and he talks about being a recovering racist. So in terms of the attitudes that one grows up with in the nation, in the culture, through no ill intent, just recognizing that there are embedded biases that are often inherent in the way that we learn about things, or the attitudes that we grow up with around things like the treaty. Wanted to acknowledge that there's this contradiction in the bill around equal rights, and of course of seeking to have equal rights but ignoring the equal rights that iwi entered the treaty with. I think that's really at the core of part of the contradiction of this. But really, on a positive note, just really wanted to stress that I think we absolutely do need a conversation about our constitutional arrangements in New Zealand, and I absolutely support us having that in a constructive and coordinated and respectful way as a nation. And I think there's a huge amount of effort that needs to be taken and leadership required, I guess, from Parliament as well as civic society to be able to take some of those steps and make some of those progress, particularly acknowledge a lot of the thinking that's been done by people like Moana Jackson and Martiki Mai, and recognising the very, the kind of visceral and personal components of what those journeys would be. It scares the heck out of me as well as excites me terribly, which I think are two emotions that we can hold together whilst moving forward on a conversation like that. So I know I only have a few minutes, sort of just recapped on what I talked about. The gist of it is in my submission, as you would have seen, and perhaps I'll just leave a minute or so for questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Justin. Members, any questions for Justin on that submission? No, I don't see any questions coming through, Justin, so we've got about a minute remaining. I'm happy to hand back over to you if you want to provide any further context, or we can wrap up the session there.
Well, the only thing I would say is one of the things coming out of if the committee or whatever this process has any power to do is potentially reinvigorating some of the educational material that does exist around Te Tiriti and getting that out amongst people and communities, and whether it needs to be better incorporated into citizenship processes and migration processes as well in terms of some of that educational material. So there are good materials that I note in my submission, and just also I guess maybe just offer the potential for leadership in Parliament to provide more education in that space to help it make a more constructive conversation in the future. Perhaps I'll leave it there.
Thanks, and thank you, Justin. It's a very nice way to wrap up. Look, on behalf of the committee, I just want to acknowledge your submission today and thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having time to listen to me. Appreciate it.
We've got...
Right. Okay. So, yeah, he brings up interesting points about the referendum, and I know we're going to be covering. I think we're going to be covering the referendum bill tonight later on, but it does bring up. Yeah, it does bring up an interesting point that is a referendum the best way to sort this out? Because when you're dealing with referendums, you are dealing with the fact that the public may not be informed enough to make a meaningful decision. That's something that actually reflects their values. They may not have enough information to do it. So education is really important if you're going to be doing referendums on big issues like this. And what's been really disappointing throughout this entire process is lack of knowledge, coming from MPs. Now, credit where credit's due. Members of the public who are submitting are doing their homework. A lot of the submissions I've seen is like people who actually have read through it. I've been really impressed by the amount of people who are Pākehā who are doing their homework. So Tauiwi as well, so non-Pākehā who are foreigners, who are doing their homework and taking the time to learn, and they just, they focus on like a local tipuna or a local ancestor who has had interactions with the crowd. They might pick like a certain ancestor that's relevant to the area they live in, and they read up on that person, and that gives me a lot of hope, because it's like, cool, you're learning, awesome. You're also reading through the reports, fantastic. It is good to see that, but yeah, it does have me worried that MPs don't have kind of like enough base knowledge about the differences between the Te Reo Māori version of the text and the English version of the text. So it's like, we'll just mash them together and we'll get something. And it's like, well, hold on a minute. It's a whole bunch of legal stuff you got to consider, and a whole bunch of like treaty settlements as well that you've got to consider. And it's, you can't just go from A to Z without looking at the history and going through the nuance of all of these cases.
Right. You said A to Z, and it, like, completely unrelated, but it just reminded me that someone has changed the alphabet song.
Really?
And people are so mad about it. Like, yeah, because apparently LMNOP is too fast for children to understand. Yeah.
Okay, skill issue.
Yeah.
Kids gotta learn.
But yeah, you can't just remove and change entire sections of the alphabet and still have it make sense. Like
LMNOP. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Sam says that's a band.
LMNOP is a band. They're a fantastic Kiwi band.
And LMP is a delicious drink. Okay, so do we have any other thoughts on the submission?
Well, I was in the wharepaku actually, so I missed
Oh, I thought you
all
were
of
fighting
the-
bees in the background.
What's that?
I thought you were still fighting with bees in the background.
No, the bee is long gone. He must have
Bee
flown
is
out
gone.
the window.
Okay, you won that war.
I won the bee war.
You won the bee war.
No war with the bees. No war with the bees. We love
Did you send the bees to Ukraine? They can throw more beehives. Have you seen that video of the beehives?
Yes.
Okay, this is not related to the submission anymore. We're talking about fucking bees. Okay, all right, let's go on to the submission.
Let's move on, shall we?
Getting derailed.
Now from Ngā Kaitiaki o Ngāti Kaupata, and with us in the room, sorry, I don't have anyone's names, but I'll invite you to the table and I'll allow you to introduce yourselves. So, tēnā koutou. Welcome to the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
O tēnā tātou katoa, me tīmata ke ngā kōrero mo tō mata iwi, ko rua hene te pai maunga ko rawa te awa ko Ngāti Kaupata te iwi. Anei Ngāti Kaupata ko taimai tēnei rā ki te whakatakato i o mātou whakaro i runga i tēnei take. Ki tō mātou whakaro e whakamemeha ana i te mana o te tiriti o Waitangi. Nō reire, ko taimai mātou, mātou ko ngā kaitiaki o Ngāti Kaupata, koina te ratonga e manakitia nei, te iwi whānui, o tira ngā hapori katoa tō mātou takiwa. Tainua tira ki ngā kaihautu o ngā hapu e toru o Ngāti Kaupata, ko Ngāti Tūroa, ko Ngāti Hine Pare, tainua atu kia tahuri wakanui. Nō reire, tēnei mātou mihi atu nei, kia kōtau. Hoi anō me kuhu au ki te ia o ngā kōrero kei amata o Ngāti Kaupata i tēnei wā. Well, I'd start by saying it's a firm belief of Ngāti Kaupata that this bill should never have made it to first reading in the first place. And we shouldn't actually be here today because, in essence, the thinking of Ngāti Kaupata is that the bill really does attempt to dismantle what we believe are some of the most important constitutional underpinnings of our nation. And like many others, we also view this bill as a major attempt to really erode the mana motuhake of iwi and hapu throughout Aotearoa, particularly by watering down what we feel is the substance and essence of te tiriti o Waitangi. Nō reira tākoe mea atu nei, he whai ke whakamemeha, ke whakamimiti i te mana me te mauri o te tiriti o Waitangi. Perhaps just as concerning for our iwi of Ngāti Kaupata is the fact that the bill, in our view, really does attempt to subvert the principle of equity in favour of the principle of equivalence. And since 1840, Ngāti Kaupata have suffered numerous injustices as a result, really, of breaches of te tiriti o Waitangi. Through no wrongdoing of our own, we have actually become one of the most landless iwi in the nation. And this has actually led to severe inequities that our people have had to contend with and actually endure intergenerationally. And Ngāti Kaupata are still navigating a number of those inequities to this day. So that the suggestion, particularly in Article 3, that the principle of equivalence ought to take precedence over equity from a te tiriti perspective would constitute, in our view, a catastrophic failure on the Crown's part to uphold that which was agreed to in 1840. As an iwi who have a long journey ahead of us to heal the wounds of past injustices, we're deeply concerned about this bill on multiple levels. Te tiriti partnership is not an MOU or a contract to be renewed annually. It's permanent and it's enduring. And to that end, we also state that this bill has the potential to really tear apart the social fabric of Aotearoa and to really undermine the sovereign rights of Māori as te tiriti partners to the Crown. It's clear to many New Zealanders that this bill has already placed relationships between Māori and the Crown at a precipice, really, where levels of distrust by Māori of the Crown are higher than ever before. The Crown can de-escalate this pressure by not promoting further opportunities to use te tiriti as a means of effectively diminishing the rangatiratanga and mana motuhake of te iwi Māori. Were this bill to be passed, our people of Ngāti Kaupata would be rendered even more vulnerable at the hands of the Crown, particularly insofar as we've yet to settle our claim, which is part of the Porirua Ki Manawatu inquiry. And this bill, in our view, places our claim under extremely high risk because of the fact that a change in te tiriti principles would actually, in some ways, absolve the Crown from its failure to uphold the things it promised to us as te tiriti partners in 1840. For Ngāti Kaupata, that failure led to severe consequences and often irreversible inequities, and some of those, which are actually intergenerational, include inequities in education. Our people do not experience educational success at the same level of non-Māori in our takiwa, in our rohe. Inequities in health. Our people die earlier than non-Māori in our rohe, and our people have a higher prevalence of poor health. Inequities in land ownership and title. The things which were once under our collective ownership were just unjustly acquired, subdivided and sold. And another example being inequities in intergenerational wealth, whereby the failure of the education system to provide for our people led to high levels of unemployment, leading to greater deprivation, and leading also to negative aspects such as high levels of financial desperation and onwards to incarceration, and the list goes on. So the Crown, in the view of Ngāti Kaupata, must account for its due responsibilities as the te tiriti partner and to actually maintain its ongoing commitment to the process of reconciliation, but also the process of the redress of historical grievances. But always, and this is probably an important point, to bear in mind the fact that te tiriti o Waitangi was signed by our tupuna as a document for the future, not the past. And it's important that the Crown bears in mind the fact that te tiriti is about the future. It's also about the future of our mokopuna and our tamariki. Nō reire, mea ana mātou o Ngāti Kaupata, kia kawarawa, e rawe ki ngia te tiriti o Waitangi. Waiho te tapu o te tiriti, waiho te mana o te tiriti kia toitu. Just to really bring this to a summary, I guess, there's also another important document which many have made reference to, he whakaputanga, And as Ngāti Kaupata, we also stand by the assertion of sovereignty, which is outlined and actually premised in He Whakaputanga. Ngāti Kaupata, as mentioned, has suffered significantly and intergenerationally through what we describe to the Waitangi Tribunal as te pene raupatu, whereby the confiscation of land rights and legal land title occurred not through military invasion in Aohe, but instead through the coercion of false signatories and the premeditated bankruptcies of the last remaining Ngāti Kaupata landowners in the period following the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Therefore, the key point is that the Waitangi Tribunal is now really our only recourse into righting the wrongs of the past. And in particular, were the principles of Te Tiriti to be changed, it would place our claim, and most likely the claims of other iwi and hapu, at significant risk. Therefore, Ngāti Kaupata call on the Crown to fully honour its obligations and responsibilities by ensuring that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is beyond reproach. It should not and ought never have been placed in such a position of vulnerability in the first place. We also emphasise again the fact that settlements cannot be full and final when the injustices that they seek to address are in fact ongoing. This particular issue for Ngāti Kaupata has caused significant mamai, not only to us as an iwi, but to many other iwi across the motu. And it's important, we believe, that the place of Te Tiriti o Waitangi is affirmed through this process. Finally, we implore the Crown to work with Māori rather than working against Māori. If anything, the Toitu Tiriti movement last year bore testament to that fact, that we do have support from our Waitangi partners, Tiriti o Waitangi partners in terms of tangata Tiriti, and there is a growing realisation that we have travelled a long way, but we don't want to regress and we don't want to diminish all of the good work that's been done in recent decades, particularly that undertaken by the Waitangi Tribunal. Nō reira, koia tēnei ko ngā kōrero a tō mata iwi a Ngāti Kaupata, tēnei te whakatakatu atu nei, inui te aroaru i a koutou I tēnei rā, nō reira tēnā koutou tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Mehana. Thank you for your presentation. We've got time for a question. Let's go to Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe Mehana Owhira, tēnā koutou ngauri o te pene raupatu, Ngāti Kaupata. It's really hard to hear time after time as iwi Māori come before the committee talking to the very real impact that we are seeing within community, but also the stress of having to submit week after week on bills such as the Treaty Principles Bill. Can you speak from an iwi perspective of te nui o te hoha, o tēnei momo mahi a te kāwanatanga ki runga i a koutou?
Tēnā koe Huhana. Kia mātou Ngāti Kaupata, kāre mātou e tino hiehia ki te hara mai mo enei momo take. Kei roto ia mātou I tēnei rā ko ngā kaitiaki o Ngāti Kaupata. Ko te tino mahi a ngā kaitiaki, he arataki I roto I ngā kaupapa pēnā I te hauora o te rā te tautoko I ngā whānau. So we would agree that it's a waste of good time of our people who actually have other important jobs to do. Part of the kaupapa of ngā kaitiaki o Ngāti Kaupata, of course, is to ensure that they can manaaki and look after our whānau, our hapu and our iwi. And for us, that's the absolute priority. We do not want to be here actually, Uganda, but we've had our hand forced by the fact that this bill has gone through the first reading. And as an iwi, we also believe that if we don't have a voice in this discourse, then we are doing our people a disservice. So we would rather be at home. We would rather be in Aotearoa, in our takiwā, working alongside our people. And so I would concur with what you've outlined and the concern that you've raised, that if anything, the fact that the bill's gone to first reading has put a lot of pressure on a number of hapu and iwi who actually have other things to do.
Thanks, Mehana. Thank you all for being with us this morning and for your presentation. We do appreciate you taking the time to be with us in person as well.
They seem like really nice people. It's a shame David Seymour didn't pick up the phone and talk to them, because that would have been nice. They seem annoyed that they're there they have to try and say we weren't consulted on this. And again, a lot of this, like a lot of iwi and hapu, would not be there if they were consulted. Like let's just be real. So again, I have to go back again to the fact that, and I'll just go down to my notes here, the New Zealand Settlements Act of 1863, again, that horrible act that stated that the land of any tribe engaged in rebellion against the government could be confiscated. Unfortunately, a lot of innocent people were caught up in that. Hey! James has got things to say. Did you pause him? Yes. Okay. James, you got to hold your horses. James, I know you're ready to talk, but I got to talk. But yeah, so basically, land was confiscated. 1.3 million hectares was confiscated by the Crown. Innocent people that were caught up. And, when I say the word innocent, right, Māori had the right to have a kingitonga, right? They had that right under Te Tiriti, right? The way how it was interpreted. But there were people who did not, that were not in favour of kingitonga. They were also caught up in this mess as well. And hey, they had their land confiscated too, and they were not entitled to any confiscation. And then they were further screwed with the Native Lands Rating Act of 1882, which introduced rates on Māori land and allowed for land to be seized if the rates were not paid. Wow, that's a real kick in the teeth if you're an Indigenous person right there. It's like, hey, is this land that your ancestors have been living on for 1,000 years? Okay, get off. You haven't paid your money. It's like, what? Okay. It's like, and quite often, you know, the real kicker too is that a lot of these rates were often higher for Māori than they were for Pākehā.
Yeah.
I've actually got a link here to the treaty breaches. Here we go. And I will post that in the chat so people can read it. But yes, please look up in depth about these acts, because when you lose land, when you lose the means to be able to produce stuff like these things like farming, right? That's going to impact generations to come. We see it with Pākehā farmers, right? It's like, oh, the family farm, we're going to hand that down to the next generation, and the next generation, next generation. So there's economic value in land. You know, you can have your cows on there, you can have your trees on there, or you can have your whatever you want on there, and you can make money off of it. Now, Māori lost that ability.
Yep.
They still don't really have that ability because only 5% of land is now under Māori freehold. Let's see if I got that right. Yep. Okay. So yeah, about 5%. And so yeah, even to this day, you know, we don't really collectively own land to the same, nowhere near to the same extent as they did before. So they can't produce the wealth that they need to be able to really lift up people from out of poverty. So yeah, people go, oh, that was like 200 years ago. Why are you still poor, lol? That's why, because you kind of need land to make money. And we don't have land to make money. So that's why we're poor.
Generational poverty is a thing.
You know, and there were other treaty breaches too, that discriminated against Māori at schools. You know, a lot of Māori kids were encouraged to go learn labouring occupations. They were not encouraged to be doctors or lawyers or be, you know, enter into white collar jobs. And this is, I remember my dad telling me this story, and he was a kid back in the 1960s, you know, at St. Pat's down in Upper Hutt. And he saw this firsthand. He saw Māori kids, Māori boys, you got to go do the agriculture vocations. You got to go study agriculture. You got to go study how to be a mechanic. You got to study this. You can't study the, you know, we don't want to encourage you to become a judge or to become a doctor or whatever. Nah, that's fancy stuff. You're not going to get much money. You're not going to have much luck in that. You know, the systemic racism was there back in those days. And then I'm talking about my parents' generation, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, you still got people that are still in these labouring occupations, still getting paid fuck all. And you wonder why they're poor. So yeah, trickle down shitonomics.
Exactly.
We've got 5 more minutes, I think, for one more submission. I think we can squeeze one out, unless you want to see me rattle on for 5 more minutes about, I don't know.
The submission sections, I don't know, only seem to be 5 minutes now. So yeah, let's break out one more.
We're going to go for it.
Go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Kelly, hi, good morning. Thank you for joining the committee. If you can turn your camera on, we would appreciate that.
For some reason, it's not coming up with the option. Hang on.
Here you are, we can see. Hey, thank you, Kelly, for joining us this morning. We've got you for a 5-minute session, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Great, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born and raised in New Zealand, descended from colonists who arrived before the treaty was signed, and I feel that my personal experience has been typical of many Pākehā, with my understanding of Te Tiriti coming from a lifetime of media exposure, attending different high schools, and more recently, studying law at a university, which has vastly widened my understanding of the treaty, tikanga, and the way it filters through our legal system and society. Let me start by saying that I firmly oppose this bill. To revisit the origins of 1840, the treaty was a carefully negotiated agreement. It was based on mutual respect, with both Māori and Pākehā understanding that the relationship was one of partnership. The Crown recognised the Māori authority over their lands, forests, fisheries and taonga, promising to act as a guardian rather than oppressor. However, just a decade later, pressures began to mount. Lobbyists and powerful interests, most notably the New Zealand Company, sought to exploit this young nation. With significant financial backing and persuasive propaganda, these groups pushed a narrative that redefined the treaty. What had once been a covenant of mutual protection was gradually reframed to favour rapid settler expansion and capitalist interests. The original spirit of the treaty was perverted, leading to policies that undermined the very protections it was meant to guarantee. This distortion was compounded by an education system that has, for far too long, left vast swathes of our history out of the curriculum. Because parts of our past are unpalatable, painting a picture of government actions and historical events that we would rather not confront, our schools, particularly in the past, have created the treaty as a document solely about land rights. For many Pākehā, this narrow view has become an accepted truth. It is often presented as the treaty as a document solely about the land rights, and the narrow view has complicated society. The lack of comprehensive education has created confusion and a dangerous gap in understanding. Many do not realise that under Te Tiriti, they too enjoy legal pathways to justice and a host of privileges that contribute to environmental stewardship, legal fairness, healthcare, and economic prosperity. Now to turn to the present. The proposed Treaty Principles Bill plays directly into this legacy of partial education and lingering propaganda. It presents itself as a measure of clarity, a tool to simplify our foundational component. But in doing so, it dangerously narrows the scope of tutility, removing references to the Crown's duty to act in good faith, opening the door to unilateral decision-making. When we allow such a bill to pass, we risk surrendering rights that many Pākehā are unaware they even possess. These rights have been provided to us with concrete benefits over decades. Economically, the treaty has laid the groundwork for partnerships that spur innovation and sustainability. The Maori economy is a testament to a culturally informed stewardship of resources that can create win-win scenarios. Joint ventures between iwi and Pākehā businesses have led to local employment, sustainable agribusiness, thriving tourism, and robust export markets, benefits that would be jeopardised if the treaty's protective framework were weakened. Through legal challenges using the treaty, we've seen how frameworks safeguard our beaches, lakes, and forests. These are not just abstract ideals, they result in cleaner water for our families, sustainable fisheries for our communities, vibrant landscapes that drive our tourism and recreation industries. But it's not just for Māori that these benefits apply. The treaty is a great leveller of justice, meaning to say that it puts the rights and benefits of people, all people, before those of capitalism. It is through the treaty that an individual can legally object to something as large as mining, through to poor sanitation and pollution in our communities, and through to our neighbourhoods being able to enjoy nature and the protection of our native trees in urban areas. By stripping away the nuanced reciprocal commitments enshrined in tutility, we set a dangerous precedent of normalising the erosion of rights, not only those of Māori, but also those of Pākehā, who may find themselves deprived of legal remedies, environmental safeguards, and even economic stability. The gradual removal of these rights under the guise of clarification is a path that leads to further division and a weakening of our national unity. History has a habit of repeating itself. When we look back on our history, we can use the mistakes that were made then as our guide for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. Look, that's the time we have before the committee this morning, so just
And that's also the time that we have for the show. But yes, I've got a minute. I can squeeze this point out. Everyone, please look up the Public Works Act. It screws over Māori and Pākehā equally, and it's still in effect. You're on mute.
I am too. Look at that. I really like the fact that she said it not only disadvantages Māori, but Pākehā as well. If this bill goes through, this is going to screw with everybody. But on that note, I need to go and find a kai. We're about to bring in the next panelist, so I will catch you all next time. Haere ka kite anō.
Hey everyone.
Parliament's buzzing, it's time to get loud. Under the dome where decisions are proud. Voices clash, echo through the halls. Policies rise as the gavel falls. Bills on the table, debates in the air. Legislation crafted with care. Voices of the people, voices of the streets. Echo in chambers where the leaders meet. Tick-tock, the order paper's hot. Debate and discuss changes what we've got. Every word counts, every vote too. New Zealand Parliament, this one's for you. For you. Dynamic urban rhythm in the flow. Every law has the seed.
And welcome back. Bit of musical chairs tonight. I found out after I sent the email I was having a tenancy inspection at 4 p.m. on a Sunday.
That's fine, Sam. It's always great to be with you. So
Oh yeah, it's been a bit in there, and it's quite interesting just like watching the cameras of like what happens with like two waiting going and two screaming away now with empty seats sitting next to their cameras.
Yep. As I said, no problem. It's always a pleasure to join you this afternoon.
Yes, and I see you're wearing pink. Is that for International Women's Day yesterday or Pride in Wellington?
Everything, a bit of everything, really. I mean, it's about pride. It's about celebrating our wahine tour and just everything, really.
Yeah, well, I remember my first job, we had to wear a pink shirt because it was Wendy Super Sundays, the ice cream shop.
I don't think I quite had that thought in my mind when I threw this shirt on today, but why not Wendy throwing Wendy's there as well? So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's continue where the was it
From
Stacey
must be someone
and
famous because
Laura
Neddy's will come
were
in.
off. And the great news is I've got to fast forward that because I went through a set of opening credits. But the good thing is when you put your timestamp into the into the chat. Just a moment, 34. Yeah, there we are. So so we've tried this new method on how to try and get make it work without Laura's computer crashing. And I think we kind of are nearly there, but when we run a set of opening credits, it kind of screws it all up. But let's kick it off where
Under the guise of
Laura and Stacey
clarification is a
finished.
path that leads to further
So, morning, Michael. Thank you for being with the committee. If you're able to turn your video camera on, please, and perhaps unmute. Michael, if you can hear us, you'll need to unmute yourself and turn on your video camera.
Technical stuff.
Okay, we might need to look at who else is on the list. Anyone else coming up to them? We don't have Erin. We do have you. Oh, Michael, can you hear us? Michael, if we aren't able to connect to you soon, Michael, we might have to do some troubleshooting in the background. Do we have Erin with us? We do have Erin. If Erin's ready to present, then we can bring Erin into the room and we'll have to sort out what's happening with Michael later on. So we might go to our 11:30 submission from Erin Tapo, who is the Tumuaki at Te Kuro Te Pāroa. We'll just bring Erin into the room. Kia ora, Erin. Thank you for being with us slightly earlier than you may have expected and for jumping up the batting order there. So welcome to the committee. We've got you with us for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou. E noho ana i te poho tauku wharikuro o te Pāroa tōtara. Ko pū tau aki te mauna ko ori ni te awa whakatere waka. Ko te tokotori o te mauri te papatipu. Ko Erin te paua hau, ko au te Tumuaki o te kuro o te Pāroa, he uri a hau no te waka o mātātua no Ngāti Awa. I tēnei rā, ka tū au hei mānai mo te kuro o te Pāroa, hei māngai anō mo nā tamariki o Naia nei. Mo nā tamariki o te wā kai te haramai. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. This pātere that I just said belongs to Te Kuro o Te Pāroa and is sung to acknowledge the significant landmarks that define our place within the landscape. I have used it today to introduce myself and our kura because I am here to speak on behalf of our kura. My name is Erin Te Pau and I am the Tumuaki of Te Kuro o Te Pāroa. Te Kuro o Te Pāroa is a kura manamoti hake, which is a special character school under section 156 of the Education Act. We reside within the tribal rohe of Ngāti Awa. Ngāti Awa is one of the tribal groups belonging to the Mātātua Waka from the Eastern Bay of Plenty near Whakatane. Te Kuro o Te Pāroa's special character is teaching and learning with a focus on Ngāti Awatanga. Although I'm really glad to have the opportunity to be counted among the numbers who have made oral submissions today and previously against the Treaty Settlements Bill, I'm also deeply frustrated that this bill has made it to the stage of gathering submissions, and I am disheartened to be speaking on a bill that threatens to undo the decades of progress in honouring the Treaty of Waitangi and protecting Māori rights, and in my opinion, and in our kura's opinion, is a socially divisive bill. However, I do stand proudly in solidarity with the many respected Māori and tangata tiriti who have already addressed this forum today and previously in voicing their opposition to the bill. Their concerns reflect the very real and damaging impact this bill will have on the partnership intended by the Treaty of Waitangi. I am here today to add my voice as the voice of Te Kuro o Te Pāroa to ensure that our concerns are valued and heard. I feel that I'm repeating what others have already offered in these submissions, including the fact that the Treaty of Principles Bill is being promoted as a champion of equality for all New Zealanders. Yet for Māori, true equality has remained elusive. I listened to previous submissions that gave or discussed the way that Māori are overrepresented in Aotearoa's most troubling statistics of incarceration, poor health, unemployment, and welfare dependency. And I also heard, and I support the notion that was put before you, that these are not coincidental, but they're the results of generations of systematic inequalities. Those inequalities are legal, educational, economic, and resource-based, where Māori have been stripped of land and the ability to create wealth. We've talked about how the bill has been purported as helping to encourage equality. I suppose my thinking is that when we talk about equality, we ask, is it the equality of input or the equality of outcomes? And I'd like to now turn more towards an educational perspective. So Māori kura, we need equality of outcomes, because as we've heard from other panelists, and I will support the fact that Māori kura do not receive equality in New Zealand. And to achieve this, we need differentiated inputs. The one-size-fits-all approach does not address the historical and ongoing disparities faced by Māori. True equality means acknowledging past injustices and actively working to remove the systematic barriers that continue to disadvantage Māori in education, health, and economic participation. I offer the following examples of educational inequality experienced by Ngāti Awa. So the history of our kura te kura te pārua reflects the broader inequalities of Māori across New Zealand. Our kura began as a native school. It was asked for by our tupuna. They requested it of the Ministry of Education in 1893. Unlike other state schools that were created at the time, native schools were required to provide 5 acres for the school. They were required to build the school buildings, and they were also required to build the schoolhouse. This was not the same for a state school. And in a time when Ngāti Awa had been the victims, I suppose, of colonisation, we had experienced land confiscation and extreme economic hardship that came with it. They still wanted to build a school so that their descendants could experience equality. It was a beginning of our school that is now 133 years old. We have been a native school, we have been a state school, and recently we have become a kura mana mutu hake. And the way that this was able to happen was through persistent advocacy of Māori, ongoing demands for the recognition of Article 2 of the treaty, and because we wanted to reclaim Māori educational authority. So in 2013, our kura became a kura mana mutu hake, securing the right to determine its own educational pathway. However, our kura feels that the Treaty Principles Bill threatens this progress by undermining Māori rights to maintain and develop culturally responsive education spaces. Currently, the number of kura kaipapa, the number of kura mana mutu hake, the number of kura a-iwi has stagnated. We have not increased the numbers of kura that are available for Māori tamariki to access, even though it has been shown that these kura are the pathways to success for Māori tamariki. I'd like to turn towards the bill's threat to Māori educational authority. So the Treaty Principles Bill aims to redefine the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, shifting away from well-established principles of partnership and protection for Māori. Te kura o te pārua is strongly opposed to this bill, as it threatens the very foundation of Māori education and the autonomy of kura Māori. There is a disregard for Māori sovereignty and mana mutu hake. So as I mentioned before, kura Māori emerged as a direct response to the systematic marginalisation of te reo Māori and Māori knowledge within the mainstream education system. The bill's approach disregards this history and seeks to impose political neutrality on kura Māori, contradicting this very purpose. Previous to the hikoi, I received a bulletin from the Ministry of Education reminding all schools that they were to remain neutral in the time of the hikoi. I found that really ironic, considering that kura Māori have been born out of political activism. And even though we are part of the government system, the reason that we came into being was because of a political movement. So I found that the silencing of Māori voices was something that I could not actually stomach. So there is an importance of te reo Māori in education, and this is because of the loss of te reo Māori in New Zealand. So that loss was actually because of the education system. It was not a choice that was made by Māori, it was a consequence of colonial assimilation policies in education. So the survival and the revitalisation of te reo Māori is essential for the survival of the Māori people. Māori parents choose our kura because they want their children to learn in an environment where their identity is celebrated, their language and culture is nurtured, and te reo Māori is important as a vehicle to learning. So the bill's redefinition of the treaty principles threatens the integrity of our kura and the wider Māori education system. There is a contradiction, and I've heard that earlier with Claire Charters. She was talking about...
Erin, sorry to interrupt, but we'll ask you to bring your submission to a conclusion because we are now over time. So I'll invite you to just provide some closing comments.
Okay, so I'd like to also make a support Claire Charters' submission around using the United Nations rights of the Indigenous peoples. I think that that is part of what we need to be supporting in New Zealand. It affirms the rights of Indigenous people. I have a couple, I suppose I might as well just close with, in closing, we make the following recommendations: that we oppose the Treaty Principles Bill, that we ensure Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the foundation for decision-making in New Zealand, and that we uphold Māori autonomy in education.
Kia ora, and thank you for your submission this afternoon. We do appreciate you jumping up and filling the gap as well, and just want to acknowledge your submission on behalf of the
Okay, that was a very interesting submission about how kuras started and how they've gone through every single one of the iterations of how it's gone through the history of their operations and how it could be completely all brought into a halt thanks to the bill.
Yeah, I found that really interesting, Sam. I mean, I think it's pretty clear there that Māori language is really under threat through the changes in this bill, particularly in the education space, and really institutions like Kura Kaupapa Māori are really at the forefront of revitalising Māori language and changes to the principles of te tiriti are really undermining the revitalisation of not only the Māori language but also how that plays through in the education setting. So I found that a really interesting submission and really well thought through. So yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, good start to the show. Oh, let's get to some more nitty-gritty. Now, just to let you know, the order that stuff, how it's ended up into how it was meant to end up in, it would basically it threw the order out of whack. So now we're getting back into how it should be. So let's kick off.
Matt, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee and for, again, jumping up the batting order a little bit. From must be someone famous because the media's all come in the room. Wellington City Council Mayor Tori Whanau. Morning, Tori. Thank you for being with us.
No, that's the wrong
Matt, good
one.
morning. Thank you for being with the committee and for, again, jumping up the batting order a little bit. We've got you for a 5-minute session this morning, so I'll hand straight over to you to begin your presentation.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. Many thanks for agreeing to hear from my submission. I'm opposed to this bill. I think it's the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. Whilst I have much sympathy with its cause and its aspirations, obviously, I do believe that everyone should be equal before the law, and I also believe that Parliament is sovereign and Parliament should be deciding these issues. We've got to take into account the fact that there have been some grievous breaches of trust since 1840. Some terrible things have happened. I mean, we've got to build that trust back before we can make the changes and do the things that ACT want to do. In a sort of summary, it's kind of like pushing too hard and too soon. As a bit of context, you can tell I'm British, from South London, but my father's side of the family is Scottish. So I grew up supporting Scotland and thinking myself as Scottish and still feeling the pain from losing to England on Sunday morning. But I went to university in Scotland at a time of increasing Scottish nationalism. That was happening as a result of some of the things that Margaret Thatcher's government had done. And also at university, I came into contact with a lot of guys from Northern Ireland, both sides of the divide over there. So I got to thinking a lot about the nature of nationhood, the nature of the union that I was living in the UK, and trying to look at that and trying to how does it all work? How can you make it work better? And then coming to New Zealand, and then also actually having a Canadian wife and Canadian family. So I'm looking at Canadian politics as well as New Zealand politics. And it came sort of worked out really that very much on the side of what I call, well, what can be called as unionism or a liberal unionism, and the belief that the proper and fit and best foundation for any nation is as a union of people united by a shared set of values, irrespective of race, colour, creed, religion, language, or even geography. But within that, you've got to understand how that works and what you need to do to make that work. And you've got to understand other people's journey is very different to you. And you've got to understand those journeys. And a good example of where that failure is in this piece of legislation is when they're talking about a referendum. You've got people who are sitting there going, we are worried about the tyranny of the majority. So what you do not say to them is, oh, well, don't worry, we're going to have a referendum. That's going to produce a Newtonian reaction. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So they're going to get more worried by the threat of a referendum. What you've got to do is just keep on working with things and delivering a good government. And often what in Scotland we call, in Britain it's referred to as nationalism or separatism, and in Canada they call it sovereigntism. For Quebec, I don't know the right word for it in New Zealand, the opposition to the union. I don't like the term separatism because I don't think it's an accurate description, but it's the word I've unfortunately used. You've got to understand each other's journey. So what I think the government needs to do instead of pushing on with this bill is concentrating on using good, solid liberal values of equality and fairness to deliver a good government that's free of discrimination and fear or favour. And doing that will replace a sense of grievance with a sense of trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We've got some time left. Let's go to Todd Stevenson for the question.
Thank you, Matt, and thanks for your presentation. Just kind of two quick questions. So I understand your point about the timing, but do you think then that the equal protections section, which is basically principle 3, would achieve what you wanted around equality and everyone being treated the same? And is it your position, even if this isn't the right time, we do need to have a single, should only be one government for New Zealand? We need to come to some consensus around that.
Yeah, but I think we've got to prove that it can deliver. We've got to act in that way and prove that we can deliver. And we can pick out things where we can tell where there's egregious things have gone wrong and correct those. I think a few examples of better treatment, better protection for urupa. Those can be harmed in various ways still, and we need to have clearer protections around that. That's a trust building exercise. Another couple, better investment in rural fibre, that and rural connectivity, that will support a lot of Māori communities, and involvement in iwi within that would be an example of iwi getting supported, but also the wider community out in those rural areas would also gain, and that would build trust. Another one, Heke Parata's example of 27 steps to get RMA approval for Māori land and 5 steps for general land. That's ridiculous and that's egregious. Fix that before you talk about referendums and before you sit there and put it in black and white that we get treated equally, but we should get treated equally. Prove the point. You've kind of got the...
Thanks, Matt. Look, sorry to interrupt now, Matt, but we're a minute at a time. So just appreciate your answer to Todd's question, and thank you for being before the committee this morning for your submission. We do appreciate it.
Many thanks, kia ora.
Well, that's something I wasn't expecting to hear about the RMA.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting submission. It kind of came at it from an angle that I wasn't quite expecting, but there were some points in there that really kind of came at the problem from a slightly different angle than we've been seeing from some of the other submissions. Drawing the comparison on the Scotland and Ireland situation, I thought was interesting. Plus also drawing the comparison with the referendum and saying that the referendum's not really the right way to go, I think is also quite useful. I mean, if you look at what happened in Australia with the voice referendum, I think that's a really good comparison. That clearly wasn't the right way to go for that question. And I think if we were to go, if this, God forbid, was successful and we had a similar referendum, I think we would have exactly the same result where we would have a very divisive debate and ultimately the wrong result. Just as they had in Australia.
Especially considering, as being said in there, there's a lot of people who just don't necessarily understand what the outcomes were. Like, this is what I said to Stacey earlier. Over the 2020 with the cannabis referendum, the euthanasia referendum, there wasn't much distinguished between the two that you lead to having people who voted no on the cannabis referendum because they thought on Sunday morning cannabis shops could open up because they thought it was a third reading, waiting a referendum for royal assent, because the euthanasia legislation was, and that was poorly explained. And I also believe the referendum should have actually been split into 2 parts, was decriminalisation and a fully regulated market would have been the better one. Whereas I think if you split into 2, it would have possibly changed the result, because there was a lot of people who voted for, they would vote for it if it was just for decriminalisation, but they wouldn't vote for it if it was for basically Philip Morris Marijuana Limited. And that's what a lot of no votes were for, because it was a bill that hadn't quite yet gone to first reading.
No, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, let's continue on for the next submission.
We now have our next submission from Ngā Raihan. Where are we at? Ngā Raihania. So we're just jumping around the agenda a little bit as people drop in and out.
Here I am, I'm zooming in.
Morning, thanks for joining us. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Good as God. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. It came as a surprise, but very welcome. Mākui mihi kia rātou ko pāhuri ake, rātou katoa ngā mate o te motu. Haere, oki, ki reira, ki te atua, e manaki nei ia tātou i tēnei wā. Just paying respects to those that have passed on. I come from you today in the Ngāti Pro. I've done that because someone in your government approved Rocket Lab, and when they fly, it interferes with our communications, and we don't get our connectivity out there. It becomes non-existent. My house is below Maunga Kahia. Maunga Kahia is our mountain for Rongo Mai Wahine, and so my house is positioned below that hill. I come to you today as an owner of 3C4A1, which is Nuku Taurua Whenua, and I do that on behalf of my family. I'm hoping that you've read my submission because I don't intend to repeat it. And I know you have a lot of work in front of you and a lot of submissions. I'm just going to leave that part there. The emphasis of my kōrero basically is this. In Article 1, in my mind, it talks about Māori welcoming non-Māori, Pākehā, aha Porane, to our shores to live with us. In Article 2, it expresses what our taonga are, and you fellas leave it alone. In Article 3, it talks about those that arrive, you've been unruly, so hey, you have a government to look after yourselves. Because we got our side sorted. The reason why I'm saying this is because this treaty principles bill, in my view, fails at the first hurdle. Because it is predicated on the Pākehā version of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is completely different from the Māori signed version. And therefore, it's based on an anonymous, it is based on a misfact, and therefore, that continues to predicate the bill and its predecessor, as I understand it. Why I'm saying that is because I actually believe that if such a bill was to be presented to government, actually you're talking about the constitutional arrangement that Rongo Wahine have with the Crown. You cannot therefore, an ordinary MP, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's how it's signed off this bill as an MP, an ordinary MP then interfering with our constitutional arrangements. When in fact, if that is the case, that constitutional kōrero must happen between the Crown and Rongo Wahine. That's how I view this. So, following on from that, the emphasis I want to place here as a select committee, I would ask you to consider that as part of your feedback to Parliament, that whenever bills arrive, and if they have a constitutional arrangement effect, then that be managed in a different way rather than a select committee process. Because that undermines the relationship, not the partnership, the relationship. Because partnership means one partner can divorce the other. Well, that's not what the Te Tiriti o Waitangi says. It says we're in this together. Now, your together, different people's together, might be separate from my together. Your together might mean Parliament is their sovereign. I might disagree with you on that point, as I've heard previous submitters submit. Partnership is that context. Relationships are enduring, they are long-lasting, and they are for the benefit of both parties. This treaty principles bill is nowhere near that description. So that's the emphasis of my kōrero today, is to express those views. And I can just tell you, I'm just a simple man. 1 + 1 = 2 to me. And that's how I like to keep things, so that we understand without any underlying kōrero. I'm going to leave it there and allow, is that Mr. Chair, I should go through you, of course, allow you the opportunity to offer questions.
Tēnā koe, thank you for your opening statement. Thank you for reminding committee members to go through the chair. It's a helpful reminder to everyone. Hey, look, pretty relaxed. Let's go to Todd Stevenson. We've got time for a few questions. Todd Stevenson, then Hupana Linden.
Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for the effort of travelling. We appreciate that. You gave your outline of what you thought the three articles of the treaty were, and I quite like the simplicity with which we went through them. But do you think there is a benefit in actually trying to codify the articles of the treaty so we actually do have some agreement on what they mean as a country?
I think that's a discussion between the Crown and rangatira Māori. It's not a discussion, I believe, at any lower level, because in my view that would be interfering with the constitutional arrangements for Aotearoa. Now remember what's happening across the world. They're having problems with their constitutional arrangements because they're being interfered with. So all I'm suggesting to you, this kōrero and the treaty principles bills and everyone's opinion needs to occur at a level where then you have consensus. Currently, this is dabbling, in my opinion.
Thanks. Now we'll go to Huhana, and then we've got a question from Tracy McClellan.
Tēnā koe te matua, e mahi atu ana kia koe I tēnei ata mō wō kōrero. I wanted to explore what the Te Tiriti relationship looks like from your tribal perspective, and how you've been working in this space for a long time around being good treaty partners, but really you've been doing it on the ground for a long time. And how can this committee learn from those long and enduring relationships that have been developed as tangata whenua and tangata tiriti from your perspective?
I'll go straight to the point, and it's resource allocation. So when the economics of our country change, it impacts on those outliers. We are outliers. We are isolated. We sit in fear. We don't have any supports out at Rongo Wahine, none whatsoever. Some of our people live on contractual arrangements through the various social enterprises, such as WINS, such as pensions and those sorts of things. Now that's not a position anyone wants to be in, let alone tangata whenua. So my response to you would be, what is the relationship the Crown seeks to have with Rongo Wahine? That's the question.
So now we'll go, final question from Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your submission. I was just reflecting on Todd Stevenson's earlier question about codifying the the articles, and it struck me that isn't that exactly what the principles that have developed over the last 50 years have sought to do, given the murkiness of some people's prior interpretation of Te Tiriti and the fact that the Crown's refusal to honour it in any way, shape or form leading up to that time left a vacuum. So why do you think that others now, do you have any thoughts on why people are so very keen and very exercised all of a sudden to want to codify the articles instead of just honouring what has been established via the principles?
Very wide-ranging question. The obvious answer would be for benefit of particular individuals. What I would say to you, why wouldn't people want to codify, if that's their preference, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Māori version? Try codifying that, not the Pākehā version, because the Pākehā version is different from the Māori version. The translation is totally different. And therefore, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, any codifying of that is codifying on the basis of incorrect information. That can't be good for anybody.
No, thank you. Thank you for your time this morning and for answering the committee's questions. We appreciate you being with us. And
that's actually good. I like the bit before getting to the nitty gritty. We had to go elsewhere and do the submission because when they launch a rocket, we have our communications go out.
Yeah, I like that. I like that submission. I thought that was a cracker.
Yeah. Was that coming from a council chamber or somewhere, or a conference room?
I think that might have been coming from a council chamber, maybe somewhere on the east coast there.
Yeah, I'm feeling Wairoa.
I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, I think that might have been, because we all know there's not particularly great internet coverage up there on the east coast. So I think
once you get out of the towns, you are so right. I mean, I actually remember when I left Napier on the way to Wairoa and literally seeing hardly any cell phone bars all the way through. And I mean, it's probably a bit better now thanks to the rural broadband upgrade.
Yep.
But like, basically, it's just like, I mean, devil's elbow. I'm pretty certain that is a cell phone black spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because it would be an absolute nightmare trying to run fibre to a cell phone tower inside the gully, which hopefully could be completely removed soon with a new road.
So I think, yeah, that was potentially someone coming into town to have their voice heard, which I think is pretty a big commitment. Obviously, that's
it's like us going to Parliament to do submissions in that same context.
That's right.
Yeah. No, it's interesting about stating that. Was it about having? Was it the land? Was it tangata whenua to provide for their people, not to rely on Crown services like WINS?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was about a very interesting talk about self-sufficiency, which ironically is something that ACT really often sits and talks about. Of that's what they believe everyone should be on.
Well, that is what they talk about, yeah. But as long as it doesn't
the way of achieving it's another story.
Te Tiriti, yeah, on an honest relationship with Te Tiriti, which is something that they seem to be so, vehemently against through this bill.
Yeah. Oh, let's continue for the next submitter.
So I want to acknowledge that.
Kia ora, kia kaha koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Thank you. Right, we'll now go to a submission from the Anglican Diocese of Christchurch, who are joining us online. Joining us is the Right Reverend Dr. Peter Carroll and Reverend, I'm going to get this wrong, Jolyon White. Morning, Peter, and look, sorry if I mispronounced your name, but I've got it as Jolyon, is that correct?
Okay, you got it right, thank you.
Thanks both for being with us this morning. Nice to see you again, Peter. We will hand over to you for a very brief 5-minute session this morning.
Kia ora, James and the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We'll take it that you have read our submission. The main emphasis we want to bring, a little similar to something said by the previous speaker, is that our primary objection to the principles of the treaty bill is that it has been written by one party to a treaty without agreement from the other party to that treaty to bring this bill before the people of New Zealand. We have this objection out of our experience of being a three-tikanga church, the Anglican Church in Aotearoa, New Zealand and Polynesia, works on the basis of, as far as possible, equal sharing of power between Pākehā, Māori and Polynesia. That flows out of our commitment as a church to Tiriti as part of our constitutional arrangements. And in that treaty partnership within the life of our church, we know and understand through many conversations, many conferences, many synods, the importance of working relationally, having particularly matters relating to Aotearoa, New Zealand, Māori and Pākehā coming together on a matter, especially as basic as our very own constitutional arrangements. So out of that, we want to say to the committee, the bill is flawed from its inception because it does not result out of the two partners to the treaty talking together and agreeing that the time has come for whatever codification through principles may wish to be brought, or indeed that there's an agreement not to bring such principles. So that's our strong emphasis to you as a committee. We can see in the response to the bill, Maori are not on board with this bill across our country, and therefore we should be going back to the drawing board on whatever may be at stake in our national conversation about the meaning of the treaty for Aotearoa New Zealand today. We believe that for Pākehā, this is not doing our reputation, our mana well as a partner to the treaty. We are suffering in how Maori are viewing us as an honourable partner to the treaty. We would also like, as a secondary point, to simply say when the bill process is over, and we know that's guaranteed by the national leadership within the government, we would like to see the government take a lead in restoring social cohesion to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter and Julian. Look, we've got some time for questions from the committee if members would like to pose some. So I'll hand over to the committee if you have questions. I'm looking around the room and there's none immediately. So we've got a couple of minutes around. There we go. We've got one from Puhana Linden.
Kia ora mai. Tēnā koutua. I wanted to talk to you from a church perspective, knowing that Te Hāhi Mihingari has been working cooperatively and collaboratively with Tiwi Māori for a very long time in structure and with purpose. What learnings could New Zealand take from the way that you have developed that Māori relationship, and recommendations you could offer to our select committee?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think one of the key learnings is that you can't unilaterally drive a relationship from one side. It has to be both parties working together. And the second thing from my perspective is that we haven't always got it right. And that means we need to leave space for humility, trying again and again, and making sure the relationship is front and centre. And that's something that attempting to codify all of the principles in law now, sets in concrete, stops us being able to do. It's an incredibly dangerous backward step.
I think the other recommendation we would bring out of the three tikanga church experience is that our parliament considers having two houses, a house of Pākehā and a house of Maori, and when those two houses agree on legislation, that is legislation applying to the whole of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Thank you both. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for your time this morning. I know 5 minutes is a very brief session, but we appreciate you taking the time to zoom into us and provide your submission.
Kia ora.
We will now move to
audience. You might be able to do it. I have a gut feeling we've listened to it, but I love the submission. It's quite an interesting way to put it in there, but I'm not sure if that was something we covered or not, because I do remember something else about churches at a different point as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think this point around te tiriti being a rangatira to rangatira agreement, I think is certainly something that's come up again and again. And it certainly was something that we heard in the previous submission. And I think that's going to be something that we'll hear again and again. And this whole idea that you can't negotiate an agreement that you're not a party to. And that's certainly going to be something that we will hear again and again. So I think that was really good to hear. It's also quite good to hear that the church movement inserting itself into social activism. That's always really good to hear, and also good to see.
It's amazing how it's not just Sir Peters and Willis doing it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, because whenever I hear church activism, I always think of St. Peters and Willis, because they've always been on the right side of history throughout their tenure. Like my grandma remembers from the day of Fairley Terrace, St. Peters on Willis was always the oddball church that was ahead of the game. And I mean, that goes back to the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah, no, 100%, Sam. I mean, St. Peters on Willis has always been proudly activist in its stances on social issues. And it's, to this day, it's exactly the same. And I think that's really good and important that we do have our churches.
And for my notes on there, I have gone through the notes. There were 2 different Anglican churches putting in submissions on it, hence why it felt like, have we had this before? Because I was gone for 2 hours, but I was watching the live stream, and I can confirm to you right now, both Stacey and Laura are watching the live stream at the moment. So we're all kind of we might not physically be there in person, but we're in there. And I do believe our next panelist is also ready and waiting.
Very good.
So, yeah, we'll continue.
All right, let's go.
Morena, ngā mihi nunui kia koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation to the committee. My name is Murray Ray. I'm a Presbyterian minister and Professor of Theology at the University of Otago. In my written submission, I made 2 key points in opposing the Treaty Principles Bill. The first was to point out that despite the bill's claim to define the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, signed in 1840, it in fact undermines those principles, most obviously so in the bill's attempt to erase entirely the tino rangatiratanga that was guaranteed to hapu and iwi under the treaty. The second point I made was to point out, as others have, the impertinence involved in one treaty partner, the Crown, presuming to interpret the terms of the treaty unilaterally without consulting the other party. In supporting my submission further this morning, I want to say more about the relational nature of the treaty. The treaty established a relationship between 2 parties, the Crown on the one hand, and the chiefs or rangatira of the various hapu throughout Aotearoa New Zealand on the other. It establishes a legal framework for these 2 parties and those whom they represent to live together in this land. The treaty set out particular terms under which that relationship was to be pursued. It granted particular rights and responsibilities to each of the parties. Represented by Articles 1 and 2 respectively, the treaty grants to the Crown the right and responsibility to exercise kawanatanga, and to the rangatira and hapu Māori the right to tino rangatiratanga, that is, sovereignty over their lands, habitats, and all of their taonga or that which they hold dear. These are not individual rights and responsibilities. They are rights and responsibilities assigned to particular collective entities, the Crown on the one hand and hapu and iwi on the other. The third article addresses individual rights guaranteed to all citizens, including both Māori and Pākehā or Tau iwi. The argument commonly heard that the treaty undermines the equality of rights that should properly belong to all New Zealanders is refuted quite clearly by Article 3. Now, the challenge in 1840, as it still is now, is to work out how the rights granted to the collective entities, to the Crown and to hapu and iwi in Articles 1 and 2 respectively, are to be upheld and put into practical effect. Instead of taking up that challenge in good faith, this bill seeks instead to eviscerate Article 2 and erase the rights granted to hapu and iwi. It is thus a betrayal of the relationship that was entered into in 1840. That betrayal follows upon a long history in which tino rangatiratanga has been denied. Land has been stolen, cultural treasures have been desecrated. The prerogative to meet the challenges confronting Māori in ways that respect the tikanga and the mana of the various hapu has been repeatedly trampled upon, both by adverse legislation and by common practice. It's remarkable, I think, that in the face of these injustices, both past and present, Māori up and down the land have continued to show extraordinary grace. They've continued to extend manakitanga, hospitality and welcome to manahiri who have visited marae. They have continued to seek redress for the injustices done through engaging in good faith in the due processes available through the Waitangi Tribunal. That grace and manakitanga has been severely tested at times by governments of all colours, by other corporate entities and by individuals. But throughout the provocations, throughout the betrayals, Māori have been stewards of their own mana and have exercised it with remarkable grace and forbearance. They have upheld the treaty even when the Crown has not. So it's time that the mana and the rangatiratanga of Māori were respected. This bill, however, takes us in precisely the opposite direction, and I urge Parliament to reject it. I close, as I did my written submission, with the words of the Reverend Octavius Hadfield, one of the early missionaries, who during the land wars of the 1860s wrote to the Duke of Newcastle, then Secretary of State for the Colonies. And he concluded his letter by challenging the Duke concerning, and I quote, the everlasting disgrace that will come upon the British Empire should they continue to treat Māori so unjustly. This bill is compounding that disgrace and ought not to proceed any further. Nō reira, anei te mihi kia koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Thank you, Murray. That's the 5 minutes right on the dot there. So just on behalf of the committee, thank you for your time with us this morning.
Tēnā koutou.
Well, that was short, sharp and sweet.
Yeah, no, that was right on the money in terms of, you know, being very clear that this bill is a full-on assault on Article 2 of Te Tiriti. And I think if you take nothing away from that submission, you should be very clear about what this bill actually wants to do. So yeah, thank you to the submitter for being very clear about it.
Now to a submission from Arihia Hoani Waka on behalf of Hero Limited.
Kia ora, can you hear me? Yes.
Good out here, we can. Thank you for joining the committee. We've got you with us for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā tātou katoa, I te tuatahi me mihi ka tika kia koutou, te komiti, nā koutou I homai tēnei wā kia mātou o ia rau. Koe riki a hoani wā katoa ingoa, e moko puna tēnei no ngā te awa no te whakatohea no nai tai, no te whanapane, kei roto rua e noho ana, e te pimai au I konei,
he whāngai ki te hapu o Ngāti Ngāraranui, ki te iwi o Ngāti Whakauē, tēnā rawa atu kia koutou katoa. I'd like to firstly begin by introducing Iaro, which is our kaupapa here in Rotorua that has the privilege of working with iwi and hapu across the motu in relation to what the Crown or the councils might like to call resource management, but we would like to refer to as taonga protection. We spend a lot of our time out on the ground with our iwi and hapu who struggle with an inability of most Crown or council, local and central government agencies being able to comprehend their role in the protection of their taonga affirmed through Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And so our work is about integrating those perspectives and integrating the differences and the intricacies, not difficulties, of our iwi and hapu into modern day planning contexts across the motu. And we're very privileged to be able to do that work and to be supported by our iwi to support them. I'd like to make a couple of points around Te Tiriti o Waitangi to begin with, to kind of frame the context of this particular submission. The first is that obviously Te Tiriti o Waitangi was signed between two sovereign nations, the British Crown sovereignty existing in England and the sovereignty of Ngā Rangatira o Ngā Hapu o Nutirini existing here in Aotearoa. The Waitangi Tribunal, as we all know, found through the Waitin 40 Te Paparahi o Te Raki inquiry that in 2014 that Māori never ceded sovereignty to the Crown, making us and our hapu still the sovereign here in Aotearoa. There are 3 articles to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and in the simplest form, we've got first up kāwanatanga, where Māori delegate the Crown governance, which was our right to do so as affirmed by signing he whakaputanga, and clarity on that is that the governance was over non-Māori here in Aotearoa. Article 2, tino rangatiratanga, Māori retain absolute authority over their lands, resources, taonga. And then number 3, and I think this is where David Seymour has this particularly wrong in relation to this bill, is that the Crown must actively protect Māori rights while treating us as equal to non-Māori. And so his basis for equality washes out the fact that equality comes with a responsibility of the Crown to actively protect Māori rights. That simple breakdown confirms that this is not an issue of race. This is an issue of Māori and non-Māori having different rights, but those different rights creating a nation that we can all exist under and work together with. And it also debunks David Seymour's dangerous misinformation campaign, making this a race issue and allowing those that are less informed or incapable of understanding that their right to be here as non-Māori and Aotearoa is impinged on their rights being different to those of Māori. It kind of frames that in a way that sucks them in and thinks that this is a race issue, but it's really not. And by making this a race issue, it's almost a form of ethnic cleansing by attempting to make us all one race, when in reality we're a people with 2 different sets of rights. The bill is an intentional attempt at secondary colonisation of an already oppressed people and actually dressed up as equality. It distorts Te Tiriti and attempts to erase Māori rights while preying on the ill-informed public. This particular bill, I think, will cause temporary treaty breaches, which is going to cost the country a lot more money. The bill's recklessness is particularly visible in its lack of depth. And what I would say is if I was an unethical person without morals, I probably could have written the bill on a plane ride in a notebook from Rotorua to Wellington. And we can see that, and it's exposed by the fact that the bill could just simply be ripped in half between the hands of Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark. That act was not just symbolic, it demonstrated its intellectual and constitutional weakness as an embarrassment to Crown law. In terms of David Seymour's submission, he was questioned about the protection of Māori rights and interests by Debbie Ngāri Wapeka, and he responded by complaining about consultation obligations and resource consents, implying that consultation with iwi and hapu is an inconvenience to businesses and developers. One thing that this misses is that Māori operate under the same consent laws as everyone else. It also fails to recognise that iwi and hapu are the rightful holders of tino rangatiratanga over their lands, fisheries and taonga, and that if consultation was to be removed by what he calls 2 parties, the party that would actually rightfully need to be removed under Te Tiriti o Waitangi would be any non-Māori entities party to consultation because they're interfering with the management of Māori land and taonga. And we can confirm that our people never wished to not have tino rangatiratanga over their lands, fisheries and taonga. So therefore it would be the other party, not Māori, that would lose their opportunity to participate in that particular consultation. Of course, that doesn't fit the dangerously tunnel visioned agenda, and we as Māori wouldn't want other parties to be cut out of an opportunity to be consulted on potential consents. One of the things that I would like to specifically talk about today is the role of tangata tiriti here in Aotearoa. Here at Iaro, we have the privilege of working alongside many tangata tiriti, and in amongst the chaos and mess that has been caused under this government, I just wanted to acknowledge those that understand that Te Tiriti is not an exclusionary document and that it creates space for 2 different sets of rights to exist. In recognition of that reality together as a nation. And a mihi to all of those who have stood alongside and amongst the Toitu Te Tiriti activations around the country and also submitted submissions into this particular process in opposition of this bill. The government, or this government and this bill, says it wants one law for all, but Te Tiriti was never about equality. And so the equality flag again becomes a really big issue. It was about partnership. Māori rights obviously existed here in Aotearoa before 1840. Te Tiriti affirms them. Non-Māori rights were granted through Te Tiriti. So that distinction is really critical, and it's one that's missed in almost all discussions around this particular bill. If this government was actually serious about equality, it would have been applied when Māori were dispossessed of their land, excluded from economic systems, overrepresented in poverty statistics, and denied fair legal representation. Only now, when Māori are asserting their pre-existing rights, does this government suddenly decide that equality matters. It's basically weaponised discrimination. The last thing that I'd like to say is that this bill is obviously a political stunt, and we can refer back to a $26 million flag referendum designed to obviously bring in a new flag, which many people viewed as John Key's personal pet project. It also became a large public issue because it wasn't a referendum that was informed necessarily by public demand. And what we can see through this particular process is that public demand is that this whole conversation around te tiriti just doesn't even happen, and that we work to, I guess, form a new constitution for this country that embeds te tiriti o Waitangi in the country's overarching constitution. We're not here as a people to demand equality. We don't want equality as Māori because equality doesn't honour te tiriti o Waitangi. The last thing that I'd like to say today in relation to tino rangatiratanga is a big mihi to our whānau no te iwi o te kahui maunga. Me ngā iwi o te motu e noho tai ana I raro I te kahui maunga I tēnei wā. Yesterday was a classy example of what tino rangatiratanga in relation to one of the many taonga of te ao Māori, in this case te ao haka, looks like here in Aotearoa. And the differences of the many iwi there, how they carried themselves and how they come together ki te whakaraura I ngā taonga a kuima, a koroma, was a beautiful sight and a beautiful opportunity for us to really look at what the future of Aotearoa looks like if we allow Māori to take their rightful place and have tino rangatiratanga over their taonga. Nō reira, kei te mihi atu kia koutou ka motu taka kōrero.
Kia ora here. Thank you for your presentation. There's not much time, well, there's no time left for questions, unfortunately. So what we'll do is we'll wrap up the session. Oh, wait, hang on, we don't have the next two submissions. Okay, well, I'll offer the two questions. So we'll start with Todd and then Hannah.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Your submission was very clear, and you believe, obviously, that Māori do have separate rights guaranteed to them by the treaty. And so, would it be true then to say that your ancestry would decide whether you have those rights or not?
I think the thing that makes it about ancestry again tries to tie this back to race, right? Which I'm saying that this is not a race issue. It's an inherent placement of Māori. Māori were here in Aotearoa when non-Māori arrived here in Aotearoa, and our placement at that time affirms that we have different rights. So not ancestry related. It's about time and place instead.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow, yeah. So explain then how I would just know if I had Māori had these extra rights that you say Māori have. How do I know as a person?
Your whakapapa, right? It is a whakapapa thing because my whakapapa as a Māori means that I was here in Aotearoa and I had those rights before non-Māori arrived here in Aotearoa.
Okay, thank you.
Go Hannah Rafferty, Mikey Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā rā koe, ai te tuahine kanoi aku mihi kia koe me tō kōrero kai whai te ata nei. I think ERO is a true example of partnership and working in between our whānau hapu, locally led, community led kaupapa initiatives, and really guiding our whānau through, as you said, te aki taonga and pepeha whakapapa. So I just want to, if you could just elaborate, if this bill was to go through, or a bill like this, not saying that this wouldn't, through the regulatory statutory bill, or anything that has the same perspective, what angst would this cause among our hapu, iwi, and the partners that you work with, if any?
I think one of the issues that we've got is over the last probably 10 years, we've been able to build relationships with people or with entities, local governments, central governments that haven't had an entrenched view that Māori and hapu perspectives in relation to taonga protection, te aki taonga, te aki taiao didn't exist or weren't important. And so building these relationships has allowed us to reach a point where we can work collaboratively in relation to how the next generation or the next genesis of what that process looks like in Aotearoa actually is. When the requirements come from the law, when the requirements for these people to consider us are gone, we're left with a small few who actually care and actually want to maintain those relationships. And those are the people that I would call tangata tiriti. But if the legal requirement is gone, those that don't care about the relationship and don't understand the role of iwi and hapu here in Aotearoa and our tino rangatiratanga, we lose that opportunity to sit at that table with them and teach them about our way of life and a better way of doing things and how things should be done. And it doesn't mean that our tino rangatiratanga doesn't exist. It just makes it harder. And in actual fact, it'll cost the country more money, because one thing I will tell you is that our people will fight to the bitter end for our tino rangatiratanga and to protect our taiao. And it'll cost the country more money to do that, because eventually, we're just going to keep putting up every barricade that we possibly can.
Thanks, folks. That's probably the time for this morning. So, Alahia, thank you for spending the morning with us and for providing your submissions.
I do like the fact that extra time was able to be added so they could ask questions.
Yeah, that was I can't really add much onto that, because that was a powerhouse submission that from
I noticed Todd was literally in a tongue twister to ask a question.
Yeah, I mean, he asked a question there that was clearly set up to give him the answer that he really wanted. The submitter there gave an answer that was pretty straight up and correct, and then he reworded it back in a way that gave him an answer that fit his political narrative.
Yeah.
So it almost didn't matter what the submitter said; he would have then reworded it back into a way that fit his political narrative, which is pretty understandable. but that was an incredible submission. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've got room for one more, so let's kick it off.
Now, we don't have the next two submitters, so we're going to take a short break until 9:50, and if members can come. Right, good morning. Welcome back. It's 10 to 10, so we're going to reconvene the meeting. We're going to move to our submission now from Te Kahui Maru Trust. And do we say we have Dion? Yes. Dion is joining us.
Kia ora all. I was just wondering if Sam Tamarapa was joining as well. He's our chair. Not aware of.
Kia ora, Dion. Yes, we've got Sam coming in as well. So, look, welcome to the committee. Thank you for being with us this morning. We've got you for 10 minutes, so I'll hand over to you, and hopefully Sam will join as quickly as possible.
Okay, cool. So, tēnā koutou te komiti. Today I'm here to speak on behalf of Ngāti Maru, ki Taranaki in opposition to the Treaty Principles Bill. The bill fundamentally undermines the Tiriti o Waitangi, our treaty settlement, and the constitutional relationship between the Crown and Māori. In the perspective of Ngāti Maru, it is a direct attack on the foundations of our legal political framework, one that will be devastating and have devastating consequences for Māori and for Aotearoa as a whole. Ngāti Maru holds grave concerns about the intent, process and impact of this bill. Today I will address several key issues. First, I will outline the historical suppression of Māori and its ongoing effects to provide context of why the bill is so damaging. Secondly, I will explain how the bill fails to uphold the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and why its redefinition is legally, morally and constitutionally flawed. Third, I will highlight the government's failure to consult with Māori and the development of this legislation, which in itself constitutes as a breach of the Tiriti. Finally, I'll discuss the long-term consequences of this bill and how it undermines the treaty settlement process, weakening the relationship between Māori and the Crown, and ultimately foster greater division rather than unity. The historical context and suppression of Māori and its ongoing impacts. Before we discuss the specifics of this bill, it's critical to acknowledge the historical suppression of Māori and how it constitutes to impact on our people today. Te Tiriti o Waitangi, as we all know, was signed in 1840 with the understanding that it will create a relationship of partnership, protection and participation between Māori and the Crown. However, instead of honouring this agreement, the Crown imposed over 135 years of suppression through war, land confiscations, force policies and legal discriminations. These injustices were not accidental. They were deliberately calculated actions that designed to strip Māori of our whenua, our reo and our tino rangatiratanga. For Ngāti Maru, like many iwi, the impact of this history is deeply personal. Our people lost vast areas of lands through confiscation and unfair land dealings. Our tupuna were alienated from their resources, their language and their cultural identity. Generations of our whānau have suffered the consequences through poverty, incarceration, health inequities, all stemming from the systematic marginalisation of Māori. While the treaty settlement process has provided a mechanism to begin addressing these past injustices, we cannot ignore the reality. Settlements are not full compensation for what was taken, and they are based on the Crown's recognition on treaty principles. If those principles undermine, then so too is the entire basis for settlement agreements. The bill's attempt to redefine the principles of the Tiriti in a way that disregards decades of legal and judicial interpretation by both the courts and the Waitangi Tribunal. The principles of the Tiriti are not just abstract ideas. They have been developed through case law, extensive legal scholars, and careful examination of the original intent behind the Tiriti. These principles, partnership, active participation, redress, and participation form the foundation of how the Crown must engage with tangata whenua. Yet this bill seeks to remove these principles and replace them with a narrow, restrictive definition that favours the Crown authority over Māori rights. It proposes that only valid treaty principles are those that uphold the Crown's right to govern and provide equal treatment to all citizens. This is a fundamental misinterpretation of Te Tiriti. Article 1 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi Rangatira gave permission to the Crown to exercise kawanatanga, which is governance over the land. The concept of giving is different from ceding. Our tupuna did not inherently give up the sovereignty established in 1835. He whakas putanga o rangatira o Nutarini, but instead gave the Crown proper power to govern their settlers by them. Article 1 acknowledges kawanatanga, but in a way that must be exercised in partnership with Māori. Partnership means co-governance, shared decision-making and general consultation. This bill removes reference to partnership, making it clear that Māori are seen as subjects, not as equal partners. Article 2 guarantees Māori tino rangatiratanga, our absolute sovereignty over our land, taonga and resources. This bill erases that concept. It does not recognise Māori rights to self-determination, kaitiaki-tango, and our ability to make decisions on our own affairs. Article 3 promises Māori equal rights and protections under the law. However, this bill uses the rhetoric of equal treatment to justify the removal of targeted mechanisms that address the structural inequality. True equity does not mean treating everyone the same. It means acknowledging historical disadvantage, ensuring that Māori have the tools to overcome it. The courts and the Waitangi Tribunal have been consistently affirmed that Te Tiriti is a living document, one that must be interpreted in good faith and uphold its original intent. This bill does the opposite. It is not an honest attempt to clarify treaty principles. It is an attempt to weaken them and justify the Crown's abilities to ignore its obligations to Māori. In terms of failure to consult, beyond the content of this bill, the way it has been introduced is deeply concerning. Te Tiriti establishes a partnership between Māori and the Crown, yet Māori have been shut out of decision-making processes of this bill. The government has failed to engage in genuine consultation with iwi and hapu, instead rushing through legislation that fundamentally alters our rights. This lack of consultation is not just a political issue, it is a direct breach to TDT, which does not respect the spirit of the foundational documents of this country's constitutional partnership between Māori and the Crown. This bill was drafted and introduced without input from iwi, without engagement with the Waitangi Tribunal, without any attempt to uphold the principle of partnership. That is not a sign of good faith government. It is a sign of a government that has already made up its mind, regardless of what Māori think or say. The long-term consequences of this bill, if this bill does become law, it will be one, it will undermine treaty settlement process. If the government can redefine treaty principles whenever it wants, then what guarantees do iwi have that their settlements will be upheld? How can we trust that commitments made with good faith will be honoured in the future? Two, Māori trust in the Crown. This bill sends a clear message that the Crown does not value the treaty obligations. It tells Māori that we are not true partners, but merely another interest group, rather when ignored when inconvenient. Foster greater division in Aotearoa. Rather than strengthening relationship between Māori and the wider public, this bill will inflame tensions, deepen existing inequalities. It provides fuel for anti-Māori. Undermining decades of work towards reconciliation and understanding. To conclude, for all these reasons, Ngāti Māori urges the committee to reject this bill in its entirety. It is not a clarification of the TDT as it is instead an attempt to dismantle it. It does not serve the interest of Aotearoa, it serves the interest of the government that refuses to acknowledge its obligations to Māori. If we move forward as a nation, we do so in a way that honours the TDT, not erase it. The treaty was promise of partnership, and that promise must be upheld, not just for Māori, but for the future of all people in Aotearoa. Let's honour the treaty and move forward together. Tēnā tātou, that's my written submission, or my oral submission.
Thank you, Dion. Sam, there's a minute and a half left that we can go.
I can see that, Mr. Chair, so thank you very much for that. So just quickly, tēnā koe huana. Listen, Dion would have covered in terms of the issues the real concerns that we have around our treaty settlement, which is the ink is still yet to dry on our settlement. We're the last of the ATB and Taranaki. Then on top of that, we were down in Parliament just recently for the Maunga settlement. So in terms of the partnership, that is part of that process. We have some real concerns that this bill proceeds any further. So that's really the big statement from Ngāti Maru. But yesterday at Te Matatini and the Pōpiri, there was a statement made that Te Matatini is the opportunity for all of us here in Aotearoa, particularly here in Ngāmotu, to be Māori, to experience those things that make us Māori, in terms of our values, in terms of our kapahaka and all those things that we hold dearly. So that session, that event will give the chance for us here in Taranaki and the rest of the motu to relive in terms of our values, in terms of what we see as being important as being Māori. So what this bill will actually do will actually diminish and, well, actually have a big effect on our rights as Māori. So we're going to enjoy this week, and then we're going to come back at you again. Kia ora. Tēnā koe huana.
Hi. I wasn't supposed to arrive, but I have arrived. So basically, Sam got yeeted off the internet by his router. So I've been asked to step in the meantime. So what did you think of that submission, Nick? Oh, you're on mute.
That's better. There we go. I thought it was a really interesting submission. There was a lot of information there about the history of Te Tiriti and how Te Tiriti got formed and how that impacted on that particular iwi. And I remember when that iwi came down to Wellington to have their settlement bill go through. So I think this bill will have a significant impact on that iwi, and you heard that just from the last submitter there. So yeah, I think that's really quite a personal submission from this iwi around, don't mess with the process because it's doing good things for that particular iwi. And I think that's really quite them speaking, from the heart, really. And I think that's really it's really important that we hear from iwi that have got really positive results from the process. And so yeah, it's good to hear that.
And Laura, thanks for jumping in when I sent you that urgent text message. My Ethernet cable port bumped me off and I had to reboot the computer for the router to give me a new DHCP IP address. Yeah. So thanks for doing that, because I might feel like, oh my God, I can't get there. What the hell's going on? What? And I'm looking at the back screen that's over there, and it's playing perfectly. And it was just like, what the hell happened? So it's just like, Laura, jump in! Shit's happening! And clearly, as we know, that is exactly what happened here. Okay, Nick, thanks for joining us. Laura, thanks for jumping in to save my butt, because I knew Stacey wasn't there to save my butt. And we'll get over for the next hour for the urgent debate of the resignation of Andrew Bayley with Gary Charles.
go. Everyone must go. Everyone must go. But where to? For the latest New Zealand political news, you could tune into the 6 p.m. news. Or you can tune into the Order Paper podcast, where you can see the no-name backbenchers you never heard of hard at work, such as Mike, Willis, Lawrence, Todd, Helen, and Hannah. So where everyone must go to get their weekly political update. Everyone must go to the Order Paper Pod-date. Everyone must go to the Order Paper Podcast. Available on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Also available to watch outside Aotearoa in New Zealand, like Australia.
And welcome to the show. Now, I want to ask, were you in the House last Tuesday?
No, I wasn't in Parliament at all last week. I was in the South Island.
Oh, gee, you're becoming as bad as the Prime Minister.
Yes, no, I was assisting someone to go to a festival because she damaged her knee. She already had tickets. And if I hadn't gone and helped her, she wouldn't have been able to go. And she hadn't helped me get there, I wouldn't have been able to go. So it worked out really well. But no, I watched Question Time on my phone, and it just feels like having one eye poked out compared to sitting in the gallery and being able to see everything.
Yes, because you can sit there and see the reactions of the people who are like trying to edge to jump up on the chairs and all that stuff that I know you can't even film if you're in the house.
Yep, the best you can do is take in a pen and paper and write it down. That's all you're allowed to record.
Yeah, oh yes, that's true as well, yeah. So let's kick off with the resignation of Andrew Bayley. Now, Andrew, you caused this, because this wasn't actually in our draft plan schedule. You did this. So, but that's Andrew Bayley's choice, that he chose to resign and not tell and all sorts of things that have happened. So let's kick it off.
That concludes question time. Before I call on a member to move a matter of urgent public business, if there's anyone leaving the House, go now, quietly.
Oh yes, this fun part of the ritual. So who's leaving?
Shane.
Nicola did a bell to the speaker. Winston couldn't be bothered.
I call on the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins to move that the House take note of a matter of urgent public business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move. Mr. Speaker, one of the core responsibilities of a Prime Minister is to set standards for ministerial conduct and hold them accountable when they do not meet those standards. The current Prime Minister has set the bar so low that ministers now need to sack themselves, as Andrew Bayley did last week. Let's recap the facts, Mr. Speaker. It appears for Andrew Bayley that abusing someone for working late, calling them a loser and telling them to F off and go home was insufficient for the Prime Minister to do anything. Then, when Andrew Bayley then manhandled a member of his staff, finally, it seems the Prime Minister reached his particular threshold. However, no one in the government, other than Andrew Bayley, is willing to offer an account of actually what happened. So it seems justice in this government's eyes is that the only person who gets to speak, the only person whose version of the facts gets heard, is the perpetrator. The victim, the person who made the complaint, is invisible in the process. The complaint was received on Wednesday. Andrew Bayley, even though the complaint had been received, continued to act as if nothing had happened, continued to do media interviews as if nothing had happened. The Prime Minister wasn't even told about the complaint until, by his office's own admission, very late on Thursday night. What kind of outfit is this government running? that a complaint about a minister physically manhandling a member of their staff was not even presented to the Prime Minister until more than 24 hours after it was received. And what kind of outfit are this government operating where the Prime Minister did nothing about it until the following night when allegedly Andrew Bayley offered his resignation? Offered his resignation to the Prime Minister apparently, and yet there is no record of that happening. In fact, it appears that Andrew Bayley's resignation didn't actually take effect until the following Monday. Is that correct? Who was actually the minister of those portfolios over the weekend? If Andrew Bayley had resigned on the Friday, when did the resignation take effect from? Who was the minister over the weekend? And why did the Prime Minister do media conferences over the weekend where he didn't think to mention it? What kind of level of transparency have we reached now that the Prime Minister can stand in front of the media knowing that one of his ministers had been accused of manhandling a member of his staff and had either resigned or maybe was refusing to resign or was being told they should resign, and yet he didn't think to say anything about that to the New Zealand public? Business as usual for the government, no transparency with the New Zealand public, and yet the Prime Minister thinks that's okay. We have a Prime Minister now whose bar for ministerial conduct has fallen that low that he will wait for an entire weekend to pass, 5 days after the alleged incident took place, before actually taking any concrete action to hold Andrew Bayley to account. Still, we hear no account from the government about what actually happened. Andrew Bayley said he grabbed the member of staff by the arm. That's the only account of what happened. What does the complaint say? Why won't the government be upfront about exactly what the complaint was that led to Andrew Bayley resigning? Has the Prime Minister asked him exactly what happened? The Prime Minister wouldn't even answer that. If he has asked him, what did Andrew Bayley say? Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office speak to the person who had made the complaint? If they hadn't, why didn't they? It's a pretty serious allegation. Where a minister in the government is accused of something like that, it is very reasonable for the New Zealand public to expect that it will be thoroughly investigated. There was an incident where this happened before. An independent investigation took place, and the outcome of that investigation was shared with the public. And there were consequences for the minister concerned. Under this government, nothing. The facts are not being shared with the public. The Prime Minister did nothing. The minister himself had to resign, had to hold himself accountable in the way the Prime Minister was not willing to, and still we don't know exactly what it was that happened. We have a Prime Minister now who has set the standard, set the bar so low. Criticisms of the courts, okay. Threatening to cut funding of other organisations, okay. And now laying hands on a staff member, something the Prime Minister did not think was a sackable offence. Although did he? Still not entirely clear whether Andrew Bayley would have been sacked had he not resigned or not. Because depending on which day of the week the Prime Minister is asked the question, the answer seems to change. It's a relatively simple question. Would Andrew Bayley have been sacked had he not resigned? And that's why the timeline is important. Because did Andrew Bayley actually resign on the Friday? Will the paper trail, which the government should release, and by paper trail I include in that text messages, will that actually reveal that Andrew Bayley resigned on the Friday? Or will it actually indicate that Andrew Bayley didn't resign until the Monday? And actually the critical thing here is, when was the Governor-General informed that a minister had resigned? Because if the Prime Minister was told of the resignation of Andrew Bayley on the Friday and did not relay that to the Governor-General until the Monday, the Prime Minister has not lived up to his constitutional responsibility. Because it isn't actually the Prime Minister's job to receive a minister's resignation, that is the Governor-General's responsibility. And if the Prime Minister received the resignation and did not pass that on to the Governor-General, then he has actually breached his constitutional obligation when it comes to ministers holding ministerial warrants. So when did the Prime Minister tell the Governor-General that he had received the resignation of a minister? Because once he had received it, he has one obligation at that point, and that is to tell the Governor-General, whose job it is to issue and retract the warrants, that he had received the resignation. And if he received it on the Friday and didn't tell the Governor-General until the Monday, then he has not fulfilled his constitutional responsibility. Will, on the other hand, the paper trail show that the resignation was not actually received until the Monday? In which case, why should the New Zealand public believe anything the Prime Minister is saying? Is the real reason that the Prime Minister did not say in his media conferences over the weekend that he'd received the resignation of Andrew Bayley, is the real reason he didn't mention that because Andrew Bayley in fact was refusing to resign? That is a question the Prime Minister should be answering for the New Zealand public. These are serious allegations. Allegations we still do not know the full extent of, and yet the government aren't willing to share the details of that with the New Zealand public. Privacy is important. The privacy of the complainant is important. Details of the nature of the complaint can be shared without the identity of the complainant being revealed. And in fact, the government have a responsibility to do so. It's well and truly past time that the government fronted up and answered questions about exactly what took place. What exactly did Andrew Bayley do? And not Andrew Bayley's version of events, but what is he alleged to have done? What does the complaint actually allege Andrew Bayley did? Why did the Prime Minister's office not tell the Prime Minister until Thursday, late Thursday night, 48 hours after it actually happened? Why did it then take 3 more days for the Prime Minister to be upfront with the New Zealand public about that? Did the Prime Minister fulfil his obligations as Prime Minister to inform the Governor-General of a resignation of a minister? These are serious questions. They're not trivialities. They actually cut to the heart of the integrity of the processes of the New Zealand government. And it's about time the Prime Minister fronted up and answered those questions.
Well, that actually raises some very good points about that. Like, with informing the Governor-General, is it a simple, "Hi, Cindy, just to let you know Andrew Bayley has tendered his resignation."
Oh.
Okay, thank you, bye. Like,
I think with all of these things, there is an actual protocol that you go through. It's not just a casual send a text or anything.
so would that be the Prime Minister jump in the Crown limousine and go up to Government House?
I really don't know what the protocol is, but I assume that it's not just a flicking a text or something like that.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, there is a procedure with it. And also, the other thing is, what happens if both of them aren't in Wellington? Because I do know with a couple of Governor-Generals back, unless he was actually there for official business, he wasn't at Government House, which was Jerry Mate Parai. He was often out in the community or somewhere in the Defence Force or in the community or somewhere around the country. He was very, how do I call it? Not home.
Let's just say, I don't think that the location of the Governor-General had anything to do with the timing of how it was handled. I think the way that this was handled was to keep it out from an urgent debate in the House while the House was sitting.
Yeah. Well, yes, and yeah, now it's ended up with one.
Yeah, but they had a week to get their stories sorted out and
Actually,
to work out the cover-up.
Yes, considering they learnt the hard way last time with Dunedin Hospital.
So the reason that we didn't find out about it until the Monday was because that was when they were actually ready to handle the firestorm that was about to erupt.
And they were in a week of recess as well.
Yeah, all of that.
Oh, let's see what the Minister of the Six-Lane Monstrosity of Pakuranga, Simeon Brown's, got to say. Oh, and 50k signs into dead-end streets.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this urgent debate. And let me begin by saying, as Andrew Bayley has made very clear in his statement, that there was an animated discussion, and he has, in which he inappropriately put his hand on the upper arm of an employee. And Andrew Bayley has apologised, and Andrew Bayley has taken full responsibility for his actions, and Andrew Bayley has then subsequently resigned from his ministerial portfolios, which shows personal responsibility for his actions. Now, I've listened to the opposition leader try and find a conspiracy here. All he's been doing for the last 10 minutes is try to find a conspiracy. Well, the reality is, it's not. What this is called is personal responsibility. And Andrew Bayley has taken personal responsibility for his actions. He has apologised to the staff member, and then he has resigned because as he said, the actions which he took place didn't meet his own expectations and his own standards. He has ultimately taken responsibility for his own actions. And that is something which I recognise, and all members of the National Party recognise, and we acknowledge Andrew Bayley for taking that action, for recognising that, and for ultimately resigning from that position because he did not meet his own standards and because of the actions that he took. But ultimately, on this side of the House, it is very clear that whilst Andrew Bayley has did something which was inappropriate, we have standards and we take responsibility for our own actions, and that is why Andrew Bayley subsequently resigned from the positions that he had in his ministerial warrants last Monday. And I just want to acknowledge Andrew Bayley for doing that. The second issue here is the second issue here is in relation to the points that have been made by the opposition leader. And here he is trying to stand up like some sort of self-righteous individual who's better and more holier than thou. That's what he's trying to do. Well, we all remember the number of ministers under the last government who they held on to for week after week after week, trying to hold on to them. With Stuart Nash, Michael Wood being told 17 times from the Cabinet Office, 17 times from the Cabinet Office to sell your shares. And I'll tell you what happened in that instance. Well, when finally the story came out on the 6th of June 2023, media reported on Wood's Auckland Transport shares, he was only stood down from his transport portfolio. He then took 2 days to sell them. He had 18 months or 2 years, and then he sold them in 2 days. But he failed to tell the Prime Minister, oh, well, I've also got some other shares. And then it took 15 days from the day the story broke until Michael Wood resigned from his ministerial portfolios. And as it says here, Hipkins announced Wood's resignation from that portfolio. He resigned, and he did the right thing in that instance. And of course, we'll remember Stuart Nash giving the old police commissioner a phone call every now and then, interfering and sending some cabinet information to his friends. And the weeks that these stories dragged on, and what did we hear from the Prime Minister at the time, Chris Hipkins? Crickets. Again, week after week after week, and nothing happening, because that was the approach under his government, was there was no actual accountability. We come to the instance of Kiri Allen, and we all remember Kiri Allen, don't we? We all remember Kiri Allen. We heard about which she turned up to an event here in Parliament, and despite the fact that she had ministerial responsibilities, decided to criticise RNZ over its approach, interfering with independent journalists at an event here in Parliament around the employment of her then partner and her employment at the broadcaster. That took weeks for that instance to be sorted under that government, and of course there was far more. But in that instance, all she did was apologise, and Hipkins let everything go. Standards now, no standards then. That's what we saw. There's a word which starts with hippo, which I can't use in the House, which we can all talk about. And of course we've got our friend Shannon Halbert, don't we? Shall we talk about our friend Shannon Halbert? Received an email about bullying and harassment. What happened there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Made some inquiries. Hipkins made some inquiries. No action. No investigation even took place. No personal responsibility. On this side of the House, we take personal responsibility for their actions. And we remember what happened with Jenny Anderson and the teenage girl who volunteered for her, complaining to Labor about several instances of bullying over several years. No actions taken by Mr Hipkins. And in fact, in this instance, we saw Hipkins promoted Anderson 8 places and gave her more portfolios. And that was what happened under Hipkins after the election. She was promoted 8 places, given more portfolios, and says he has full confidence in her and expected her to do an excellent job. On this side of the House, we take personal responsibility. On that side of the House, they drag these issues out. They don't take accountability. They don't take responsibility. And for what Andrew Bayley has done, and for the actions which he publicly has put on the record as to what he has done, he has stated very clearly that he did not meet his own expectations of behaviour. He has taken responsibility by resigning. I acknowledge the action that he has done in this instance.
Yeah, I don't understand where personal accountability starts and stops, because it doesn't seem to always be equally applied. Or it's like, oh, I'm being personally responsible. I'm saying it, so I am, but my actions don't meet it.
That's actually the first time I've seen that, and it sounded to me like mention Andrew Bayley, talk about everyone else, and then at the end mention Andrew Bayley again.
Yeah, it's like, look what they're doing wrong, look what they're doing wrong, look what they're doing wrong. But Andrew Bayley did the right thing by resigning.
5 minutes of not talking about the issue that the urgent debate is about.
Yeah.
Or how
blame others.
I think he had 10 minutes or something, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it was about 7, but I mean, we do have it sped up. But yes, I think it was about 7.
Yeah.
It's but no.
Time moves so slowly when he's speaking.
Oh, he can go to a 6-lane monstrosity and what do you call it, back in Pakadanga.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to Ricardo Mendez March, because he's got the next speech.
Cool.
The Minister speaking actually referred to this term being unparliamentary, and I'm just wondering if you might like to reflect, and maybe the member might like to withdraw and apologise if he recalls the comment he's made. Well, I do make every effort to concentrate on the person speaking and did not hear other comments that were made. But if there were made that were inappropriate, then the member himself should take some action with regards to that. The Ricardo Mendez March.
That's the one. Throughout this debate on the resignation of Andrew Bayley, I think I have 2 key points that I want to communicate. The first one is that I think what people are expecting us to do is to do better. I think it's a disservice actually to workers, whether it's in the beehive or out in the streets, to see actually political point scoring on a debate that actually is related to an incident that involved a complainant and a worker who was not treated in the way I think any of us would expect or aspire to. And so it is disappointing to see the government side being unable to take it on the chin, to acknowledge that what the former minister did was wrong, and then to simply actually send a message of aspiration and standards to what we should all rise up to, which is actually just treating workers with the respect and dignity that they deserve. But at the end of the day, the chairs may change. We may have a new minister in charge of Andrew Bayley's portfolios, but the premise actually remains the same. And that is that working people, whether inside or outside the beehive, are simply collateral damage to this government's agenda. Because the incident with Andrew Bayley speaks to a broader culture in relationship to how the government speaks in relationship to working people. Whether it's calling today parents lazy for simply not having the means to provide decent lunches for their kids, calling people on the benefit bottom feeders, or undermining the right of workers to fight for better pay and including safer working conditions, which those safer working conditions many workers aspire to could include actually better work and safety guidelines in the workplace to prevent harmful engagements between themselves and, for example, people in positions of authority and power. So ultimately, I think, for us, the issue isn't resolved here. It's resolved when we actually see a change of culture and approach to working people from the government. Because I do not expect that the new person holding Andrew Bayley's portfolios will suddenly bring a shift of culture when it comes to how working people are treated and spoken about. I do want to pick up on some of the comments from the vulnerable participants in relationship to questions that remain in regards to the transparency and communications of this news. I do think the government needs to step up and provide greater clarity and transparency when it comes to the series of events. I think some of the questions that have been raised are simple ones. It's a matter of timelines, a matter of when the resignation was offered, and a matter of simply being able to provide clear answers. The other thing that I was quite shocked and disappointed by is that in the comments from the National Party Minister, we did not see a single mention of the complainant or the parties affected by these incidents. And instead, we saw a range of political attacks. But at the core of it, we have workers who, through no fault of their own, have been dragged out into the public on a very, very public incident that has led to a minister's resignation. These are workers who didn't choose to show up to work to end up being in the news in relationship to a government minister resigning. And I think the least the government side could do is to pay tribute and acknowledge the complainants that have led to Andrew Bayley's resignation, to at the very least wish them well, and to, at the very least, commit to some level of accountability. We haven't seen that. And so it is concerning when we have these serious incidents that lead to a Minister of the Crown resigning, when at the core we have workers, that political attacks are put before the well-being of those workers affected. So with that, the Greens will continue to do the mahi so that all of us take accountability for the well-being of workers in this place and outside these four walls.
Please. I rise on behalf of ACT to discuss and...
Okay. Good to see Ricardo talking about the workers.
Well, his background before he became a politician, it doesn't surprise me at all, because he was working for everyone scraping along on the bottom in the Auckland Action Against Poverty group. So, his frustrations are about all of this distraction tactics that gets thrown at the people who are actually trying to do the most to help. Yeah. Okay, let's see what Mark Cameron's got to say, which I think will be a sponsorship deal for the waffle trees from Bean Here Limited. But Mark Cameron probably will want them not to be gluten-free, dairy-free and vegan-friendly.
As part of the urgent debate about the Andrew Bayley resignation, Mr. Speaker, a couple of reflections and observations for me, and I'll be quite brief. Outside of the four walls of this House, the number one issue is the cost of living. The number one issue. We've got health issues, we've got crime issues, we've got infrastructure issues. This gentleman has apologised. And I think if he was to share his thoughts, he would probably say the incident in question, he was embarrassed by, it was a dumb mistake, he has taken personal responsibility for it, and he has resigned. Novel, isn't it? Someone stands up for when they do something wrong, say to the community at large, I didn't mean to do it, I apologise. We do it at home with our families, we do it with our friends. We've had a gentleman in an esteemed position who has conceded a terrible mistake. He's borne the consequences of that and resigned the post as a minister. Outside of the four walls of this building, people loathe the piety of politicians. You said it, he said it, one side of the House, pointing fingers at the other. It happens all the time, the left and the right. No one really resolved anything other than the chap. He's quit. Go out and talk to the real people outside. There's a novel idea. 50% of the people I talk to, it's the cost of living. Everything's too dear. Let's talk about the salient issues, not this. This chap has quit, he's moved his post, someone else will replace him. Invariably, that will be the Right Honourable Scott Simpson, and hopefully the work in and around deregulating the financial sector and the enormous task therein will be picked up by his skill set. Let's go back to common sense. There's a lot going on outside the political sphere of this building, and I'll tie off by saying it actually pays for the politicians in this building to listen to constituents. This man has resolved their core issues are not this. He's apologised, move on, and let's get back to business.
Well, that was a bit of waffle. So if you'd like to buy some waffle trees from Bean Here Limited next Saturday at Newtown Fruit and Vegetable Market, we will have some available thanks to Mark Cameron waffling on.
2 government MPs have made speeches so far. Neither of them have addressed what it is that Bayley did.
Oh, I mean, Mark Cameron wouldn't even sit down there, or would probably sit down there and say, outside of it, would actually sit there and commend it probably. I mean, he doesn't seem to sit there and be someone who's indeed entwined with the real world. He'll probably hate what I've just sat there and said on that one.
None of us are any the wiser
from
what these government MPs have said.
Yeah.
MPs on the government side, sorry.
Oh, so let's see what the toss between coming up now is.
Okay, I was waiting for the Labor Party, which wanted the urgent debates to take the call, but anyway. Mr Speaker, I don't have much more to add to what my good friend and colleague Simeon Brown, the Honourable Simeon Brown, has said in his contribution. This is really a waste of Parliament's time. A minister made a mistake. He owned up and took accountability for it, and he resigned. I mean, the matter is literally as simple as that. Over on the side of the House, we believe in ministerial accountability. Whether or not he resigned or was going to be sacked is actually not that material to the point. The point is there was a minister who was doing a good job. I think most people agree as Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. He made a mistake. He acted inappropriately. He accepts that, and then very quickly he resigned. The matter literally is as simple as that, and that is exactly what happened. And that has been well canvassed throughout the media, but also in this debate. There is not much more to the situation than that. And the fact that the Labor Party has called for an urgent debate and then apparently doesn't seem to want to say very much about it, I think.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Kamasipalani.
Mr. Speaker, the inference from that member is that Labor missed a call. It was New Zealand First's call that he has taken, and I want to put that on the record so that he's not giving incorrect information to any members of the public that may be watching.
And at the time, you might have heard me say that was inappropriate comment. Oh, well, that's he shouldn't have done that because I've actually indulged the National Party by accepting the transfer from the New Zealand First Party, so it's not a particularly smart line. My apologies, I was actually trying to work out the rest of what might be said, who else might be speaking in this debate, because it is somewhat disorganised and unclear. But the member can continue without that line of offering to the House.
I apologise, Mr. Speaker, but the overall point I'm trying to make is this, which is that there is not much more to this issue than that hasn't already been said, both in the first half an hour of this urgent debate, but also that has been well traversed in the media. And I'll just point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliament has, over the last few years, or the last 18 months to 2 years in particular, been witness to a series of degrading incidents to the standards and the mana of the Parliament. And suffice it for me to point out the litany of appalling incidents that happened in the last year of the outgoing Labor government's administration. Need I remind members about Meka Whaitiri, who went through a long process to do with an incident all the way back in 2018, fought it all the way. The contrast to this particular incident is extremely clear, which is that something happened. The minister owned up and accepted responsibility. There was no long investigation which produced an outcome and then eventual removal as a minister. In relation to Meka Whaitiri, the incident was in 27th of August 2018. Prime Minister was advised 2 days later, so very similar to what happened in relation to Mr Bayley's case. Ms Whaitiri stood aside a day later, but there was a month-long investigation before Ms Whaitiri was removed as a minister, and then of course a couple of years later she was actually reinstated. The contrast with this is pretty apparent. I think members better work it out, which is that there was an incident, the Prime Minister and his office was advised about what happened, and 2 days or so later Mr Bayley stood down as a minister. It is really as simple as that. And of course, we need not traverse the long history of the Michael Wood matter, where on, I forget the exact number of occasions which Michael Wood was, 17, thank you, I knew my friends would remind me, in which the Cabinet Office advised Michael Wood to divest his shares in Auckland Airport and Contact Energy on 17 separate occasions, and none of that happened. And in the meantime, the Prime Minister of the time knew about that, or at least their office knew about that, and nothing was done. So if you want to talk about accountability and talk about, as Mr Hipkins was voluminously exclaiming at length in his initial contribution to the debate, if you want to talk about accountability and the jobs that Prime Ministers absolutely have to do, I would point him to the Michael Wood saga of 2022, 2023, and so on. I'd also point him to the Kiri Allen disaster, which of course we don't need to go into the precise details of, but I think everyone watching is familiar with exactly what happened there. And then of course the Stuart Nash affair. Now, Stuart Nash has become a friend to the side of the House in recent days because of his voluminous support for the government's action when it comes to citizens' arrest. And whether or not he's still a member of the Labor Party is unclear or not, but certainly not from the way he's... Certainly, well, I'm making the point, well, we're having a debate about ministerial resignations, in particular the resignation of Honourable Andrew Bayley, and I'm just simply pointing out that if we're going to have a debate about it, we need to view things in the round. Is this the downfall of the government? No, of course it isn't. Did Mr Bayley act badly? Yes. Did he take accountability and resign? Yes, he did. And that is really the end of the matter.
Still really, as you're saying, the theme of blame Labor, find something that Labor's done wrong, we'll call it accountability, while not.
Once again, he's not talking about whatever it is that Bayley has done. He's trying to say that, yes, our leader's useless, but we're fine with that because their leader's useless too.
God, that's a good way of putting it, yeah. Let's see what Debbie Narua Packer's got to say.
voluminous support for the government's action when it comes to citizens' arrest. And whether or not he's still a member of the Labor Party is unclear or not, but certainly not from the way he's... Certainly, well, I'm making the point, well, we're having a debate about ministerial resignations, in particular the resignation of Honourable Andrew Bayley, and I'm just simply pointing out that if we're going to have a debate about it, we need to view things all around. Is this the downfall of the government? No, of course it isn't. Did Mr Bayley act badly? Yes. Did he take accountability and resign? Yes, he did. And that is really the end of the matter.
Debbie Noble-Wapaka.
I joined this debate listening to the two sides deflect. And I guess one of the things that we need to be really mindful in this is that there is a staff member involved. There's a staff member, the staff member's whānau, and probably a whole lot of other peers involved who are sitting there watching this really distasteful discussion. And I think if we were to talk about where is the end point and the starting point, we have a government that has promised to be more transparent and be better than the last. I'm not sure if that is really where we've landed. The reason that I think we're having this debate is because it is simply about the abuse of power. And it is about the abuse of power that we have not only within this House, but ministers particularly, the abuse of power that we see asserted financially from this government, and the abuse of power across to communities. So when we have the risk of abuse within this place, and again, I've struggled with this animated discussion and hand on shoulder, because it does sound like assault, and I don't want to put words in those who have survived or those victims' mouths, but there has been a really colourful display of words used to deflect. And what we have been seeing since the minister's resignation is sadly what we continuously call out, which is the politics of distraction. And the politics of distraction is only used when things have to be covered up. And I think that's what we should be really concerned about as a nation, because I agree, those that we speak to out in our communities are really concerned with the cost of living crisis, but also the disconnect from a government that doesn't seem to feel the pain that they are experiencing or care about them. So this debate is actually about, did our Prime Minister care enough about his nation to be able to say, this is what went on? The timelines, we agree, are really, really disturbing. 18th of February, we have a minister who touched a staff member's shoulder, and I do that often to my co-leader and our staff, and I don't see the reaction. So I think we need to first of all stop minimising what happened to one of our own in this building, and to sit there and justify this by saying so and so did it in 2000, such and such did it, but he's now my friend, is actually poor form. It's poor form for those who have to survive working amongst us and in this environment. And then we saw 21st of February, there was a resignation behind closed doors. Then the 24th of February, we hear about it. That's disturbing. 6 days, a victim has had to survive all this, knowing what's going around, where everybody got their architects and their advisors and their comms team all lined up. Yep. That's poor form. And our staff and our community and those we serve, our voters, deserve better. That's what this debate is about. And we saw the Prime Minister's own media shocked that he could not say, would you have sacked him if he didn't sack himself? That is not the accountability that our nation deserves. They are experiencing unprecedented pain at the moment. Yep. They are experiencing unprecedented, huge, horrific loss of jobs, of cuts in services, health, ferries, you name it. This government has made promises, and in order to hold those promises, you must maintain the confidence of your communities. And the minute one of their own, the real workers, the people that hold us up in this place, are abused, then we should be sitting here not saying they apologise on the spot, therefore forget it and move on. We should be saying, how else are we making sure that the government and their ministers, I've no doubt, having never been one, but one in waiting, that it is extremely difficult, but that does not give us the excuse to abuse and assert our power incorrectly. And there has been a lot of that pain. We've seen, 2 strikes, 3 strikes are out. We continuously have heard Justice talk about their concern here on each side of the House about the victims. We haven't seen that aroha from the government. There has not been the humility to just take it on the nose and accept what it is that you've done. There needs to be more transparency, and I'm really glad we have this debate. Kia ora.
Starting to probably address the thing of
wow.
Is a worker involved here.
That's what I needed to hear. The voice of focusing on the victim here and what went on, and the things they do to try and brush it under the carpet all the time. That's what we've been seeing from them. Horrible. I nearly cried because that's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Debbie, you did a good job. Okay, let's get to Carmel Cepoloni.
I have been highly disappointed by the speeches that have come from the government members and the way that they have attempted to minimise the behaviour of the former minister. We have heard from them that, in some ways, almost implying we should be grateful that there was a resignation put forward, that that former minister has acknowledged he did wrong. But what we haven't heard from them is any level of empathy for the staff member who was put through a distressing situation, the detail of which the vast majority of us in this House have no access to. Now, we have heard from that side of the House that the resignation has been given. He is no longer a minister, and I think Minister Bishop said that's the end of the matter. Well, actually, it's not the end of the matter, because in this country, we expect transparency. We expect accountability. We know that that former minister had an episode where he swore at a worker, where he told him to F off, where he criticised him for being at work and berated him. He was allowed to hold on to his job as a minister, and now we are told, in another way of minimalising the situation, that he had an animated conversation with his staff member and he put his hand on his shoulder. Well, I tell you what, an animated conversation and just simply putting your hand on someone's shoulder is not going to lead to a resignation from a minister. There is much more to it, and I'm going to say on this side of the House that we're concerned about the level of abuse that may have been experienced by that public servant, by that particular minister at the time, and the fact that the government is covering it up and not willing to share any of the information, in fact telling us that the matter has ended and it has been dealt with. Well, it hasn't been dealt with. Sadly, what we're seeing here is another demonstration of the lack of leadership by the Prime Minister. We see it often with his engagement and his relationship and inability to kind of keep tabs of his coalition partners, but now we're seeing it with his own team. He gave that former minister another chance. We would not have been given another chance under the circumstances that we saw from Minister Bayley at that time, swearing at a worker, acknowledging that he did that, berating him for still being at work. There is no way a Labour minister would be allowed to continue in their role. And then what we hear from that side is a constant desire to reflect back on other examples where ministers were had up for a level of misconduct. Okay, I get that. However, at some point in time, that government has to take responsibility. That Prime Minister needs to take responsibility. The Prime Minister needs to set some standards for his team. The Prime Minister needs to lay out clearly what his expectations are of his cabinet. And what we don't need is the Prime Minister and his team coming here and expressing remorse for their colleague. Remorse for their colleague, when their colleague would have inevitably been sacked anyway, whether or not the Prime Minister is willing to go so far as to say that, reflecting back on that 3-minute interview with Mike Hoskins, he would have had to have been sacked anyway, and so a resignation, in many ways, was the only opportunity that he had to save himself a little bit of face. He shouldn't have actually been given that opportunity. If the Prime Minister was the leader that New Zealanders expect of their Prime Minister, he would have acted swiftly, and he would have dismissed that minister, and he would have made it clear that under his watch that type of behaviour and that treatment of staff is not appropriate, that it is misconduct, and that will never happen under his watch. But he didn't do that. That is the thing that I think New Zealanders are most concerned about. It is the lack of leadership. It is the lack of transparency. It is the high level of concern for what actually went on in that office and the level of abuse that potentially that staff member had to endure. That side of themselves should hang their heads in shame, and they should not be coming here apologetic for their colleague.
John Rutherford. And I want to acknowledge...
Gee, that came to an abrupt end.
Yeah, well, she got everything she wanted to say in that speech, and she's focused once again on the person who's been on the receiving end of this inappropriate behaviour, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So let's see if we get any information at all from any of the government members.
Yeah. Well, time to hear from the backbenchers of National.
A number of things in my contribution this afternoon. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the apology that Andrew Bayley gave after the matter was brought to his attention and to the public's attention. And I quote, he said, "As many of you know, I have been impatient to drive change in my ministerial portfolios. Last week, I had an animated discussion with a staff member, and I took the discussion too far, and I placed a hand on their upper arm, which was inappropriate. I have apologised to the staff member and regret placing them in an uncomfortable position. There are times when you have to hold yourself to account, and today is one of those days." That was from Andrew Bayley taking responsibility and accountability for what took place. And the Prime Minister then said, "Mr Bayley fell short of my expectations and the expectations he sets for himself, and as such offered his resignation as a minister, which I have accepted." But, Mr Speaker, members on the other side can't seem to read, see or hear the apology given in that statement and at that time. I understand, and I know, looking through this litany of previous incidences which we can speak to under their administration. But, Mr Speaker, we need to be crystal clear. Our colleague, our friend, a minister, has taken responsibility for their actions and resigned. This debate is effectively a farce, because actually the minister has taken accountability for what's happened, and for most general New Zealanders, they are not worried about the inner politics of this place. They're worried about putting food on the table, having their kids in quality clothes to wear to school, ensuring that the roads they travel on each day are up to standard, that if they need it, there is quality and timely healthcare available to them. to ensure that the education system is delivering for their kids so that our next generation of leaders in this country are coming into the real world prepared and ready to give back. But members on the other side want to debate matters that have happened 2 weeks ago because to them, that's the only issue at play here. Everything else is not a priority to them. The only priority to the other side is around Andrew Bayley's resignation, which he gave and was accepted. If we're to look back, and it seems like short memories have come across the other side, let's look back. Mika Whaitiri, how many chances was she given? How long did that investigation take while she was under investigation for doing even worse to a member at that time? Michael Wood, how many opportunities was he given from the Cabinet Office to get rid of his shares? 17 times. 17 times Michael Wood was told, remove those shares, you are a Cabinet Minister. And he didn't. So he was removed eventually, and thank goodness. Stuart Nash, I'm sitting next to my friend Katie Nimmin from Napier, and it's refreshing to have a change in that part of town. Because Stuart Nash, disclosing Cabinet information to friends, don't you forget that. Then he had his disagreements, and not only was Nash allowed to resign, rather than being sacked by the Minister. And then we move on. Kitty Allen, and the diabolical situation there, Mr. Speaker. Gaurav Sharma. Who remembers Dr. Gaurav? The Sharma drama, Mr. Speaker. And what did that do? It gave us the gift of Tama. Tama Pōtaka to this House as a strong representative for Hamilton West. And then, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, the incidents of Jenny Anderson and a volunteer during that campaign as well in 2023. So I would say to members opposite, do not throw stones if you are in glass houses. This member and former minister has taken accountability for his actions, to which the Prime Minister has accepted. And there is a mention to the victim, and the victim is an important part of this process, and we've acknowledged that throughout. But what I'm saying today, Mr. Speaker, is without a doubt, Andrew Bayley gave his resignation, it was accepted. There are bigger things in this country for us to focus on as a government, and we're going to deliver on it.
Yes, there is a victim. No, we're not going to tell you what happened.
I just had an envisioned picture of a glass perspex glass or perspex wall getting put up just in front of Tom Rutherford and a whole heap of stones getting thrown at it, literally where he said, those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Yeah. But no further information was offered.
Yeah. Let's get to Arena Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come to some trouble here as a parliament when the government has been asked a series of reasonable questions which are in the public interest about how a worker was treated and constitutional questions of responsibility in a timeline which has not been disclosed. And instead of the government ministers who have fronted this debate acknowledging those questions and endeavouring to answer them, they have in fact attacked the opposition. So we're at a crossroads here where we as a parliament can accept that and move on, and that is the standard that ministers will be held to in the future, or we can choose to pursue these questions, and I hope that we do. I hope all members of this House take it incredibly seriously that it is not clear whether the Prime Minister himself knew about the situation that the worker was treated in. It is not clear whether Cabinet knew. It is not clear whether that information has been compiled, and it certainly has not been made public. And, the ACT Party have argued in this debate that this is a waste of time, and we had a national member who has resumed his seat say that this debate was a farce, when in fact we should be focusing on the cost of living. Well, Mr. Speaker, the irony is that for Minister Bayley's resignation, for the few New Zealanders who did know his name, he will always be remembered as a minister with issues of personal conduct, and yet he was the only minister around the table who was charged with the most important issue on voters' minds right now, which is the cost of living, which is the fact that New Zealanders are being charged too much at the supermarket and too much in banking services. He was the person charged with this incredibly responsibility, and yet we now have a supermarket plan which is weak, it has no hope of reducing prices for Kiwis, and no minister to stand behind it. It is completely indicative of the crisis that the National Party faces now. There's no shortage of tough talk on corporate interests, but nobody around the table who will actually back it up with regulatory reform, and no plan to see prices coming down for ordinary Kiwis. So what are we meant to take away from the way this government operates? We're actually seeing big corporates responding to those signals. Instead of the supermarkets being out there in the newspapers saying how they have a plan to address the cost of living for ordinary consumers at the checkout, they are in fact telling NBR that they are redoubling their efforts to lobby government, that it is more in the interests of corporates to get cosy with government ministers than it actually is to bring down prices for ordinary New Zealanders across many sectors. That's because this government is going from announcement to chaos, and there is no one who is willing to take on the leadership that it will require to actually make serious change. And when we think about what the Commerce Minister, who was so passionate about those portfolios, will be remembered for, it is for being the minister who obfuscated about calling a worker a loser and then was caught out in question time. It is for being a minister who asked a worker repeatedly to join him and his staff who were having drinks. And it is a minister who didn't seem to get a worker's hesitance to say no to him when he was on the job late on a Friday night. That is the legacy of this government in the competition space. That is the record for consumers, and it is a shame in the record of that government who promised at the election that they would address these consumer issues and the lack of competition in these sectors and actually bring prices down. This will all require more leadership than what we are seeing now. The government is so out of touch with how important these cost of living issues are for ordinary Kiwis that it is not putting the people on the job who should be on the job. The guy who was around the table, who had responsibility for this and was out there telling the supermarkets that they were on notice, has now resigned and his portfolios have been consigned to the most junior minister in cabinet. The government requires leadership. Governing requires leadership. And the Prime Minister has been asked to explain the nature of the complaint. No government minister would come down here and tell us what the plan is to ensure that this worker's story is taken into account when addressing the conduct issues of Minister on that side of the House. This Parliament is no clearer about how things will improve. And nobody in New Zealand is clear about this government's plan to improve things for ordinary Kiwis who are paying too much at the checkout. Both of these things require leadership, and on both counts, this government is failing. We deserve, as New Zealanders, to understand what the standard is for ministers. People in government need to hold themselves to a higher standard and to make it clear what has happened and to own up to it and take responsibility.
Leadership void all the way down.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Including the speaker.
Yeah. Well, I do see there one who may be a bit better sitting in the background behind Rena Williams, who might be a bit more suitable for the position.
No. I think Irina Williams is a good speaker. What I was saying is that
You're talking about Jerry Brownlee.
The leadership void in the National Caucus goes all the way down.
Yeah.
They're always trying to offload it to someone else if they can, and then just pass the parcel until the potato cools down.
Yeah, well, here's the last hot potato. Dana Kirkpatrick.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, honestly, this is an exercise in clutching at straws from the opposition, in my view. Look, I just want to recap quickly. There was an incident which was subsequently escalated and investigated, which is the right and good practice, and what we would expect when something like this happens. A discussion took place between the Prime Minister and Andrew Bayley, and the Minister resigned his position and portfolios. He stated that he did that after reflection that his action didn't meet his own high standards. As Andrew Bayley apologised, he held himself accountable, and he resigned as a result. I don't think there's any value in dragging this out when the Minister owned his actions and took action and resigned. What else could there possibly have been to be done? That was what the end result was. I want to personally thank Andrew Bayley for his great work in consumer finance, insurance and ACC, and acknowledged by the opposition, who it sounds like they are missing Andrew Bayley already, because I genuinely believe he was doing a great job in areas that require specific expertise and focus, and he has taken this on the chin. That work now, of course, will be carried on by the Honourable Scott Simpson, who has been a fine whip for our great caucus, and I want to thank him for his service and wish him well. He has led us through the last year and been a great whip, a great mentor to those of us who needed it, and keeping us all in line. The vain hunt by the opposition, Mr. Speaker, for a conspiracy in this whole case is ridiculous. There is no conspiracy. It's been dealt with, and we have now put it to bed. We have to get back to what this country expects us to be talking about, which is how we're going to fix the mess that we were left in 2023, and how we are going to get the economy back up on track and get moving again. We could stand here for ages. We could talk for, 2 hours on the vagaries of what happened in the previous government and those who should have resigned and didn't, or those who should have been sacked and didn't. We could go on and on. There's no point in going back through that, because this actually has been sorted. It's been done. Andrew Bayley resigned. There's no further outcome to be met, and I would argue in closing that it's time we just got back on with it. Could I also now just welcome Stuart Smith to the role of whip? He's the chief whip. He will come in and continue to deliver for this government.
Well, clearly it wasn't that important to see the rest of Dana's speech.
No, and until we know what actually went on between Andrew Bayley and the staff member, to some extent, there's going to be continued speculation, and they're going to have to continue with all of this diversion and distraction.
And I wonder, will the staff member end up leaking it to some media source, or going to a union who ends up leaking it, or a video of his abuse in the office?
And remember, we've had tales of people being directed to employment lawyers when they should have been actually directed to the police for matters. So maybe that's one of these. We don't know. This is speculation. We don't know. They won't tell us.
Yeah. Well, we're running early, so should we roll over another round of credits, get Laura to join in and kick off with the 4-year parliamentary term.
Okay.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome back. And how was watching that last hour of the urgent debate?
I mean, I was busy doing other things. Yeah. All I know is that Andrew Bayley touched a woman's shoulder or something.
I don't know. From what I heard, it was a man.
A man?
I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, we can't use the Peter Davison rule of the only one of your free companions you're allowed to touch is Adric is because the other two are young females.
Well, true. Forget everything I just said.
A disturbing lack of detail is what we know.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I think we might have Zulu, Kilo, Papa India Golf landing more sooner than we'll probably find out on details.
Yeah. But the longer they play this game, the more it drags on, really, for them.
Well, yes, and will that will that lead to Andrew resigning from Parliament? I mean, do we want another trip to the Pukekohe Town Hall and do a by-election show?
I don't know. I mean, he's sort of been falling downwards ever since he was made the finance spokesperson when they were opposition and really stuffed it up straight off.
Yeah.
And now that, yeah. I used to think of him as being the Tim Nice but Dim of the National Party, but he's just the Dim.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask, I gather you're doing the Fred McDonald approach in the background by having all your different signs in the backgrounds in different areas for advertising?
It's backbenchers nostalgia.
Yeah. Oh, yes. No, I was like looking at that thing like, oh, that feels so Fred McDonald.
But also, the important issue of our green ferries are still being raided and busted by the police.
Yeah.
I'm so angry about what's going on at the moment. All of my friends, including Dr. Green, have been arrested and convicted since the medicinal cannabis law was changed. So we just feel like everything that's been done was to exclude us from being a part of it.
Yeah. Okay, so get some things out there with the enabling 4-year legislation parliamentary term. Now, I'd like to put some clarification out there because the media actually hasn't done a good job. You know when they haven't done a good job? When my grandma asks me and sits there and learns incredibly hell of a lot. The current principles of the bill is to give the incoming Prime Minister and government the choice of whether they want to have a 3-year term under the status quo of how select committees are run, or have a 4-year term to have an evolved select committee proportionality approach by excluding the executive members from the account. Now, in the current situation, if that was in place, about 100, it's about 20, are we at 28 ministers? Or are we at 30?
Not sure.
It's somewhere near in there. Instead of the proportionality being split across 100, based on 120 MPs, it would be based on 90 non-executive MPs. And we'll just say 90 for the sake of it, because I think it's something like, it works out to be, I think it's 28, but there's 2 undersecretaries, but undersecretaries can sit on select committees. It's a weird way to sit there and describe it. But just to put on that, so at this bill in its current form, at the point of the ballot box, you don't know if you're electing someone in for a 3-year term or 4-year term. So just to put some clarification on that, and you'll see that as it comes through many of the different speeches.
Mm-hmm.
So let's kick off with what's his name? Goldsmith, as Willie Jackson calls him, Goldie.
Or Wainui Arua Claim Settlement Bill, and the third reading of the District Court Judges Amendment Bill, and the second reading of the Social Workers Registration Amendment Bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker.
I call the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I present a legislative statement on the Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill.
This legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. The bill is an omnibus bill that amends the Constitution Act 1986 and the Electoral Act 1993 to enable a 4-year parliamentary term. Under this bill, the standard maximum term of Parliament will remain 3 years, with the potential to extend the term of Parliament to 4 years at the start of each parliamentary term if a specific condition is met. The specific condition is that the membership of a subject select committee is proportionate to the non-executive party membership of the House. In effect, the bill creates a variable term of Parliament. A proposal to extend the term of Parliament to 4 years has gone to referendum twice before, once in the late 1960s, and curiously I've written a couple of books about participants in that debate, and the last time was in 1990, where voters chose to retain a 3-year parliamentary term. Time has passed since then, and New Zealand has changed significantly in the intervening 35 years, particularly with the introduction of MMP, and so the coalition government has, in introducing this bill, decided that it's a time, at least, to consider having that debate again. Now, the arguments for and against a 4-year term are reasonably well canvassed. The primary argument in favour is the hope and expectation that a longer term will lead to improved law making. A 4-year term would provide a longer period of effective decision making and legislating before the political challenges of the election year come around. Now, quite often first term governments will spend a portion of the first year establishing themselves and then a significant proportion of their third year preparing for re-election, and that time of effective decision making is relatively limited, and so a 4-year term would allow for a longer period. It also has the potential to reduce the disruption caused by more regular changes of government, which would benefit longer term policy projects such as infrastructure, where the cost of change can be high. New Zealand is relatively rare as one of only 3 nations with similar systems with a 3-year term. The Australian Federal Parliament has a 3-year term, but interestingly, all of the states have over the past few decades shifted to a 4-year term, and some will argue that that works well. The primary argument against is that New Zealand Parliament faces relatively few checks and balances, and that argues for more regular opportunities for the electorate to pass judgment on the government's success or otherwise, and if they're not happy, to throw them out. So the bill as addressed is introduced addresses that concern by strengthening the checks and balances on the government through the select committee requirement to help balance the effect of a longer term. In practice, this would typically result in opposition parties having more seats on the subject select committees and quite likely having a majority on those committees, and that would is intended to enable stronger accountability and increased scrutiny on the government. So the trade-off would be a longer period, but increased scrutiny through the select committees. Key provisions in the bill allow the term to be extended by a proclamation issued by the Governor-General. A proclamation can only be issued if the House of Representatives has passed a resolution confirming that the proportionality required is satisfied. The resolution of the House would need to be passed within 3 months of the first reading of Parliament, which means that this process can only occur once in the parliamentary term. It's also important to note that even if the Select Committee condition was met, it's up to the members of Parliament to choose whether to move or support any resolution to extend the term. Mr Speaker, the current 3-year maximum term is entrenched, recognising the constitutional significance of this, and so the bill proposes to entrench key settings enabling a 4-year term alongside this. If passed, this will protect the key constitutional changes provided for in the bill in the same way that the existing provision provides for the current maximum 3-year term. Given the constitutional significance of the term of Parliament, it's appropriate to give the public the choice to vote directly on the matter in a nationwide referendum. This means that key provisions of the bill would only come into effect following a referendum where the majority of voters supported the change. To this end, the bill sets out the proposed referendum question and 2 options for response that voters must decide upon. It's possible that a referendum could be held alongside the next general election in 2026. However, any final decisions on the timing of a referendum will depend on what comes out of the Select Committee process. Future decisions will also need to be made by the government as to whether the bill proceeds as introduced or whether it should be amended. Both the National Act and National New Zealand First Coalition agreements include supporting a bill to a Select Committee that would enact a binding referendum on a 4-year term. At this stage, I want to make the point, no decisions have been made on whether the bill will proceed beyond this point. And the intention is that we want to hear from what New Zealanders think during the Select Committee process. And so all New Zealanders will have an opportunity to have their say. We think it's important for New Zealanders to consider this from time to time, and then ultimately the government has to make a judgment in Parliament, ultimately as to whether we think it's time to press ahead and actually have a referendum on this and exactly what the referendum should be. To allow for the possibility of a referendum on this matter, the Referendums Framework Bill is also being progressed to provide a generic framework for the conduct of a referendum. The Select Committee process is very important to discuss this fundamental constitutional issue. I encourage members of the public to have their say when the Justice Committee calls for submissions. And on that basis, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Okay.
I'm not happy about giving the power to the elected government for 3 months after the election to decide whether they want to do it.
It should either be 3 years or 4 years. It should not be who knows what's happening when you're putting your 2 ticks on the ballot paper.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend everyone to read the regulatory impact statement. I did post a link to that in the chat just before. So I've got a bit of a quotation from that regulatory impact statements because I was reading it today, and I quote, "There is limited evidence / research generally on how the maximum length of the term of Parliament impacts on decision-making and legislation, public engagement, parliamentary scrutiny, and longer-term planning and economic costs. Nor is there evidence of the efficiency and contribution to parliamentary scrutiny of other potential additional executive scrutiny mechanisms. Cost-benefit information is therefore very limited with a low confidence factor, although some election costs may be quantifiable." So what the regulatory impact statement is saying is that we don't have any evidence. We don't know if this is going to improve things or make things worse. So we're in kind of a no man's land with this one.
And
we don't know what's going to happen.
And I think that's also because of the bill itself.
I think because we have a unicameral parliament, this is a very dangerous step because there's no upper body that has a veto power for anything.
That was actually one of the recommendations that was in the regulatory impact statement is you kind of need to have an upper house when you start extending out terms.
I would go further and say you need to have an upper house that is tasked exclusively with making sure that legislation complies with Te Tiriti and also the Bill of Rights with the veto power to knock it back if it doesn't. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
I would feel happy with a 4-year term, otherwise no.
Select committees are not a replacement for an upper house. They're two different things.
They make recommendations. They have no real power.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to government bills, you can pretty much basically undo a select committee's work between second and third reading.
Yep.
You know, I know one bill that got scrapped because the select committee really basically destroyed its complete intention of what it was trying to be, which was doing with with gender changes for trans people.
Well, look at the select committee on the medicinal cannabis bill. That wasn't able to make any recommendations to the government because of the fact that it was split 50-50 and they couldn't get a majority decision out of it. Wasted everyone's time there.
Yeah, that's a point. Yeah, and that's actually happened on a few occasions. Or you get bills that have been recommended not to pass by select committee because the government is in control, such as Camilla Bellich's and Ibrahim Omar's crime theft by employer amendment bill, and the fact that it's heading down the direction that it's going to pass third reading next Wednesday.
All they have to do is say that they've considered the recommendations. That's all they have to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, going back to that regulatory impact statement, the Ministry of Justice actually considered 3 options. They actually considered option 3, which is what this bill is, to be the worst option. And National went for it anyways. They wanted option 2.
It'll be David Seymour wanted it.
Oh, yeah, David Seymour. Yeah, so the Ministry of Justice actually recommended option 2, which is to hold a referendum on a maximum 4-year term of Parliament. So it kind of... So people understood that, okay, every 4 years we're going to have an election, not this flippy-floppy... Yeah.
I see nothing in this bill that's going to reduce the level of lip service accountability.
Okay, let's see the fiery speech, as you can predict, from Dr. Duncan Webb.
I call the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it may be indeed that this is a rare case of a genuinely open select committee process, because we on this side of the House are taking a similar approach. We think it's a fair question, and we look forward to a select committee process which explores not only the core question of whether this is a matter to be put to referendum, but exactly what that question should be. So in principle, yes, and that's what first readings are all about. We accept that the time is probably about right to ask the electorate whether they would think it a good idea to give this lot an additional year in government. This lot widely, us lot. And I do note that there has been already some criticism, and I just want to identify that. Very eminent person has suggested that there should be an overarching review, and there is always space for a constitutional review. And other things that have been going on in this House and elsewhere would indicate that might be a good idea, but we tend to think that this is an issue which is sufficiently discrete that it is appropriate to consider it alone. It has been noted, this is a parliament without a huge amount of checks, other than mixed member proportional representation and the coalition arrangements that brings. But at the same time, governments have routinely been criticised of all colours for short-term decision-making and pressured decision-making and rushed decision-making. And there is at least an argument that this will lead to higher quality decisions with a longer time horizon. We have reservations about the need to start meddling through legislation with standing orders, and recognise that this is a relatively unusual thing to do. And by and large, the House itself manages its standing orders, and it is, whilst it's not unknown, I think it's done in respect of some regulations review and disallowance, it's very unusual for legislation to dictate back to the House what its standing orders should be, and therefore, in a sense, in a backdoor kind of way, bind future parliaments. So, yep, we've got some concerns around that. Also, we are not excited about the idea of no one being quite sure how long Parliament will be until a decision has been made by the Prime Minister. That's a kind of uncertainty which I'm not sure the electorate would be happy with. And I guess the other thing is that the question then lacks clarity. A clean question is a good question, and if the question is 4 years or 3 years, yes or no, that's a question that's very easy to communicate and to discuss. Whereas talking about whether, and it's pretty arcane stuff to ordinary New Zealanders, whether there should, how many seats on select committee an opposition party should have, that's not something that's going to be very exciting. Hey, it might be a good idea, but we're not sure that the two things need to be closely linked. And the other thing I'd just identify is this process, the process of forming a government can take long enough. And the additional wrangling of select committee positions and whether or not this proceeds may extend that and in fact have an obtuse effect of making it more difficult to form a government once an election decision has been made. So look, let's go and have a look. It may go no further. It may be that the National Party doesn't support it, but we do. Who knows? That'd be an exciting day. But let's wait and see how it goes.
The question is that the motion be agreed.
Yeah, so Duncan Webb is pretty much echoing the concerns of the Ministry of Justice.
And echoing the concerns of my 97-year-old grandmother. Because that is exactly what she was. The biggest thing she was concerned about was how long am I voting these people in for?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions here. Like, are they going to lower the voting age to kind of make up for the fact that we're going to have an extra year? Are they going to, it's like reducing the frequency of elections, right? May reduce costs, but only if the reduction in cost is greater than the reduction of democratic benefits.
Yeah. I mean, I'll put it this way. Currently, if you pass a piece of legislation that skips select committee, you don't have to have it reviewed. Could that be something? Now, a spirit of the law wasn't in practice, but the spirit was the search and surveillance bill passed under urgency that had a 1-year sunset clause, so the bill would be renewed under a proper full select committee process.
Well, that's part of the flaw in the logic here, is that they think that, if we get an extra year, we're going to make better bills. No, that's not necessarily the case. You can still
if you keep using truncated select committee processes, or, as you do in some cases, just completely skip select committee altogether.
I might have been asleep, but which of the 3 coalition parties campaigned on this?
ACT.
Okay.
As I say, it's an ACT bill. There are different things in there. We'll see later on the comments from Uncle Andy, because Uncle Andy makes some good points. But in general, it is an ACT bill. As such, and I mean, you can tell that when David Seymour is the ACT speaker.
Yeah, I mean, I do have concerns about some of the things that Andy Foster does bring up, mostly about the nature of our democratic system. People need to remember that we're a representative democracy. We're not a semi-direct democracy like Switzerland, and we're not a participatory democracy. So there is less opportunity for people to partake in policy decision-making and policy writing and stuff like that. We're not the same as Switzerland.
No, and we're not ready to be like Switzerland at this point because we don't educate people enough when it comes to referendums.
And the other thing is, the ACT party has never required an extra year to get things broken. They managed it quite well in the 3-year term, even when they were running the Labour Party.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what Celia Wade-Brown's got to say from the Greens.
I call Celia Wade-Brown.
Tēnā koe, te mangai o te whare. I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to establish an ad hoc committee to consider the bill.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be so.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I stand before you with ambivalence about this bill, which proposes changing Aotearoa's electoral term from 3 years to 4, but only sometimes, and with no certainty in advance for voters. And today, I'm going to highlight 3 points underpinning that ambivalence. The need for true long-term planning, lessons from the recent independent electoral inquiry, and the importance of broader constitutional reform. Now, look, many people advocate for more time to plan for complex issues. Addressing human health, particularly preventative measures, restoring nature, maintaining infrastructure, they're 30, 40, 50, 70-year projects. And really, whether it's 3 years or 4 years makes very little difference when you ought to be thinking several generations in advance. If we had that kind of inclusive, long-term, multi-party planning, we might not face issues like the flip-flopping on the ferries that risks isolating communities, undermining tourism and cutting supply chains. To leave a better future for generations to come, we need policies that extend beyond electoral cycles. Let's get rid of that rush undone by the next government. And my colleague across the House may recollect that one of our most effective processes was Our City, Our Future, which was a citizens' participatory process that actually shaped many aspects of council decision-making for several decades. And a local example of long-term thinking is Zealandia's 500-year vision. Now there's a challenge. Think what's going to happen in 500 years, not 5 months. The recent independent electoral inquiry raised some critical issues about New Zealand's electoral system, including the need to rethink citizen engagement to make democracy more responsive. And does this 3 or 4 year term, maybe or maybe not, address those deeper concerns? And it's also extraordinary that no thought seems to have been given to extending local government terms to match, given that that was recommended by the recent LGNZ task force. It is extraordinary that sometimes you'd clash, sometimes you'd have elections in the same year, sometimes you wouldn't. I don't think that that's an organised way to improve the partnership between local and central government, but it's typical of the current government's disregard for local democracy. Real reform should focus on strengthening citizen engagement through participatory democracy at both local and central levels. And thirdly, addressing the broader issue of constitutional reform.
We want a more comprehensive discussion. I appreciate my colleague's point that maybe this little point can be pulled out, but I would much prefer to value the work of Matiki Mai, the 252 hui held across the motu. And Moana Jackson set a high bar for constitutional reform, and this bill doesn't really meet those standards. There is far more public support for lowering the voting age, improving civics education and limiting donations to political parties than there is support for changing the term. So we will be cautious, we will support it to select committee, and maybe it can be sufficiently improved. Thank you.
Yeah, I can kind of tell from that speech that Celia is not happy.
Yeah, and she's actually an expert in that sort of field, considering that's the portfolio she holds in the Greens.
Yeah,
but also, it's great that she's bringing up parts from her mayoralty days.
Mm. Also, the clash of timetables if there's a 3-year and a 4-year.
Yeah, and like some people think that would be a great idea, and I'm one of I know what it's like when you get, as a candidate standing for office, getting a bunch of phone calls from people who live in different constituencies, who have got their local body ballot paper and going, who do I vote for? And I'm one of, I believe the regional council and the city council elections need to be split. Because that is something that actually has caused issues where, in the case of Wellington, a lot of people amalgamate Greater Wellington and Wellington City Council as one entity because you get it on one rates bill.
Here's my concern, and I think Celia does bring it up quite well in her speech. The problem is that you've got a government that's becoming less interested in bipartisan bills and becoming more interested in passing their own bills that fit their own ideology.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here. And Celia's like, well, how come we don't... There are other mechanisms where we can do things on a bipartisan basis without having to extend out terms. Why are we going for this option instead, where we're kind of flip-flopping 3 and 4 and 3 and 4 and 3 and 4 and putting voters in bloody limbo?
I also like her point about this not ranking very high on the electoral reform priority list.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, it's interesting how lowering the voting age to 16 is ranked higher.
Getting weed legalized is probably ranked higher.
Well, is there a Supreme Court ruling behind this bill?
No, there isn't actually. There is a Supreme Court ruling on many bills that this current government does not want to do, or in one case, there's one bill to completely circumvent a Court of Appeal ruling, which to me is a very bad approach to sit there and do things if you're just solely trying to get around other pieces of legislation.
Yeah, I just know, though, from the history of what ACT has been proposing so far, that I know they're probably going to use this as a vehicle to pass more bills without bipartisan support.
Yeah. Okay, here's the next speech. Get your popcorn ready, Laura.
Oh, okay.
Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT in support of this 4-year term bill. And I want to start by conceding that I suspect we're on a hiding for nothing when this bill goes to referendum. And the simple reason is that this is a time when around the world people's trust in politicians is in decline, and yet what people will see is politicians asking to be trusted for an extra year. I think that's why it's on a hiding to nothing. But I'm proud to be supporting it, and I'm proud to have had some involvement in the creation of this bill, because I believe it is the right thing to do for New Zealand. And I'm thinking about a time when I'm not a politician, perhaps when the voters have retired me, and I'll be living my life, and I would rather live in a New Zealand with a longer parliamentary term. And the simplest reason for that is that I believe we need more stability. We're an outlier globally. There's about 180 countries that have some form of parliament. We're one of 9 that has a 3-year electoral term. And it's not just 3 years to 4, because as Paul Goldsmith mentioned, with election campaigns and the bedding in and establishment of new governments, 3 years is really 2 of effective debate and policy making and thinking. So if we go to 4 years in total, we're really going from an effective 2 years to an effective 3 years. It's not a 33% increase, it's a 50% increase in the effective length of a government. And I think that's critical for reasons that other members have touched on, from as parties as diverse as the National Party and the Greens, have said, actually, we need to give more stability for developing things like infrastructure, for making policies, and giving people confidence, whether they're from inside New Zealand or outside New Zealand, that this is a place with a stable policy environment to invest in. In many ways, it is about our maturity as a country. I think our current constitutional setup could perhaps unkindly be described as a sort of teenage setup. We have no upper house, we have no states or provinces, we have no written constitution. What we have is this 3-year term, and it leads to erratic lawmaking. But there's a second part to this proposal which I think is important, and that's why I've called it in the past a 4-year term with a twist. It also involves changing the way that this place operates to be slower, more accountable, more sober, and ultimately a better place to make laws with more participation from all of the people in this chamber, not just those who are ministers. And that change is simply to ensure that most of the time the opposition will be running the select committees, the smaller versions of Parliament, that scrutinise new laws, that call in public officials to hold them accountable, that can run inquiries. That will be run by opposition, while the government will still have a majority in this chamber and make the ultimate laws. And the effects of that, I believe, will give more voice to New Zealanders through their elected representatives, because select committees, and committee of the whole House stages for that matter, will be more of a contest, with more debate about policy, with more voice. I believe it will also improve the esteem of parliamentarians, because in some countries, to be a member of Parliament is a very respectable thing. Here people really want to become a minister. I think having backbench MPs with more power in this place will actually be good for the esteem of the profession and ultimately the quality and competence of people who join it. No offence to anyone currently here. I think that if we're prepared to have a mature discussion about this change, then we will lead ourselves to a place where we have a more stable policy environment, a higher quality of debate, people feeling that their voices are heard better through stronger select committees, more trust in our democracy, and ultimately the progression of what might be called a teenage constitutional country into maybe just a young adult with a bit more surety and confidence in itself, more stability, more investment, more infrastructure, higher wages, and ultimately a country that we can be even prouder of. I'm glad so many parties are supporting this bill, and I look forward to supporting it further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And he can't even sit there and stick to his time. But, I mean, here's an example of what David Seymour could mention opposition control with twist. The 2020 general election, it was a 78-seat majority. Under David Seymour's proposed plan, based on the number of ministers that were in there, which was 26, I'll just go and get the calculator out, but if we 120 minus 26.
I can guess the answer right now. Shit don't add up. That's your answer.
Yeah. So put it this way: with a 40, so you'd basically with 94 non-executive seats, you would still have a government majority on those select committees under that particular election scenario. Which, okay, that's unusual what happened, but that you could sit there and go, you know, Jacinda Ardern, let's sit there and say that was in place and could have got a 4-year term and would have sat down there and, you know, and had help with the Greens to sit there and do that. So for 4 years, controlled the select committees, just turned them into glorified rubber stamps because of their supermajority and sit there and do it. But also at the same time, like as David Seymour has done on bills he has been the minister for, truncated select committee processes don't slow down Parliament. You know, you're going to get rid of truncated select committee processes? Or are they going to keep happening? And if they're going to keep happening, you're not slowing down Parliament.
I mean, there's a severe lack of evidence. Again, people, I recommend you read the regulatory impact statement. There is a lack of evidence that extending the term under the style of democracy with a lack of an upper house, right, is going to improve stability. In fact, the regulatory impact statement kind of suggests the opposite, that under a variable term of Parliament, the maximum term could fluctuate from election to election. Voters will not have long-term certainty about how often they will be able to hold the government to account. That's pretty important in a democracy, isn't it? Yes. Moreover, prior to each general election, there would be uncertainty about the length of the upcoming parliamentary term. Voters may therefore struggle to make an informed choice at general elections. People could also become less engaged in the democratic process. So that statement tells me that, one, for whatever reason, he's still talking about bloody teenagers, considering the ACT Party's history of teenagers, but also he hasn't read the regulatory impact statement.
Now, here's something useful to sit and look at. So I'll just go onto shared screen here. I am currently on the Australian Parliament's website. Now, take a look here. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 Senate committees, which would be the equivalent of select committees. We go down to the House of Representatives. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 select committees. And if we go there, they also have joint committees. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So they, take a look at the number of committees there. Now, some of them will be subject committees, some of them will be specialist. We do not have that many committees in our parliament system. Now, okay, they do have 151 MPs and they have 76 senators in their federal parliament. So, yes, they do have a lot more people there. But you sit there and take a look at that. Like, they have a more robust system. Now, I'm not sure if a bill that has gone through the House, gets shifted to the Senate and goes through first reading, whether it goes through another 6-month select committee process in Australia, it might go through a quicker committee process. But the fact is that you've got the handbrake at the Senate. And I mean, that has been evident before with many different pieces of legislation where they got held up at the Senate. And in some cases, they forced the country to have double dissolution.
So what you're trying to tell me is that David Seymour wants to be like a shittier version of Australia,
without the actual select committees in place to do it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's a disenfranchisement by stealth policy.
Yeah, because that's the
Yeah.
Because
you know what's been funny about David Seymour's speech? He was like, "Trust me, but don't trust me, bro. Therefore, let's have longer terms." I'm like, dude, you just the opening to that speech just said, "Hey, no one trusts me, but let's have 4-year terms." I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, it's like, oh, trust me, I'm a bad taxi driver, but jump in my cab.
Yeah. I'll get you to your destination. Destination fucked.
Okay, let's get to Uncle Andy.
I call Andy Foster.
I welcome this conversation and I welcome the bill being introduced. As we've heard, we've got a very short term of Parliament. We are a bit of an outlier there, and that does have implications. This bill introduces a 4-year term, sort of, because it's a conditional 4-year term, and I think that's a real complexity in what is the bill. So it only introduces that 4-year term if the conditions around the way in which select committees are organised are met. And it also requires this bill suggests entrenching this model through a referendum. Look, over the years, well before coming into this House, I've asked many people about the idea of a 4-year term, or possibly even a 5-year term, and almost unanimously the politicians, the leaders, business leaders, community leaders have said, actually, that's a good idea, but there is this need for some checks and balances. But this is not ours to determine. Ultimately, it is the people to determine. It's the people's electoral system, and they should be the ones to determine that, and that is why a referendum is attached to this proposition as well. And New Zealand First, as you know, Madam Speaker, has always been very keen on referenda because we believe in the wisdom of the people to make choices. As diverse as we are, we're diverse in this House, and obviously we are diverse as a people. We've already heard that a 4-year term, in theory, will make decisions less rushed, more considered. That's good. It's an opportunity potentially for better quality engagement. Perhaps we won't have short turnarounds for bills to be sent through select committees and then back again. Hopefully there might be less urgency used in much more limited circumstances. But I think the most important thing, and I think we've already heard this before, is that it might give us the opportunity of more strategic thinking. And I've got to say, New Zealand governments for decades have been very, very poor at that. Doesn't matter what the colour of those governments is, we haven't done that very well. There are some opportunities, I think, and we've had some good conversations across the House around infrastructure planning. If we could do some of those long-term things and do them together so they are multi-partisan and survive changes of government, that would be a really, really good thing for New Zealand. Our coalition agreements. Our coalition agreements actually aren't quite the same. The National Act Agreement says, pass this bill, the Constitution, well, what it was originally titled, pass the Constitutional Enabling a 4-Year Term Amendment Bill through first reading in the first 15 months of this term. Well, we're actually about 16 months, but never mind. So that's what the National Act Agreement said. The National New Zealand First Agreement is actually broader. What it said is support to select committee a bill that would enact a binding referendum on a 4-year term of Parliament. So in other words, it didn't put conditions around that. So that's the conversation that we're having, I suppose, as a coalition. We've actually got two different parts of the agreement. But both of them do say that we should take this through a select committee process and we should allow the people of New Zealand to have a say. And the bill rightly proposes that any change be a decision for the people And I think what that says is also New Zealanders recognise the need for checks and balances. And it was actually, if people can remember the title Unbridled Power, you know, going back to the Roger Douglas days, it was actually that encouraged me to get involved in politics, because I saw a government doing what it did, for good or for ill. Labor didn't, what the colour of the government didn't matter, but it was the unbridled power nature which was the critical thing. And in fact, the explanatory note to this bill actually recognises that. It says the intention of this, the proportionality requirement, is that the term of a parliament could only be extended if there are improved checks and balances on the government. So the bill itself recognises the need to do that. It proposes a particular way of doing that, but there's only one way of doing it. There are multiple different ways of doing it. There are other things which are missing in this bill, Madam Speaker, and one of those, and we will all be aware that local government, New Zealand has said, as my colleague over the way they said, they have said, well, what about a 4-year term for us? This bill is missing any reference to local government, because otherwise there will be clashes when elections are held effectively at the same time. That is going to confuse people a lot. So I think that is something that needs to be considered, and I would encourage submissions along those lines. It's a lot harder for us to put checks and balances on Parliament than it is to put them on local government, but it is possible. And just, if I may finish off, Madam Speaker, we don't have, as we know, we don't have a second chamber. We do have the courts, but the courts are subject to decisions that the government makes. In fact, visiting the Supreme Court, they did say that quite explicitly. If we don't like what the courts do, we can change those things, and we should do that. What about the role of the Bill of Rights? What about the role of referenda? So there are a lot of things, Madam Speaker, that I hope that the public of New Zealand will engage in. I'm going to commend this bill to the House, and I'm going to be really interested in the discussion going forward. Here you go.
Again, I really urge that people read the regulatory impact statement.
Gary, you're analysing what Andy said.
Yeah, I'm not sure that his heart's in this one, to be honest.
Or not in its current form.
No, but he felt like he was going through the motions there. Yeah, not really, and none of them are talking about the regulatory impact statement at all.
No,
I don't think that. I don't even think they looked at it.
I don't even think David Seymour read it.
Oh, I doubt that he would read it. Yeah, that's so true.
But yeah, from Andy Foster, I'm getting kind of like the same vibes I'm getting off Celia. It's like he must have had his leg pulled to go, yeah, we'll support this to select committee.
Yeah, it's like the spirit of the bill we support, but not in its foundation, but we're prepared to make it better.
Yeah, it needs work.
Not convinced. Not convincing.
Let's see what Rawiri Waiti has to say.
I call Rawiri Waititi.
Checks and balances. Look, we're once upon a time I probably would have supported a bill like this, but I'll tell you what, you're asking for 4 years. I can tell you what you've done in 16 months. In just over 16 months, just over a year, this government has dismantled the Māori Health Authority, scrapped smoke-free targets, whitewashed the school curriculum, cut 300 million of targeted Māori funding, cut matariki funding, cut school lunches, rejected the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, defunded Section 27 reports, banned gang patches, enabled the police to terrorise our communities, whitewashed the Treaty of Waitangi Tribunal and undermined the courts, demoted Te Reo Māori to a second-class language. They have brought back 3 strikes and boot camps for children. They are throwing families out of emergency housing and buildings, a mega prison. They are repealing Section 7AA of the Oranga Tamariki Act, displacing another generation of our mokopuna. They are ram-raiding our environment with fast-track legislation, reversing oil and gas bans and privatising freshwater management. They are entrenching the confiscation of our coastline through the Marine and Coastal Area Act. They have gutted our health system. They are cutting benefits at record numbers after cutting 10,000 jobs. And right now, they are debating our very existence as Māori with the Treaty Principles Bill. 16 months. Shocking. 16 months. And you want 4 years. I tell you what, 4 years has been a hate campaign against Māori. We cannot stand another 4 years. Now, I tell you what, it has been 3 terms for a government over the last few governments. 9 years. You add 4 years, that's 12 years of terrorising our people. Absolutely not. And I tell you what, it's bigger. The agenda is bigger. There's a global agenda happening here. The Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill was about removing Te Tiriti o Waitangi to allow international corporations and corporate greed into this country. And I tell you what, for a 4-year term will allow a government to run rampant over our people. And let's just put it out there. Let's just put it out there. Let's go out and look at the ongoing world issues at the moment. And I hear, just in some of the speeches, the Americanizing of our country. States, all of those types of, that type of speak, trumping making our country like a Trump-type nation. I'll tell you what, the ongoing world issues, the Russian war with Ukraine, the uprising global strikes, continuing war zones in the Middle East, Israel and versus Gaza, supply lines delays in the Red Sea, China surging into the Pacific, high interest rates worldwide now falling slowly, inflation not under control, and Trump stirring up the world trade by tariff increases and crazy outlandish statements. This government needs investors to mine, to buy properties to exploit us. And only by providing certainty through a 4-year policy and government terms can they achieve that.
I'm calling a point of order.
Yes.
A point of order, Suze Redmayne. Nothing, Madam Speaker. Oh, that's actually the Speaker's call.
Oh, we can draw it to attention.
The government is true. Doesn't care about ordinary families struggling to get ahead, who are here forever. Our whānau and our people are here forever to look after our beautiful nation. And you want to open it up and exploit it. And this is what a 4-year term will do with that type of government in control. Now, if there was a 3-term government, you're going to get 12 years of that? Absolutely not. And you're going to be lucky to get this 3 years. Because I tell you what, you're going to be gone after that. So we are absolutely against the 4-year term. And if you're going to repeat it 8 years, 12 years, oh, Christ's sakes, where does that leave our people? Where does that leave our people? And I'll tell you what, just in 16 months, the damage that this government has done, and you want 4 years? Absolutely not. Once upon a time, I may have supported a bill like this, but after your actions and after the way you've run this country, absolutely not.
Please don't bring the
absolutely
Speaker into the
against
debate.
this particular bill, Madam Speaker. Everything I have said is exactly what this bill talks about. And we're not talking about the real issues here. This is the reason why you want 4 years. It's not just about 4 years of strategic planning, iron infrastructure. What a whole lot of rubbish. What a whole lot of rubbish. You want more time to unravel decades of development. You want to continue to crush poverty, people who are living in poverty, crushing Māori in terms of the way you run this government. Absolutely not. This is, it's got everything to do with 4 years, because look what you did in 16 months. So we do not want a 4-year term. This bill should be thrown in the rubbish along with this government. Kia ora tātou.
I call Carl Bates.
And I completely agree with what Charlene has just sat there and said there. I mean, I used to also be one who didn't believe we need an upper house, but this current government has proven why we need one.
I'm with Rawiri. I'll take whatever he's taking.
We can't operate on good faith when there's no good faith on in the government.
Yeah.
And Rawiri, when he's going off like that, and you're in the house, it just resonates in that building like nothing else. You know? Yeah, amazing. And he speaks for so many people. And I personally would like to see Te Pāti Māori take some general electorates.
Oh, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Rotorua, if they put the right candidate up, that's a seat they could get.
That would
the
really
right person.
That would really.
But I don't know. That's one seat I do, but that's if Meripeka Raukawa Tate was in there. But I mean, also last election, they put Edu Kapakingi in Whangarei. And that would actually be nice if you had mother and son combo in Parliament, but I don't know if that will actually fly.
Nope. Hope it's not just a pipe dream.
I enjoyed that. Someone had to say what he just said. That is what we call cooking. That was good. I enjoyed that. Thank you, Rawiri.
Yeah, that's what they're there for, you know.
Yes,
to cut through into what the actual guts of it is.
Yeah, but if there's no proposal for an upper house and we're representative democracy, it's like, nah, I don't want it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see what could be proposed for an upper house. But yeah, at the moment, the status quo is not up to the job.
Well, they keep on telling us that the accountability point is the election, and they're trying to move the accountability.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Mr. Carl Bates from Wanganui's got to say.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the debate about the value of a 4-year term, I think, might come down to a clip of that speech justifying why this government needs 12 years and why this government should continue to be in power to make sure that sort of thing is not in the Treasury ventures. Madam Speaker, as much as I was looking forward to a considered select committee process about this bill and may not exactly support it or not at this stage personally, Madam Speaker, that speech, that rubbish, to quote the last speaker, is going to make people want this government having 4 years for terms to come. Madam Speaker, when we look at this bill, and this bill talks about going to select committee, and I will note that it was Dr. Duncan Webb who brought politics into this first reading right at the beginning, Madam Speaker. And you know, the opposition has made a lot, even this afternoon, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, Debbie Nariwa-Peka.
Thank you. Just seeking clarity from the Speaker. Is it acceptable for a member to call another member's speech rubbish? Just seeking clarity. I don't want to interrupt your compelling speech.
Point of order?
No, because it's not a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, it was the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb who brought politics into this discussion early in the first reading. And I just wonder, Madam Speaker, in the context of this bill, and particularly the component that talks about the opposition having control, essentially, of the select committees, whether New Zealanders that voted this government in would want to see any of that, that side of the House in charge of any of the select committees dealing with the rubbish that we took over and had to sort out under this term. But, Madam Speaker, I'm sure there will be lots of New Zealanders that will submit on this bill and raise those points as part of the select committee process. And as a member of the Justice Committee, Madam Speaker, I look forward to interrogating those questions, interrogating those submissions, and looking where we take this when it comes back to the House for a second reading. Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Come on the ballot.
Attack.
Well, I mean, he seems to disagree with David Seymour. David Seymour wants the opposition in the select committees. Carl Bates is over here going, we don't want that over there in the opposition. I'm like, okay, you two fight it out.
Select committee chair Rawiri Waititi?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. You know what? Actually, I changed my opinion. Yeah, let's go with let's have Rawiri in the select committee.
I get such a massive cringe when a member on the government benches pretends to be part of the grown-ups.
Oh, there is so much there. I mean, well, Carl is more of a grown-up than, say, some of the other ones like Cameron Brewer.
No, he points to Rawiri. He's like that thing. I'm just like, what? Dude.
I wonder how Carl would cope if he went to a place called Murupara.
He wouldn't cope at all.
You know, however, he is not exactly a friendly electorate. I will be honest on that one, because he is Wanganui.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That is the electorate he represents, but it is filled with farmers, right all the way from Stratford all the way down to Turkina.
He's very optimistic about the Nationals' chances in the next election. I mean, looking at their polls, it's like
he's potentially one of the ones that could be dumped, because he got in because the Labour person got dumped, and he was in the right seat at the right time.
Yeah. One of those people that comes in and out with the tide.
Yeah, and he's not. I'd say there's more of them in Auckland than. At least Wanganui isn't quite one of those seats that typically tends to flip-flop. But yeah, I can say in Auckland, there will be a lot who will be, they will be one-term MPs, and that's it.
Yeah. But once again, there was no content to that speech.
No.
To do with the bill.
No. It was just basically, Rawiri offended me. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Rawiri, yeah. Okay. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be able to take a short call on this important bill, which is of constitutional significance, the Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill. I do have some specific thoughts about this piece of legislation, which I will share with the House. But in response to some of the previous speakers, Mr Bates, this is a political issue. Of course it is. It happens in Parliament. And definitely the support of the Labour Party is certainly not an endorsement of anything that this government is doing. I think what we're looking at when we're looking about constitutional changes from a bipartisan or non-partisan perspective, what is the best thing for New Zealand in terms of the way that New Zealand is governed and the constitutional arrangement that New Zealand has. And so obviously from our perspective, the next election couldn't come soon enough. But at the same time, we're able to take a wider view of this and look at comparative jurisdictions and also acknowledge our own experience in relation to having 3 years in order to achieve what I think all parties in this Parliament have, which is a high level of ambition to make New Zealand a better place, no matter what the political leanings are. So as my colleagues have said, we will be supporting this bill to Select Committee, but that does not mean that we support all of the provisions in the bill or that we don't have some very serious thoughts which do require due consideration at Select Committee. And those are mainly to do with the what I would describe as quite an odd way that this bill has been drafted. The fact that the 4th year is reliant on changes to Select Committee membership is highly unusual and I think highly problematic. The second issue that I wish to bring up, and there's not at all to say that I don't think there are good discussions that can be made, helpful discussions that can be made about the effectiveness of Select Committees and how a greater opposition role in Select Committees might aid our democracy. I think those are valid questions, but I think the way that this bill is set up is incredibly odd and will be confusing to most New Zealanders. I understand it as someone who has been here now for 4 years. I don't think most Kiwis would. The second issue that I wanted to raise was the question that is being put to referendum. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to go back and look at some of the questions that have been put in referendums in the past, but I intend to do that as this bill progresses through the House. My memory and understanding of that is the simpler the question, the more likely it is to be a correct reflection of the desire of New Zealanders responding to that referendum. This question, do you support the Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Act coming to force, is not a simple question. The question should be, do you support a 4-year term of Parliament? Full stop. And we can provide additional information for that. If that is the will of New Zealanders, in a referendum, then the Parliament should be able to enact that in a way that is fair and reasonable and consistent with our constitutional requirements. This question will call into play every detail of the bill which accompanies it, and we've seen how that hasn't worked in very recent referendums in the past. So I would like to flag those two issues, and I would also like to encourage those on the Justice Select Committee to look to the examples of our near neighbours in Australia, who we've been recently discussing the experience that they've had in Queensland with some visiting members to the New Zealand Parliament of going from a 3-year term to a 4-year term, and in fact in Australia many of the jurisdictions apart from the federal Parliament have moved to a 4-year term. We should be looking to see what was effective in those very near neighbours of ours, making it a large constitutional change like we are considering, and making sure that that is done in an effective way. I think all parties are approaching this with good faith. I wish the Select Committee very good luck in their deliberations. I think this is important, and perhaps for many of us, if this does end up becoming law, it could be one of the most significant constitutional changes that we would be involved with during our time in Parliament. So please take it seriously, do due diligence, think of the future of New Zealand, think about what's best for New Zealanders and the type of government and the type of change that we want to be able to, that we want to see happen for New Zealanders. It's a big job, and there's a high likelihood that the referendum, even if it does go through, may not be successful. So, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Camilla does mention some good bits, and actually Queensland, if we were to compare a parliament system, would be Queensland, because that's they're unicameral, and they're probably the only comparison we could actually look back on who switched from 3 years to 4 years, who's in a unicameral system.
Yeah, I just say to Camilla, don't worry, Camilla. The Ministry of Justice also thinks this is a weird bill. Read the impact regulatory statement. Read the regulatory impact statement. I got that back to front. Yes, same thing. Just read it. Link in the chat.
No, we've still got no audio. Lip reading's not the best.
My keyboard stopped working.
Oh.
The whole tone of her speech was calling out the lack of seriousness on this issue from the government benches. You know, they don't seem to be approaching it with the gravitas that it deserves, and they're skipping around the issue.
Yeah. Now, let's see what this random bunch of point of order debacle is from Simon Court.
Fun.
Speaker, I wish to raise a point of order.
Point of order, Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in relation to your previous ruling that the member Debbie Nario-Packer's point of order was not, in fact, a point of order, I'm just wondering if the Speaker might like to consider Speaker's rulings 22.4. If members are making a point of order, they should indicate to the Chair where there has been a breach of order in the House. I would contend that that member did not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Court.
And one further matter, Madam Chair, that I'd like you to consider, whether raising trifling points of order is itself disorderly, because I didn't see any evidence that that member actually pointed out where there was a breach.
Thank you, Mr. Court.
Actually, it was 1-0. It was standing orders 1-0. And specifically, thank you for reminding me to be more certain and more orderly through you, the Speaker. And in fact, what it says, if any offence with disorderly words are used, I took offence to the co-leader's speech being called rubbish by Natalie. And he may disagree with the content of it, that's absolutely within his right. But to be as dismissive and disgraceful as calling it rubbish is what I took offence to. So I'm very clear, just to read it so that the Act is able to take me on a little bit better next time. If any offence or disorderly words are used, whether by a member or speaking, or by a member who is present, the Speaker intervenes. So that is what I was speaking to. Happy to help show the member of Act which page that is on, page 34. Standing orders 1-0.
Can I just point out to the member that that is around offence to the House? Thank you. Points noted.
Okay.
You know what they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And I thought Rawiri's speech was a treasure. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought it was good quality.
Have you noticed how the Simon Court never raises a point of order when Seymour and Winston Peters are both being disorderly during question time when they're trying to protect Christopher Luxon from drowning?
Yeah, funny that. He only seems like do it on the oppositions. It's very, what do you call it, selective.
Yeah,
okay, let's see what...
Brushes it off and carries on.
Yeah, Rima, was it Knuckle?
Madam Speaker. I call Rima Narkley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to be able to stand up and add my korero in the first reading of the Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill. And Madam Speaker, it is part of our obligations with our ACT coalition partners, part of the ACT National Coalition Agreement. And I do reference the Honourable Paul Goldsmith in his first reading speech moments ago, how he said essentially those arguments in favour of making this change here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is essentially that hopefully a longer term will lead to improved lawmaking and also prevent the disruption, as he put it, and I'm paraphrasing, disruption to implementing long-term projects like in the infrastructure realm. And I do think of Mill Road in the Takanini and Papakura electorates, Papakura, where we were ready to go in 2017. It was shovel-ready, as we said, and unfortunately a big stop was put to that, even though it was promised by the opposition parties at that stage, and then the government in 2020 that Mill Road will go ahead, but they reneged on that promise. So I think of that when I am thinking of what do I support in this bill. Madam Speaker, we had the fortunate situation, as the member before me said so eloquently, of speaking to a member from the Queensland Parliament, Mr Ray Stevens, the MP for Mermaid Beach, and he shared with us his journey and their journey with respect to going to a 4-year term over there in Queensland, and how he played a strong role in that, and he clearly was very much in favour of it. Madam Speaker, I do look forward to going through the due diligence, as was said, with respect to this bill in the Justice Select Committee, and for now I commend this bill to the House.
Okay, well, that was pretty much a seat warmer.
Yeah, pretty much.
I didn't get much new information out of that, apart from this guy from Australia likes it.
From a place called Mermaid Waters, and apparently about Mill Road.
Yeah, there's something about roads and an Australian guy. I don't know. It's like, okay. I haven't read the transcript today for any of these speeches, so I can't give you any information about these roads.
That one would be a good one to play without the title and ask people as a quiz. What do you think she's talking about?
Roading. I would have thought roading.
God, these could be very good things that could come up like in compilation videos. So what bill is Rima talking about? And he'd sit there and just go, huh? I mean, these could be some very good ones that could go in there. Okay, let's get to Penny Henare. We're going on fire at the moment.
I call the Honourable Penny Henare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on a bill where I know in the conversations I've had in the many communities I've been a part of, have regularly asked the question about whether or not the current term of Parliament of 3 years is the right length of time. What often is missed in these conversations is whether or not there's any evidence to suggest that 4 years makes the policy decision-making process better. There's always and often a lack of evidence with respect to whether or not an analysis of why New Zealand rejected this same question or very similar question in previous times in the past. And Madam Speaker, if I can capture the sentiment of a previous contribution in the House today that said on this particular bill, that expressed no wonder why New Zealanders have a lack of trust in our democracy and in our democratic institutions. That's why they suspect that this bill will fall over as it progresses through the processes of the House. Well, Madam Speaker, one only needs to look at the number of instances mentioned by my colleague, Mr Waitangi, on why people have lost faith in democratic institutions in this country. Because of the challenges that have been put towards certain sectors of our community, tangata whenua in this instance, but other parts of our community. And that's the challenge that must be debated, must be brought forward in a sensible way, which is why, of course, the due diligence throughout this process is going to be really important. But, you know, if we look towards some of the initial analysis of these particular matters, and as you know, Madam Speaker, the RIS that's tabled here for all of us to read sets out a number of those matters really well. What does this mean for Te Tiriti o Waitangi? What does this look like in terms of the many court judgments that have been passed in this country that have continued to help our democracy evolve and come to a space where, yes, still challenging, but there has been progress. And these are questions that must be asked. They must be put to not put to a wider perspective on debate that doesn't simply look towards, well, what does a 4-year term mean? Because there are other things in this bill, and the members on the other side of the House have mentioned it, around the makeup of select committees. What does it mean for the democracy in this House? That's simply saying, or at least putting to the New Zealand public, that if the select committee process changes under a new regime, if you will, or a 4-year regime, does that necessarily mean that we'll get better process and policy, better lawmaking? Well, the evidence just simply doesn't suggest that. Just simply try and experiment in the hope that 4 years is the best thing for our country moving forward, and we'll tinker with some of our democratic institutions in order to get that across the line. The evidence just simply does not back that up. And Madam Speaker, there's reflection I have when I talk with my adult son about this matter, because he's one that says, you should have a 4-year term, Dad. Well, if a government is good enough, and we've seen many examples of both Labour-led and National-led governments that have continued to have a 9-year term in office, that's 3 3-year terms, they've managed to do really well. 2 4-year terms is 8 years. Yet governments have been able to manage to hold on to power for 3 terms. And you know what? For me, that feels about right. Kiwis actually sit back and say,
maybe we should go for a bit of change, despite how things might have looked, despite how outcomes might have been for them in their particular community. It was the case in 2017 when Labour came into power. It was the case when National came into power after the Helen Clark administration. And of course, there is the odd rare phoenix, if you will, in this debate, and that was good old Kiwi Keith, who managed to do it for 4 terms in this country. So it's doable if the government is leading the country correctly. We don't need to change legislation to do that. However, I acknowledge that there is a debate to be had about whether or not these things have to change. Because the common view of the public of this place is that it takes 1 year to get your feet under the desk, 1 year to make any change, and then 1 year to campaign to try and get back in for another term. Well, I get why the public are asking the question, and the public should have the opportunity to say that. But we've got to do it in a way that makes, like the question suggested by my colleague here, makes it very clear on what it is the public are set to debate.
Now, just want to ask,
what he said.
Did anyone feel an earthquake just then?
No.
Okay.
I'm not in Wellington though.
No. And Gary's a bit closer to me, probably about equal distance to me as to you.
No, I didn't notice anything.
No, okay, it might have been a phantom feeling. That's all good.
I mean, someone. I mean, you live in an apartment? Because someone might.
Yes, and I'm actually on the top floor of a 3-story building. Yes.
I mean, it's quite possible someone might have eaten a burrito and did a giant fart. I mean, I don't know.
The main trunk line goes back past the back of my property, so sometimes I think it's an earthquake and I've just been woken up by a freight train.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I remember that from when I lived in Cambridge Street and Levin. We had the same thing. So I know exactly what you're talking about there, Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or this one, you have 2 freight trains going past each other at line speed as well.
I think it's good that Pina Henry was bringing it back to the lack of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's motivating this if there's no evidence to say this is a good thing that we should be doing?
Should we hear what Cameron Brewer's got to say?
Yeah, why not? Let's see what he's growing up.
Michael Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, it's amazing to think that we're nearly halfway through the parliamentary term already, which is a reminder to us all just how quickly 3 years goes. But I also want to reflect on the fact that we have had referenda on this exact issue. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you're 6 months older than me, you would have at least had your say on referendum. And that is because in 1990, when I was 17 and a half, they had a referendum, and the results were this. 69.3% of Kiwis supported 3 years, and 30.6% of Kiwis supported 4 years ago. That was 35 years ago. So more than 2 to 1 supported a 3-year term. But 35 years is another generational shift, and perhaps we need to test them. If we reflect, as Minister Goldsmith said on the first referendum, a similar result. 68.1% in favour of a 3-year term. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it's worthy to test the tenure of the parliamentary term. It is well worth the test. And there's also others that would like us to look at a 4-year term. And I think fondly of LGNZ, who conducted a poll where the local council should have a 4-year term. And again, a significant poll by Courier. 47% last year on the LGNZ poll said yes to a 4-year council term. 18% said yes as well if the local government's going 4 years. 22% said no. So maybe there's been a shift. We know through submissions the LGNZ Electoral Reform Working Group and the likes of Nick Smith would welcome dialogue on this issue. And so, Madam Speaker, it is timely to have this debate. National is very happy to support it to Select Committee, and then let's open it for public submissions, and let's see what the public think, let's see what the stakeholders think, let's see what local government think, and then let's report it back to the House. So I commend this first reading.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it's good to find out these things. This is why we get people who write the regulatory impact statements, right? We give them enough time so they can go and get this data, because reading through that regulatory impact statement, they said that they didn't really have enough time to do the full consultation process. And that's a running theme with this government. So it's like, yeah.
And will this bill, I don't think this bill gets truncated Select Committee time, but yeah, it is a theme.
Once again, which part of that speech actually addressed any part of the bill?
No, we just found out he was 7.5 in October 1990.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, 35 years is a long time.
But that was probably not what the focus of the speech was, to find out there was 7.5 in 1990, when Pat and Phil Shepherd probably was still teaching. And that's a name that means nothing to you, but to Cameron Brewer means a hell of a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how the vote goes. Because this is where it gets a bit hairy.
Oh, okay. Theory voting.
Excuse me. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Term of Parliament enabling 4-year term legislation amendment bill, first reading.
The question is that the term of Parliament enabling 4-year term legislation amendment bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Is there a party vote called? Party vote is called for, Mr. Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand. 11 votes in favour. New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
Members, the ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed to. I declare the House... Oh, sorry, Mr Clerk, you've got something to go? I call on Government Orders of the Day numbers 2 to 5.
Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill Committee stage. Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill Committee stage. Taxation Annual Rates for 2024-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Matters Bill Committee stage. Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill Committee stage continue.
Point of order, Debbie.
My apologies. I think I missed the first vote, which should be recorded as opposed, if it's possible to. If it's not, it's okay. You just know how we feel. But I did miss the first call. So I seek leave to correct it, please.
That is the proper process. So leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Yes. Leave. There is no leave granted. So now I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
As you can see, Debbie was asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I was wondering why there was no call for a party vote. You have to call for a party vote if you want to get it registered on the record.
I see. Right.
Yep. Yeah, and you have to say no.
Yep. You have to
You
say no as loud as you can.
you cannot be just say yes and call party vote, because you actually have to be a party that has said no.
Ah, okay.
I'm not going to criticise people who make mistakes when they're working in a hostile environment.
Yeah. Now, Gary, do you want to join us for the referendum frameworks bill? Because that's up next.
I've actually got cats to feed that are giving me a hard time at the moment. I can drop back in and things, but
No problem. Let's do that. So feed the cats and get it going, and Laura and I will start it off, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
Can I grab my dinner first? Because I'm really hungry. I can grab it and eat it here.
Yes, sweet.
That's how committed I am.
No problem.
Sweet.
We'll roll the opening credits.
Yeah, do the opening credits. I'll come back.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome back to the 9th hour. Was it the 7th hour?
Mm-hmm.
You've managed to get to the kitchen and back?
I did.
It's amazing what you can achieve in 1 minute. I thank goodness didn't need to go to the toilet, but I was like thinking that during that, because it's like, gee, this could have been a good toilet break moment.
Not for me. No.
Yeah. Okay, so let's kick off with the referendum frameworks bill, first reading, and let's kick off with. It feels like there's a speech missing there. Just a moment while I. No, that still takes it in there.
Debate under Standing Order 399, the appointment.
It feels like Paul Goldsmith's speech is missing. Oh, let's see what happens.
Okay, I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Referendums Framework Bill, first reading.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Referendums Framework Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Referendum Frameworks Bill be now read a first time. And I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. The bill provides a generic framework which focuses on the mechanics of a referendum. It largely reproduces the same legislative framework that applies to the conduct of the general election. The bill draws on the foundations of our electoral law and does not create, nor is it specific to, any referendum. The bill is largely modelled on the temporary legislation put in place for the 2 referendums held alongside the 2020 general election. In line with coalition agreements, a separate bill is being progressed that would enable the extension of the maximum term of Parliament, subject to a binding referendum. At this stage, there is no commitment for that bill to progress, at this stage there is a commitment for that bill to progress to the Select Committee, but not necessarily any further. However, the Referendum Framework Bill provides the necessary legislative framework to govern the conduct of a referendum, if required, at the first or second election after commencement. Ensuring the smooth and efficient conduct of a general election and any referendum held at the time is obviously important. The Electoral Commission needs to be able to plan appropriately, so this Referendum Frameworks Bill provides a single set of rules to govern the conduct of any referendum held alongside a general election, ensures that the same rules apply both to the general election and the referendum as far as practicable. The bill ideally needs to be passed by October this year to allow the Electoral Commission sufficient lead-in time to prepare for a referendum, if there was to be one, held alongside the 2026 general election. Mr. Speaker, the bill focuses on the mechanical aspects of the conduct of any referendum held with a general election. For example, it enables the Electoral Commission to conduct the referendums using the same voting places and electoral staff as for the election, provides for the counting of the referendum votes and the release of the results, either with or following the rest of the general election, provides that the offence and penalty provisions of the Electoral Act apply to similar offences committed in relation to referendums. This bill does not include any specific referendum-related material. Instead, following the enactment of the relevant primary legislation for a referendum topic, an order in Council will act as a trigger for holding a referendum alongside a particular general election. Advertising is a key issue. To achieve an appropriate balance between freedom of expression and transparency, the bill regulates referendum advertising in much the same way as the Electoral Act regulates election advertising. These rules require promoters of referendum advertisements to place a promoter statement, to register if they intend to spend over a certain amount. In addition, registered promoters will be required to submit a return of their expenses if they spend more than $100,000. And there will be an overall limit on the amount that can be spent of just over $400,000. The bill also provides expenditure on dual advertising, covering the election and the referendum will count both to electoral and referendum advertising thresholds and limits. The bill also addresses some minor areas of difference from some rules applying to the election, which reflect the nature of referendums. For example, there will be no preliminary count on any referendum vote on election day to avoid delays for the preliminary count for the general election. referendum results will be released with or following the official results for the general election. The Select Committee process is very important. I encourage members to and the public to have their say, and on that basis, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
It feels like an old man trying to tell a shock style speech.
Yeah, I mean, how excited are we though to because he talks about corporations. You know, it's like, oh, you know, a promoter it includes a corporation style, a body corporate, and uncorporated bodies. So how excited are we guys to have big corporations potentially be a part of referendum advertising?
Yes, and a good example that we actively see as the Taxpayers Union is probably the best one to sit there and do. You know, and that's on a positive transparency aspect. What about the negative ones, like how many people had say no to dope campaigns, and there was a lot that didn't have promoter statements on them in the 2020 election?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Yep. Welcome back. Yeah, I had to do that old man thing of go to the toilet while I was having a break.
Oh, hey, I understand the feeling. Have you changed?
Yes. Yeah, jacket's behind me now.
Fair enough.
Interesting, the groans that came out of everyone as yet another government bill was sent to the Justice Select Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the Justice Select Committee, I believe, is overworked in this current Parliament.
Yep. And I don't know if that's a tactic for slowing down or speeding up or what the hell is going on, but
it's rubber stamping.
Every single government bill seems to be going through that committee.
Yeah, like even James Meagher sits there and said it's like the 20-something bill that's gone through there at one of his speeches.
Oh God.
Like it was just like you could sit there and tell, whereas other select committees have not had it to the same extent. But I mean, there were also some bills that should have gone, like the Māori referendums bill said it should have actually gone to the Māori Affairs Select Committee, not to the normal Justice Select Committee.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be something to do with grooming Meagher for future leadership.
Yeah, well, and it's the thing. He has been tipped as a potential future National Party leader.
I'm struggling to think why else. Why else is everything going to that committee?
Yeah, even though he'd probably still be a term or two. I'd say at least 2 leaders away before he would be primed to take it.
Yeah, well, building a profile for him, he's a first termer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. Yes, I found him from my experience actually very good to deal with him.
Yeah. Hence my suspicions about what's going on here.
Yeah, including he's a big supporter of It's in the Ballot and what work we do. Okay, let's continue on with Dr. Duncan Webb.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's another piece of. Well, what I've got to say, Mr. Goldsmith, is this is another job that David Seymour has given Paul Goldsmith, because this is yet again the government which should be focused on things like important to hard-working New Zealand, but has in fact been distracted to things like the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill and a 4-year term with the bizarre Select Committee rules by the ACT Party. Now, the Minister of Justice and the Select Committee that I sit on are very busy with some interesting and important work, but this isn't one of them. Well, Goldsmith, the Minister Goldsmith is not quite God. In fact, he's far from it. I think he's at the other end of the spectrum. This bill, this bill, if you're going to run a referendum, you ask for it. So if it's late on a Thursday...
the members did ask for it, and the spectrum hasn't been defined, so just carry on. Thank you.
If you're going to run a referendum, we accept you've got to get your rules right. And in some ways, I'm curious as to why we're doing a kind of patchwork or patch up, rather than having a long-term look at how we run referenda. Because if you're going to do it, you may as well do it right. And this bill is really only aimed at a referendum that will happen in one of the next 2 elections. And yes, all of those things, the questions around interference and promoters, donations, all the things that the Minister referred to are appropriate. And if there's going to be a referendum, yes, we absolutely want to make sure that it's done with integrity, because we know that integrity around our electoral system is critical. And it's funny that the Minister was talking about the Electoral Commission and the work that it does, including in referendum, because at the moment it's under siege. It's had a walkout from its IT department, and there's deep problems with it. And we saw at the last election, not only did we have a miscounting problem where boxes of votes went missing, but we had a problem about the independence of the Marae. So yes, let's get it right. But the integrity of the process is important. So look, if this party, if the National Party wants to be distracted, and this is the biggest thing that it wants to send to the Justice Committee, then go for it. But the fact of the matter is that this bill and the 4-year term bill is not something which is going to change New Zealanders' lives, and it's the ACT Party wagging the dog once again. The 4-year term bill itself is poorly drafted, but this really sits alongside of it, and we'll take a good faith look at both of them. We don't have a closed mind on either of them, but it's really just getting a bit tiresome when the legislative agenda, and justice in particular, of the government is run by the ACT Party.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Okay, I think Duncan Webb has just literally just said what everyone's been thinking.
How are we going to have... I mean, listen, we've just had news that there may not be enough people to do a bloody election behind the scenes. Are we going to have enough people behind the scenes to do a referendum?
Yeah, and considering, aren't they also looking at changing the law to reduce the special voting count period down to 2 weeks from 3? Even that Christopher Luxon literally contributed to that problem by doing a special vote in botany for Epson. And also at the same time, they want to get rid of same-day enrolment, which... I have to be honest, same-day enrolment won't, like, the problem they think they're going to be fixing isn't going to fix the problem because early voting is still applicable. All you're going to do is change where the person ends up voting.
That's a really interesting point. I haven't looked into that.
No, that's something else that has been looked at, but I'm not sure if it is. It's something that they've expressed on the cards because they've decided same-day enrolment was the reason why there was a splurge of special votes, but I don't believe that will actually change it. Like, I mean, this is different to a referendum, but special votes, part of the reason why people are doing special votes in there is because there's misinformation around election stuff there. I mean, I do know the Labour Party actually did this in Auckland Central. There were people in there spreading misinformation from the Labour Party trying to get Helen White to win the seat instead of Chloe Swarbrick by misrepresenting the law of you've got to live in the electorate for 28 days to be eligible for it, to say that you have to live there for 12 months.
Interesting.
And that is something, so I've seen people in there, I'm not saying it's just Labour who sits there, but there's a lot of misconception around that 28-day rule, and it is... and that's something in there, like, there's a lot that, so referendums might be the current one, but that's another thing I've heard on the target, and through a source from the who works for the Electoral Commission, there are attempts to look at bringing in voter ID.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, which isn't going to crack down on fraud because we don't have an election fraud problem.
No.
We might do now. There's a lack of manpower.
One thing that really hasn't been mentioned is the problem with the referendum campaign funding.
Yep. So we were talking before about promoters. Corporations potentially being able to have a hand in this.
Well, look what we saw with the cannabis referendum, with how much money was pushed into, what do they call them, AstroTurf groups that were just fronts for the big industries that were against having a competitor step on their toes. New Conservatives, I believe, were an indirect recipient of that. The cannabis referendum was a perfect example of all the facts on your side with no money makes no difference.
Okay, let's get to Celia Wade-Brown.
E te mangai o te whare, a standing framework for conducting referendums, and it does pain me to say that, not referenda, but each language has its own idiosyncrasies and adaptations. Much better than creating new legislation every time we want a referendum, and it's also appropriate often to have a referendum at the same time as a general election, but not necessarily. You would reduce costs and gain maximum participation, but sometimes holding a referendum at the same time as a general election will be much more polarising. This bill only applies to referendums at the next 2 elections. But why? If you're not very sure about the legislation, perhaps a 5-year review period would be more sensible. Why are referendums good for 2 rounds and not for longer? But there are bigger issues. When is a referendum appropriate rather than divisive? And when is it the best method of deciding an important question? The multiple, costly, local referendums on Maori wards, this coalition government is forcing on councils, costly, yes, the dollars are dollars, whether they're ratepayers' dollars or taxpayers' dollars. Those aren't designed to promote local engagement. They're not designed to be deliberative democracy. They are a simplistic lever for rednecks. Deciding on rural wards, at large wards, they're not appropriate for a referendum. And I say deciding on Maori representation is not appropriate in a referendum either. Maybe we could look at whether being a republic or a colonial monarchy is appropriate, but you wouldn't do that without a very serious conversation first. And that's what I'm concerned about going straight to a referendum. A referendum should be a full stop after a deep conversation, not the first binary yes, no, let me go with my gut feel, which is not a great way of doing democracy. As the Minister said, the bill does allow for advertising for referendums. But again, this government has not listened to the independent electoral review. Is the balance between free speech and undue influence correct? Why do we allow overseas promoters to influence democratic outcomes in our country? Do we want large corporates to influence referendum outcomes? And are the amounts for disclosure and for total spend correct? I understand that the Taxpayers Union or Greenpeace or Forest and Bird could each spend up to $406,000 on their election campaigning and a further $406,000 on referendum adverts. The independent electoral review, which some of you don't seem to have read, recommended tighter controls both on total spend and also on recording where donations came from. And the Green Party would go further and say that only registered voters should be involved in donating to those causes. And those points about general elections should equally apply to referendums. So in conclusion, a referendum is at the very low end on the scale of, or the spectrum, if Madam Speaker prefers, a spectrum of participatory democracy. Citizens don't define the question, they don't even refine the question, and there's no opportunity to come towards a consensus. However, if there are going to be referenda, we need a framework, so we will be supporting this bill.
The next speech after her is very funny, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, let's simplify what she's saying. So Celia is essentially making the point that yes or no questions without nuance or context is really not a productive way to run a democracy. It might work in a small rural community like Ekatahuna, but it's not going to work in central Wellington, right?
Yeah. But it was good that she was focusing on the inadequate controls about who spends what where.
And here's also something, and I spoke to this with Stacey earlier, is I called out a Capity Ratepayers Transparency group on misinformation that 6 sitting councillors, 5 sitting councillors and the mayor all like the comment, explain exactly what's going to happen with the Māori ward referendum on the Kapiti Coast. Because people who are thinking, no, it might be saying, congratulations, Māori ward councillor, you've won your seat. Oh, but the voters said no. Looks like you got no job for 3 years. And those people who are going to vote no because they don't want to see the Māori ward councillor have a job will be raging when they have their Māori ward councillor on there for 3 years. I mean, if we put the Wellington context, we have an incumbent. Let's say Nico Winera wins another term in office. Good councillor, decent person, green person, also in the territorials, which does seem a really weird mix, but hey, that happens. Are people going to sit there and say, why does Nico have his job? Why is he in there? I voted no on the referendum. Why is he being sworn as the Māori ward councillor? I didn't know it meant that it was from the next local body election starting in 2028. Why was that not explained to me from my redneck friends? It is definitely going to be interesting. And you've got councils like Upper Hutt who have decided to delve away from the referendum. You got Carson, who'd never entertained going down a Māori ward. And, I mean, the reason why Carson never did was that they only have 800 voters on their in their Māori electoral population, which they said that itself, and like Rob Marks sat there and said, it was something like under first past the post, a general ward voter would get 7 votes and a Māori ward voter would get 1, based under the first past the post rules. Hence why he was against that in Carterton.
But you kind of bring up the point. This is why it's important to educate the public. And I read through this bill, right? The bill essentially allows for advertising for referenda. Do we want corporations to influence the outcomes? So we're dealing with a group of people that may not be aware of all the intricacies and the context and the nuance of what's happening. And then you get someone like Hobson's Pledge who puts a dumb ad in the Herald saying, Maori are going to stop you from using the beach. And then what happens next?
You're going to suddenly have a whole heap of people going, I'm voting on this because supporting redneckers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, currently you put facts and money on the scales and the money does that.
Yeah.
Yep. And he always does that.
Okay, let's see, as Laura says, Mark Cameron's speech.
Speaker. Mark Cameron.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Haven't we heard some colourful oratory this afternoon? And I wrote it down because I have a propensity to misquote people. It's simple levers for rednecks. Try and reconcile that. Everyone here today, this afternoon, levers for rednecks. Gracious me, the idea that we would have a discussion about framing up a 4-year reality, whatever it looks like, in a piece of legislation, having a referendum, or referenda, whichever way you want to frame it, and inviting New Zealand to have its say in the rednecks. Gracious me, unbelievable. Respectfully, we have a house of privilege here. That is, for me personally, a pretty dumb remark. Gracious me, this is involving democracy.
I would just pull back on that remark about calling I know you were speaking to the remarker, not the member.
No, but
it's a free fall.
Madam Speaker, I note your addition and I appreciate it. But the remark is not a reflection of the person who made it. I am fascinated. I'll reframe it.
Thank you.
Gracious me, we come in this house every day to debate ideas. This is a house of contest. And yet that member referenced those outside the house that don't have the luxury of privilege as being a certain kind of people. Duncan Webb, if I may, negative Nelly over there, it's all doom and gloom. I actually think this is a great piece of legislation. How many referendum would New Zealand and New Zealanders want to be engaged with? Oh, look, our mates on the left who wanted a conversation about cannabis. They instantly forget that part of our history. And anything else that might come up could be something to do with alcohol, which is often a controversial thing. We take New Zealanders on a journey and we represent their interests and certainly share the ideas from outside the four walls of this building. And incidentally, the Treaty Principles Bill, that's come up in the House, so I'll reference it. Having a bill where we can have a framework that acknowledges New Zealand in a referendum process, the cyclical reality where we have 2 election cycles and we loop it all in for when we have a general election so New Zealand can have a say. And this obviously ties into the previous bill, the 4-year term bill. Why would we not want to engage with New Zealand in this instance? And I think tying off in this first reading, and I don't want to litigate the complexity of the bill because it's not overly complex, you can all read it. I think the wider point is we're taking New Zealanders, beg your pardon, on the journey outside of this building so they can have a say on very salient issues to them, whether it's cannabis, or it could be abortion reform, it could be a manner of things. There's nothing wrong than having a 4-year rolling maul, you might say, which allows to have a referendum. And by the way, I just remind that member that most New Zealanders are not either negative, they're positive, and they're certainly not rednecks.
Okay, everything Celia Wade-Brown just said just went right over his head. Because that was not what she was implying. She was implying that, hey, corporations can get their hands on this stuff, right? Spread misinformation, and we've got nuances and all this other stuff that we need to consider that the general public are not going to be aware of, and then dumb decisions get made and democracy is not working.
Such as thinking a bill such as could be like, a bill that's at, pre-draft stage, like the cannabis referendum, versus euthanasia third reading, and all it had to do was a 50% plus vote to be enacted in law.
But also, the Greens were only given the option of a referendum so that the Labour Party could pretend to be involved in evidence-based drug law reform while not being involved in evidence-based drug law reform.
But yeah, I just thought it was very silly. No, it's quite clear that Celia is not calling everyone a redneck.
She's not calling Mark Cameron a redneck.
No, I think she is. I think she's pointing to that guy and said, that's the redneck that you ought to be worried about.
Yeah. Oh, and his speeches have always come tone deaf.
Yeah.
That's something I've always noticed. His speeches come tone deaf. It's like, you know, we need more Todds and less Marks and Act.
Well, I think Mark Cameron is making Celia Wade's point for her. It's like this is what happens if you don't understand the context or nuances.
Yes, and I mean, you know, and are we like Switzerland? No, we are not.
No,
you know,
we're not.
how many people here sit there and tune into the Order Paper podcast, or tune into BHN, or watch Q&A on Sunday, or listen to Media Watch on RNZ? You know, the politically attuned people do, but the politically stupid wouldn't even know we exist.
Yeah, I mean, and that's unfortunately that's the majority, right?
Yeah.
The current makeup of our parliament is evidence of that.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, you could sit down there and say, and also if we look at MPs making things like that, like Simeon Brown, we're going to stop providing money to build speed humps, but we'll give you money to remove them.
Mm.
Like, that's playing into that stupid common denominator. It's like, we will sit down and turn Rutherford Street to a 120-kilometre motorway with an entrance to the hospital, and ambulances will get T-boned with people, and their lives will not be saved, literally out the door of an A&E.
I thought your dog whistles were supposed to be inaudible to the people who aren't your dogs.
Well, I mean, here's a great example of dog whistling thanks to Simeon Brown. If you take a look at Rintel Street in Wellington, all the side streets, the dead ends, have to have 50k signs thanks to Simeon Brown's legislation on the speed things. Under Labour's law, all those side streets could be left at 30. But because Simeon Brown knows better, and because we've got to speed up the economy, we've got to have dead end streets at 50k speed limits from a 30k road.
But here's the other thing too with the bill, right? Corporations are not obligated to give factual evidence about a referendum or to provide, you know, good, clear information. They're not. They can say anything they want, really.
Yeah. They could sit there and say the sky, what's the colour of the sky? The sky is red or something, or whatever the colour that it's not. And state that it's fact and sit there and do it. I mean, hey, if anyone wants to sit there and look at that, take a look at Fox News.
I mean, just look at iwi versus Kiwi.
Oh, yes.
Pledge. You know, I grew up with all that crap. And, you know, the amount of harm that's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Uncle Andy.
Andy Foster.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, it was a bit of a struggle to think what to say about this bill because it's actually a relatively mechanistic bill and it really just allows for the design, the management, the running of referenda in the next 2 elections alongside the elections themselves, using the same personnel, using the same procedures, the same eligibility for election and so on. So that's not particularly exciting in itself. But what we've heard in the debate from the opposition, or at least from one part of the opposition, does get a little bit exciting. It does open up a debate. Because what they have said is that they essentially do not believe that the public as a whole, that there's much value in the public as a whole engaging in a referendum question. Yeah. And I find that quite remarkable. Some of the most successful, I'm going to pick one particular country, which, because I often talk about them, the Swiss, they use referenda all the time. And actually it doesn't seem to have done them a whole lot of harm, and they seem to manage that really, really well. To call referenda the lowest form or the low end of participatory democracy, just assuming that there'll be no lead in conversation, no lead in debate, no lead in information, going into people having to say, yes, we support this, or no, we don't. That never happens. You look at the debates that have been around all the issues which have been before our country in terms of referenda, and there's been extensive debate. People care about those things very deeply, particularly where they're citizens-initiated referenda. They care about those things. They care about those very deeply. Well, all of them. Well, I'm not going to name one of them. I can pick dozens. I can pick dozens of them. You know, I could honestly pick dozens of them. But that's not the point. The point is that people debate these things with passion. At least we got Duncan Webb sort of now he's getting himself up vaguely interested. But, tell me the name. No, but Madam Speaker, the point is that people do get engaged with these things. So take the cannabis referendum. Take the firefighters referendum. Take the number of MPs. There's a whole range of them. So people get engaged with these things, and we have extensive debate, extensive information about those, and the people of New Zealand come to a decision about them. And actually, rather than being, as the Green Party said, the low end of the spectrum in terms of participatory democracy, I think that is very much the high end. because it means that we all get to have a say about something. We don't say to the Parliament, it's your call. We say it's our call. Sometimes they're binding. MMP, well, it wasn't a citizens initiated one, but MMP was a response to the public of New Zealand saying they had concerns about the unbridled power. In fact, I mentioned unbridled power yesterday. The unbridled power being exercised by this place, or by the executive within this place, and they wanted to respond to that, and they did, and they've changed the way in which our government is elected and run. And so that is very, very important. And there was a huge debate about that. We can all remember that huge debate that was around that, and that is significant. So I could not disagree more with the Green Party. They also talked about it. Effectively, I would say that the Green Party here is being anti-democratic. Anti-democratic. This is a party which tries to pride itself on its own democratic processes within its own party, and yet here they are saying that the public of New Zealand being able to vote on something is in a way anti-democratic. I think that is appalling. So I think it's very, very sad. And look, Madam Speaker, the other thing I would like to mention is just say that this to me is a response. It sits alongside the 4-year term bill, and to say, I think Duncan Webb said that this is the 4-year term is a distraction, I think was the word that you used. Well, look, I don't agree. I think over time, we had a good debate about this yesterday, but over time, just about every person in a leadership role in this country has said that a 4-year term makes a lot more sense than a 3-year term. It is something which we should be putting in front of the public. It is something that we have two slightly different coalition agreement components to, and said that we would do that. We've got support pretty much around the House, and that is something which we should be going to the public to decide on. The way in which people get elected is the decision for the public, not the decision for parliamentarians, and I commend this bill to the House to support that other bill.
Okay, there's a lot there. There's a lot there to unpack, and I've taken a lot of notes about that speech because there was a whole bunch of stuff that was not right. So,
it seemed like the speech of a man who hadn't read the bill.
Yeah, the problem is that New Zealand is a representative democracy. That means that each voter gets to have a say on who represents the parliament in a local government. Representative democracies have low engagement compared to other systems such as participatory democracies. That's what Celia Wade-Brown was referring to. Because in a participatory democracy, community members are directly involved in decision making, and there's continuous engagement just beyond just voting, right? So the ballot box is not where it ends. And there's a closer connection between residents and policy outcomes, right? But we don't really have that in a representative democracy. In a representative democracy, citizens elect officials to make decisions on their behalf, right? Politicians. Engagement primarily through voting in elections, so every 3 or, God forbid, 4 years, and can lead to disconnect between elected officials and constituents. But I just want to quickly go over this to the Swiss, because he says the Swiss, they use referenda all the time, and, well, actually it doesn't seem to have done them a whole lot of harm, and they seem to manage that really, really well. There's a couple of things to note here. Right, Switzerland is a semi-direct democracy with a high participation rate. However, they're not free of issues, and women's voting comes into play here. For example, women were not allowed to vote federal elections until 1971, and women in the canton of Appenzell-Innerrhoden did not have full voting rights until 1990. The other thing that's different about Switzerland is they also have a double majority system, which means that the passing of a constitutional amendment by popular vote requires that not only must the majority of people vote for an amendment, but a majority of cantons, so that's like kind of like independent regions, must also give their consent. So it's like there's two voting systems. There's a lot there that's so different about the Swiss system from ours. We can't.
This is also something worth noting. The gun ownership rate in Switzerland is one of the highest in the world, but it's one of the highest of responsible gun ownership. And that's why you don't hear about mass murders in Switzerland, because people actually know how to operate guns.
I'm also interested with how corporations work over there when it comes to advertising referendum, because I think that's something else that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, actually, it's something we might have to sit and try and work out is what the hell happens in Switzerland when it comes to their referendums, because they have that as a normal part of the process. When Michael Laws was the mayor of Wanganui, he actively did that, and a lot of ratepayers grumbled over the cost of the referendum parts, but he actively, during his time as mayor, he was active in doing referendums on local issues. The most heated one was about, does the H belong in it or not? But he had a lot of other ones. He was known as the mayor of referendums.
Yeah, I mean, living in Switzerland is not cheap. This stuff costs money.
Yeah. And like considering, because Michael Laws would have a referendum every year, probably usually in the lead up to every long-term plan and every every annual plan, he would have a referendum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then when he stepped back or lost the election or something, that all died away under his successor.
It seemed like a very shallow reference to Switzerland to try and say nothing to see here about the bill.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like, yeah, there are some times where we don't want to be like Switzerland, and I just gave an example of women's voting. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. Whereas, like, we look at it, women had the right to vote in, was it 1893? They were allowed to stand in
we're one of
local
the first Western
government.
countries.
Yeah, we had the second female elected in the world, and the only reason why we had the second and not the first was because in the United States, in one particular state, the law stated men were only allowed to vote, but it didn't state men. It didn't state whether there was a gender to hold a position, and that's how women who got elected to office as mayor as a joke. So she couldn't vote. She couldn't vote, but she could be the mayor.
Yep.
Whereas Catherine Drever, I think, is New Zealand's first mayor, and she won the election because her husband was too into the job, and she got shoulder tapped by the public saying, well, if we can't have your husband, can we have your wife?
Mm.
And that's how we ended up with our first mayor. It's also like how we ended up with our first female Māori MP, and our first female MP were widow successions.
But I just wanted to bring up the comments about Switzerland as a warning for other libertarians. I'm a left-wing libertarian, okay? I make no secret about that. But there are things you need to learn from Switzerland's mistakes.
Yeah. Okay, Te Kura Whereas.
Taku Te Whereas.
Tēnā koe te pika. Tēnā tātou tuana hau te tuku i ngā whakaaro te Pāti Māori, mō te pira e whaakene. Te Pāti Māori supports the essence of this bill because we support giving power to the people to decide on our laws in some situations. What we do not support is allowing the majority to decide the rights of minorities and dismissing the constitutional rights of Tiwi Māori through Te Tiriti o Waitangi along the way. We do not support the tyranny of the majority, as described by Sir Geoffrey Palmer in his submission, as part of the King's Council submission, against the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. That tyranny of the majority has been weaponised against Tiwi Māori over and over and over again. Last year, the government passed a law that would force almost all of our Māori wards to be put to a referendum. These seats are necessary to promote an unapologetic and unrestrained voices of tangata whenua, those people as tiriti partners in local government. And their existence should not be subject to a referendum, where the majority of voters are not Māori. The ACT Party wants to put the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi to a referendum. They've made up their own meaning. They've made up their own meaning for the treaty, a novel one at that, a meaning that suits their desire to open up Aotearoa to corporate exploitation. And they want to ask the public whether or not they agree with the principles which have no basis. These are the dangers of a referendum. They've made up principles out of thin air and are asking the voting public to tick yes or no without providing any fore information. These are the dangers of a referendum. Thus, those are the dangers of the referendum. Referendum can be used to take away our voices and take away our rights at the whim of the public, the ignorance or otherwise of the public. And if there are no cautions put in place to raise the skill of the public to make a good decision, then referendum are very dangerous things. These are the dangers of referendums for tangata whenua. These are the dangers that referendums pose to the rights imparted to the government through Te Tiriti o Waitangi and every other citizen in the country. We cannot have referendums that victimise minorities or rewrite history. And sadly, recent history has shown us that these are the only reasons the government will use a referendum. We cannot support the bill in the context of where we are today. Referendum have not been on our side since the establishment of Parliament in 1845. And unfortunately, despite the apologies of the Crown to Te Iwi Māori, as we listened to, or just graciously, politely listened to this morning, agreed to this morning, despite those apologies to Te Iwi Māori, we continue to see the promotion of ideas and bills that run straight over the top of Māori constitutional rights. Constitutional rights in our own country. These are the dangers of referendums in 2025. Referendums of the ignorant. These are the dangers of those things. And so, Mr. Speaker, well, you obviously haven't been following the whole speech, bro. But these are the dangers of referendums, and this is our position. And, we agreed to share this country in 1840. We agreed to. Our people are committed to sharing it. And unfortunately, we're still here waiting for the Crown to come around to honouring their commitments. Kia ora tātou.
Yes. So you can picture what a Swiss model could result in for Māori. So there's a reason why you may not want to go down that route, that line of thinking, and why a participatory democracy model would be a better option.
Mm. It all comes down to levels of education, really, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
and there's insufficient levels of education, I have zero confidence that we can have an informed debate on issues throughout the nation, you know.
A example that can show of education on things, and this is the difference between two cities, Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt.
Yep.
For local council, for the city council, both councils use first past the post. In the case of Lower Hutt, it has at last election 6 general wards, 6 councillors elected at large, and a mayoral vote using first past the post. But the regional council uses STV. They had an informal vote rate of 8%, which was out of whack with every other district that had a poll, because the Wairarapa, the candidate, got elected unopposed. So whereas Upper Hutt has first past the post, 10 councillors at large, 1 mayor, and their informal vote rate was not even 1% or something, in line with the rest of the region. And the other districts that had elections for the regional council was Kapiti Coast, Porora, and Wellington, and all 3 district councils, district city councils of the areas, and their regional equivalents all use STV. But it was interesting in the case of Lower Hutt having that higher informal rate. At the same time, they held a referendum on whether to switch their voting system from STV or keep it at first past the post. And there was a retiring councillor going around spreading straight out misinformation about STV. Mm-hmm. And that particular referendum for changing STV lost, and they've stuck with first past the post. But it does definitely just show the education part, that even when you have a referendum on STV, the regional council votes had 8% informal rate in Lower Hutt, but the counterpart in Upper Hutt had less than 1.
I mean,
and that might be the education of the people in the 2 areas.
I mean, I was looking at the OECD data when I was doing the regulatory standards bill, and New Zealand does have a problem when it comes to transparency, right? It is on the government to improve the way how they educate bills in referenda to the members of the general public, because members of the general public may not know. They don't know where to get this information from. Like, how many people knew about that watched the show knew about regulatory impact statements before I started going, hey, look, over there, you can read this.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, put it this way, we didn't really know much about regulatory impact statements until probably this current government by skipping them so often.
Yep.
Well, we've also seen you don't learn much about the content of a bill by watching the debate.
No.
Like, I mean, put it this way, at the start of the bill for the 4-year term, I did a bit of explanation because I've watched the bill once, and before I watched the bill, my grandmother's asking me questions and then going, oh, I don't like the sound of this. I've got no problem with a 4-year term, but I don't like the way that they're thinking of this. That is the worst option you could have.
Yep. And again, it's like what Gary just said. It's like they spend very little time talking about the content in the bill. That really should be what the first speech is about. But they spend such little time talking about it. They're into the debate, right? And it's just like, oh, what are they talking about? I don't know.
And maybe we need to have a TikTok thing on that videos going out. What do you think was on this? What bill do you think they were talking about?
Yeah.
Could you have guessed it was this?
The speeches don't reflect the content of the bill.
Yep. And well-informed people make better decisions, and that goes for MPs as well. And it looks to me like some of them haven't even read the content of the bill.
Yeah, and that's why I don't...
General concepts.
Yeah, and that's why I don't just read the debate transcript. I look at the bill, and I read the regulatory impact statement, and I read what the Law Society also has to say as well. Like, I have to look at other sources to get a full picture of what this is about.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say call it quits on speeches. We've had a long night.
Yeah. It's been a long night, guys.
Yep, yeah, no, it has it, and I've still got to get my APV to the mechanic. With no clutch.
Honestly, don't think we're going to learn any more about the bill.
No, we're not. I mean, or if we are going to learn anything, we're going to learn it from Phil Twyford or Tracy McCullen, because I doubt that any of the National MPs will actually help us learn more about the bill.
Nah.
Yeah. Okay, so submissions that are coming up available over the next whatever period of time. We have the Customs Levy and Other Matters Amendment Bill that closes tomorrow night at 11:59. We've got the Multi-Purposes Bill, which I suggest you read. It feels really weird and bizarre, and I can picture some redneckers making submissions that just completely do not understand what the purpose of the bill is. I've read it. It goes over my head, but it's definitely not how the name sounds. And we've got the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering Financing of Terrorism Amendment Bill that closes on Friday, the 28th of March. So now, just for some general housekeeping, and I hope my car gets fixed, because this seems to be always a curse whenever I'm about to do it. It's in the ballot show that requires me to travel long distance. Something goes catastrophic with my car. On Friday night, just after the coffee cake got dropped off to Newtown School for the market on Saturday, the clutch cable got stretched too far and it won't go into the gearbox. I've tonight got to get the car with no clutch working properly from my house to the mechanic. And I've got a freaking red traffic light to get through on the way, if not two.
Fun. Yeah, I've done that one before.
And I'm probably going to go for it red because I've got no other option, because I'll be the only car that could trigger it.
Floor it.
Yeah, exactly. So but I might just basically crawl up and basically make sure there's no traffic while literally go and then just take off. Yep. And if a cop pulls me up, they can follow me right up to the mechanic's door and then sit there and go, "Why did you stop at the red light? I've got no clutch." And you see I'm at a mechanic's. Yep.
The later the better.
Yeah. Thank you, Charlene, for that great message there. It's been another long night. Now, just to let you know, so this Thursday, I'm heading off to... So we're going to stop talking about my broken down car. We're going to have my car fixed. Yep. And I'm going to be driving to what I'd call the racist city of New Zealand, Tauranga, for the only council that has to have a by-election caused by vacancy, because they're not having an election, this local bodies. For the Te Awanui Māori ward, we're doing a show at 7 p.m. If you're in Tauranga, please come along and be part of our audience. If you've got a question, please go and submit it. And you can join us on here. If you're online, please do. If you want to, you can also get tickets that you can sit there and buy online through Eventbrite. They're free, and but you can always get the Koha tickets. Koha tickets are very valuable to us because that help pay the bills. Doing that. Next Sunday, we will be doing another marathon day. This time will be 5 hours treaty. And then we'll be joined by two guests, Ibrahim Omar and Camilla Bellich, to go through the third reading, subject to the House not going into urgency. However, the business statement that came from last week was Tuesday was going to go into extended sitting for bills, which means they're not likely to go into urgency. And Camilla Bellich's bill is number 2 on their members' order paper. Mm-hmm. And it will be basically making it, we're going to go over the bill. We'll have Camilla Bellich and Ibrahim Omar, the two MPs, the first person who held the bill, the second person who held the bill, and cover basically the speeches in Parliament. I'd love to know what Camilla's and Ibrahim's opinion of Grant McCullen, who makes it out like the Northland still has party phone lines. You've got to ring an operator and cell phones don't exist. And fibre optic cables are, a thing of alien technology. That will be there at that will be at 8 o'clock, and we will have 5 hours of treaty principle bill submissions to find out what is and isn't in there. Today was a shock one. It was a lot more opposition submissions.
Yeah, I was expecting someone to, be against the treaty, be in favour of the treaty principles bill. I was like, oh, I'm ready. I've got all my notes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And I was like, wait, why does everyone agree with me? What's happening?
I wonder if that reflects the ratio of the submissions.
Because it was when it went into two subcommittees, that was when the parties were allowed to pick, was it 80 submitters each? Yeah, and you take a look at the names of who were picked. They, you've got Ruth Richardson in there, you've got, did Jenny Shipley end up doing one?
Yeah, she did one against the bill.
Yeah, you had the Mayor of Wellington. I mean, that was part of the reason why we did that particular date today, was because I was like going through the names and I'm thinking, we got to put Tory in there. Because I know, I don't know if we're going to end up covering all the submissions, but we definitely, But I do know next week there is a, what is it called? Private select committee on the Treaty Principles Bill, but I wonder if it's going to start the process for it to be reported back to Parliament, which I think, if it is the case, it will be probably at the end of March if it goes into readings in there, or the beginning of April, because was it this week's a sitting week? Was it 18th to the 20th recess week? So it could be the week of the 25th to the 27th. Yeah. So it could be on there, and that would be in the lead up to Easter, where the MPs take another 2 weeks off for Anzac Day and everything that goes with it, because we've got in the middle of Easter, we've got a 3-day working week in the middle of April, because Easter's at one end, Anzac Day's at the other. Thank goodness Anzac Day is not falling on Easter Monday, and Anzac Day aren't the same day this year, because we've had that happen once.
And well, best of luck getting your car sorted.
Oh, yeah. No, I've got to sit down there and have it warm up for a couple of minutes before I do the, turn it off, throw it into second gear, and then turn the wheel and start it that way.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Yeah, no, there is a way to do it, but it is literally to get to the garage. Yeah. Like the other one is, I had to kind of do that to a point to get back when the cable went out on the motorway. And I had a decision to make. Do I pull off at the terrace, where I think something's wrong, at a traffic light, or do I drive all the way to Granada North, where I was going, find out what's wrong, and then drive all the way back? And I chose that because that had less clutch movements.
Well, hey, do you have a dash cam? Because I'd love to watch the footage, especially.
Unfortunately, not on that particular case. Oh, God, the terrace was a lot of fun having to go, because the terrace tunnel had a queue, so I had to go down the terrace, and I nearly got stuck at the bottom of Guzney Street. Yeah, it was pretty awkward on that one, and I managed to, driving in second gear from the bottom of Guzney Street all the way back to Newtown, and managing to, literally just goes crawl, green light, right, driving like crazy, come down John Street, look at the traffic lights. Oh, there's a green light on this one. Ran straight off down. It was quite a interesting way of pulling it all off. But, but I did have to drive through the hospital for the final leg to avoid a red traffic light, and pulled myself into a particular car park that no one could park in front of me. Yeah.
Right. My big news for this week is that I haven't had a chance to get my suit clean after going to a festival in the Cobb Valley of Takaka. So I'm taking that dust into Parliament.
Oh, you're not going to take it to the hope that you can get same-day dry cleaning?
No, I'm not doing that.
Dust yourself off Parliament.
I can't actually afford to get it cleaned next week, so,
And you'll be gold-carding your way down and back? You'll be gold-carding your way down and back?
Yep.
Oh, well, see what happens on Tuesday. Let's have a nosy at what have they updated the order paper on Parliament's website, that we have a nosy on what the bills are for next week. They do have a new order paper up there. It's a provisional one. The first two bills is the Regulatory Systems Immigration Workforce Amendment Bill by Nicola Willis.
Oh, fun. Okay.
The Land Transport Drug Testing Bill. I've got a thing called shared screen.
Yeah. This is more interesting to look at.
Yeah. So those are the bills that are on there. And if we scroll down to this section here, obviously, Public Works Prohibition of Compulsory Acquisition of Multi-Land Amendment Bill was interrupted in first reading, followed by Camilla Bellich's fifth By-Employer Amendment Bill.
I'm interested in that Public Works one.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting bill.
Because you know about the Public Works Act, right? How that works?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes, especially when, was it on one occasion, was it Kiwi-Rail wanted to use it to take land off Centreport for IREX.
Well, talk about Kapiti. You've got Paraparaumu and Raumati that was all acquired to give the Americans a military base during the Second World War. Never given back. So we've got outstanding issues from previous land acquisitions.
Is that Queen Elizabeth Park or is this further north?
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth Park, the airport.
Oh, yes.
And
That's a big one.
And all the suburbs in between.
Yep.
So, yes, we still have outstanding issues from previous land acquisition that hasn't been sorted because instead of being handed back, it was on sold.
Yes, it's exactly what happened with Paraparaumu Airport. I remember it actually being a big thing at the time when it happened at primary school. Yeah.
So, I'm and we got Chris Bishop talking about accelerating the land acquisition process.
Yes, outside the Basin Reserve today.
It rang alarm bells for me all over the place.
The libertarian in me is going,
yeah, future injustices happening here.
Yep. Oh, we'll hit the closing credits and we'll see everyone here on Thursday at 7 p.m. for the Te Awanui Ward by-election show.
Cool.
Good night.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you for watching The Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/It's in the Ballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in the Ballot Productions, live at 8 p.m. New Zealand Standard Time every Sunday.